insane how I come out of the gate. Ain't ashamed of the booms and the ricochet. Loaded up cause I'm coming with the flames. It's a squad and we coming through to make it rain. Look them right in the eyes, they will be afraid. Look alive, it's the time, make them be amazed. Only one going through, make them rearrange. It's the time you've been waiting, make them feel a rage. Look inside you and realize that you had it all along in you. If you only put your mind into it, you will find what you came to do. Look inside you and realize that you had it all along in you. If you only put your mind into it. I ain't scared of what they say. I ain't scared of what they say. I ain't scared of what they preach. I don't care about anything when my goal is in my reach. Going up and up and up. I ain't falling at their feet. Cause tonight I'm going big. I'm about to take a lead. I ain't scared of what they say. I ain't scared of what they preach. I don't care. I don't care about anything. In my reach. When my goal is in my reach. Going up and up and up. I ain't falling at their feet. Cause tonight I'm going big. I'm about to take a lead. Came to rule. Yeah. Came to conquer. I was out for a minute, I was down for a minute, yeah. Had my doubts for a minute, now I'm back in the business, yeah. Go in hard when I win it, go all out when I get it, yeah. Watch me walk, you gon' think that I'm floating. I'm effortless, manifest everything, putting it out in the open. Every scar that I got is a token. I'ma play hard, I'ma conquer. I was destined, I was chosen. I woke up and I put in the work for a reason. Got a legacy that I'll be leaving, and you know I believe in it. I gotta play to conquer, play to conquer. I'ma play to conquer. I'ma play to win. I'ma play to conquer. Yeah. There is no limit to what I got coming. I got all the tools in my box. It'll be harder to fit in my shoes, so you might wanna go for the socks first. Cause I'm ready to pop, burst, and explode. I'm ready to block, boom, and unload. I'm ready to fly even though I'm the GOAT. I'm ready to die for that gold. I'ma play to win. Always play to win. Yeah. I'ma play to conquer. Always play to win. I'ma play to win. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. I got love for the sweat that I put in. Door with a foot in, proofs in the pudding. Things I did, all them said that I couldn't. Superhero bouncing like a villain. All y'all rooting, you the fan now. Yeah, you understand now what it took to be the champion that I am now. Head in the sky, it's about the time you land now. And let's see who of us has got the better plan now. Who's got the better plan? It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. How I like my show. Hey. This is how I like my show. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. Never let emotion take the best of me. Feeding off the fever, it's that remedy. I brush off all the fools that try to challenge me. I am on the throne, so guess what? Now they call me majesty. They battle me, but now they see I built it from the ground up. See, I don't believe in any bad luck. Need to keep it real and keep the mask up. Going through the danger is a part of a bigger deal. I keep it real, 100%. I don't cap it. I don't see a reason to stop. I step at it when you say that you're ready to go. I'm all bad it. You don't understand what it is. It's all magic. When I was down, I called for help. You didn't save me. I heard a voice trying to come, trying to tame me. I let it move through me, it woke up a beast. I'll make you regret cause you tasted my strength. You can talk all you want, I'm here to remain. And you'll never break me. I'm unbreakable. Yeah, I'm unbreakable. Yeah, I'm unbreakable. I'm unbreakable. I'll be killing this game, it's unmistakable. I'm unbreakable, I'm unbreakable. Got my swag in my bag, it's unmistakable. I'm unbreakable, I'm unbreakable. Keep that energy up, there's no parallel. There's no parallel, no parallel. Got my swag in my bag, it's unmistakable. I'm unbreakable, I'm unbreakable. Yeah. I've been dreaming of this moment, yeah. Ain't no second, cannot clone it. Need to see it, need to own it. Need to face it, need to show 'em what I work. It's a time now, it's a time now. Time now. Wanna see me, do or die now. Do or die. See the timing, it's divine now. It's divine. Ain't nobody can define how.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Do you think you're a good liar in general?
I think when I want to be, I can be, but I try not. It's not going how I thought it was going to go. What's going on? What are we doing here?
We're gonna ask you some questions today. We're gonna put a lie detector on you.
Okay. I'm raising my arms.
Do you think you're a pretty good liar?
We're about to find out, I suppose. I haven't even done anything, and this is intimidating. Not gonna lie.
Are you sitting in a chair right now?
Yes.
네, 진실입니다.
Do you promise to be truthful?
Yes.
진실입니다.
All right. Do you believe that one of the previous Pacific Masters winners will win Champions Paris?
Yes.
Turns out you're lying.
This machine, I need to recalibrate this thing. I think maybe a better question would be that I think a team from Pacific is going to win Champions. Maybe it's not necessarily one of those three that you listed. Maybe that's the anomaly here.
Your favorite team is known to be DRX. Do you believe that DRX are making it to Champions this year?
Yes.
Not true. Do you have doubts?
Yeah, there's always doubts, but I would have thought that the reason why the first question was false was because my true belief would be that DRX could win Champions. I think they're just a team that needed a little bit more time. And now that they've had this full cycle with Master Toronto happening, then waiting for stage 2, I think they've had a lot more time to prepare, and I really trust in the coaching staff to be able to get it done.
On Plat Chat episode 223, when asked about Zeta, you said,
You think I have memories of this? Like,
do you think Zeta is memorable? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
Not being truthful. So you don't think they're memorable?
I hate this. I have to go to Tokyo in like a month. And that's a loaded question, I want to say. It was more so to do with Tenten's recent addition to the team, because they'd only played one event where they played one series with him, with Depp in the roster as well. There wasn't much to pull from. But I think that Tenten is a really strong addition to the team with some more time figuring out the roles, and maybe if they stick with having Depp get more comfortable playing things like Viper and Cypher in that Sentinel role, then I think that Zeta does have a strong future, because ultimately Zeta was this close to being able to make the playoffs, and I was really rooting for them to be able to do so.
Zeta Vision, they get the 2-0 victory over PRX.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Do you actually believe that Team Secret can't win a match, or is it just for the content?
Yes. Don't like that sound.
read normally.
I feel like I am. I feel like I'm doing everything right here. They're not a team that I hate. They're a team that frustrates me because every single time I think that they're going to do well and I think that they're going to be strong and going to climb the rankings in Pacific, they just lose to all of the teams that I think that they should be able to beat. But I think that with the changes to the roster, it's a bit of a soft reset. Obviously, there's still some core there. Envy, I mean, he has been their best player for a very long time. I'm glad to see that he's still going to be competing for them. But I'm hoping that there's going to be some further stability found and some more consistency in their performances. So I'm willing to reassess my opinion of Team Secret.
Do you believe that Talon is a top team in Pacific?
No.
True. First true.
Sorry, Frost. So I think that they have a lot of growing to do. I think there's still these young rookies that are in Tier 1 for the first time, and they're finding their footing on stage, and they're finding their comfort. And I'm hoping that going into Stage 2, Talon does kind of become that team, because the talent is there. The players are cracked. They absolutely have the ability to be one of the best teams and to be going over to the international events.
Special question just got added.
Okay.
Do you think Paper Thin is stupid?
Yes.
It's false.
No, he's a smart guy. I gotta give him credit. He's got a degree, I don't. He's a man of science.
But it's safety first. You don't need that. Oh, okay.
Last but not least, do you think you're the best talent in Pacific?
Yes.
True.
I mean, it's nothing against anybody else. You know, I'm about to be 14 years deep into my career. Just been doing this for a while, and if I don't feel comfortable and I don't feel confident in myself, then what am I really doing? It's always great working with the teams that we have out here. You know, we keep them tight-knit. I think that allows for everybody to just get along and vibe and build a rapport with one another very quickly. And to my co-caster Paper Thin, this machine is broken. I do think you are
smart.
That was an experience, you know? It's one of those things where you always think like, yeah, I could beat a polygraph. You know, you have that kind of thought. I think that I was a little bit nervous at the start. I think that maybe offset some of my early answers, but it felt like it was starting to get into sync by the end there.
Do you think you're a good liar in general?
I think when I want to be, I can be, but I try not to do that too often.
Thank you for coming today. I guess we'll see you later.
Yeah, thank you. This was an experience. I appreciate you not asking about the murders. That's great.
Wait, what?
Hi, I'm Yuki Chiba. New song, Shinpai Muyo, is on YouTube and Spotify. Shinpai Muyo is just don't worry. Don't worry and then just do it. Please listen and watch it. Peace. Yuki. 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 全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように別に何が起きても大丈夫どう転んでも起きて喜ぶそりゃ走り回ってりゃたまに転ぶこけるのは怖くない先を急ぐビビって何もしないなんて損だしまずは動くそっちの方が得我慢とか溜め込むのは猛毒この気持ちに素直な俺強欲不可抗力どうにもなんないリスクを取りがち取れない安牌リスクある方がうまくいく案外いつまでも平気一生安泰全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにいつかはなくなるこの世の全部だから今しかできない経験するいい飯食って PRX 毎回本番してない練習地元で集まるいつものメンツ心配すんなってよく言っているアトランタで友達持つ 中みんなが厳重平和な連中自信がないとなる心配性俺自身のこと疑ったことはない一回も絶対いけるいちいち考えない失敗を全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように
The hit. Berserk's, however, going to be noted quite far forward. It's Paranoia going to be sent. Berserk's, sure. Berserk's, however, still present, still looking to try to keep his team in this one. Spams him down to 33. Nothing left here in the regen shield. Spots him, finds the headshot. It's now Sugar Zero. All alone. Swinging right into it, and Berserk's.
It's a pretty good read, old Munchkin.
RB's lurks have been having a little bit of a rough go. Cuts back across, looks to try to take the fight here versus Ash, wins that. Dashes out into the open, grabs the spike, refracts back over it. Foxy9 watching the angle here for the moment. Loses it. Swing on the corner. Ace v Ace! He's got him flown and Dumpy collects
Or the drone, excuse me.
Oh, Counter Hunter's Fury though start to come on in, start to clear the angles over towards the side of A, but it's
Play around the site. They've heard Montage slipping in, but still with the movement.
Blast pack forward, 10-10 needing to try to find this kill, but Berserk's managed to draw out the weapon fast enough to clean him up. By 3, the Odin just spraying away frantically through the smoke. Damage has been found. Clues dead. XDL with no real time to try to make a go of it. But he has it! Ooh, will get shut down. Yurutan. Nice little jiggle peek out of the wall. Yurutan. Very nice snappy shot. Does get rid of Mako. Flies flashback. The guided missile's looking to strike. One shot to find the kill. He's dialed in and he has it.
I told you guys, don't cry, okay? Don't cry. Don't cry.
Oh boy. 2 kills! And now Primi left alone, but he finds the tap! What? Oh! My God!
both teams get one extra coming into OT, and DRX going to the attacking side now. Retake a definite angle for RRQ that they've had some great success on as well.
RRQ though trying to take advantage of it as well. Jemkin proactive on it.
Hyunmin down.
Whoa!
You've lost your entry in towards the site, lost your wall to start to approach towards A as well.
영관아 이거 총으로 이겨야겠다. 총으로. 형 혼자 이거 A에 쩐둘게. 이만하다 아직도. I pick up my son. I pick up my son.
Oh, I pick up son. I defense. Flash off him, Maxim. Yes, I flash off son. Flash off.
Go repeat. Nothing. Only one. 땡이랑 수면 빠졌다. 셋이었어, 셋.
내가 피하고 가볼게. 가져. 바로.
깼다. 나스.
Quack here for DRX to get the plant. Reverse of default, but it's a 2 versus 4 in the grand scheme of things.
백사 있다.
에버드. 뭔가
뒷 하나 있었다. 야, 뒷뱅.
영에서 뭐야?
로카드. 뺑 없어. 가시. 우리 가시 까서.
비랑 조심해. 내 뚜반. 비랑.
I go run. Wait. I'm all it.
가나. 지금 가야 돼. 가야.
잡아 그냥. 괜찮아. 반피.
No flashback! Closes the map with a monstrous multi-kill!
boom, stack up all their ultimates, there's going to be ways that DFM can just figure out how to get in anyways.
Well, he just saw 4 players like, nope, I'm out.
Yep. Oh, okay. That actually opens things up though.
20秒これ行くしかないわ CT ローってエルボから行くエルボからブラインドエルボからはい3 budak 2 3 shot 2
Watch elbow, guys. Right some.
elbow lot
Flashないわ。これで Go. Let's go, 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 go. Let's see. Flex. Jump in.
左
お前
あるよ時間ある大丈夫時間ある
Last player standing.
Just shut it down! Shiro left, feeling that pressure, trying to play around the corner. You're after May, and he's got a lot to work off the angles, the back draw. A quad kill, and DFM are unstoppable. It's been a little scrappy. I mean, that is the PRX way.
Yeah, well, I mean, scrappy is all hell. Wall's gonna be falling. After taking Batman able to find some quick kills here is the crunch of PRX this time around.
壁あるかもそれ B エリーいるわ壁あるスライパーにする A ガーツ A のやつローね1人 OK いいよ Roller upper No problem ceiling yeah I'm pushing you I think he's going window or ceiling here
It was the best long time.
He's coming Aiden
エリツ
C ヨーロッパね
Doing his best Carmen San Diego impression here.
Starting to reposition ever so slightly, but oh, does he knife him? Clues? Oh.
Let him play with Sheriff, right?
Yeah, I think just by Sheriff right. Hey. 全然勝てる I go satchel Going C-long, planted C-long He dropped down I go satchel Picking J Tech 40 close No, last row 強すぎナイスガッチ
Some slight information off the Prowler, but it's dimensional drift as well. Buzz. Still landing the shot at the Cruise. Yo. Controller gone. Izu deep into the lines there. This gives Talon the sight, but they're continuing to push even further.
คุม CT ไว้มีเศษไปหลังนะไม่รอเศษนะบอลบอลถอยมาแล้วบอลแตกแล้วขึ้นมาแล้ว120โอเมนกระเป๋าเสือ야 먼저 던져올게 사티피 타고 사이트 어유
My God! Just a full burst into the back, and it's a quad kill to pull out the clutch. Talon has done the near impossible thanks to Primi.
마이크 체크. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 투. 안녕하세요. 쓰리. 안녕하세요. 가와이 다케데 다메 데스까?
야, 요맨 형님.
왜? 째지라는데? Like I said, bro, they are Gen Z, not your father. Don't be scared, okay? That last round is scary and easy. Boy, I almost died on 5G, boy.
Pengen gue berdiriin. Tapi kita belum.
Jangan.
You know what I said, bro? I want to stand up, bro.
Remember your place.
얘들아, 분위기. 울프도 3등 했는데 마스터즈에서.
맞긴 해. 아, 나 오늘 일어난다. 안 되겠다.
들어가자! C 레이즈포, 형. C 포악포.
바이퍼 있을 거야, 아마. 원에 걸게. 걸었고.
D 나오는 거 내가 볼게, 형들. 나 최대한 많이 들어가 볼게.
Going in. Let's go B. Let's go A. Going in, I'll make some here. 오픈설. 나 아치 보고 문 열게, 이거.
문 깼고 얘네. 나 메인 안 볼 거야.
얘들아, 상대 블라인드 없다.
확인.
Still here, aim in, guys. Watch inside. Out more heaven, guys. Wait. Go. Walking. One side. I saw one side. 메인 온다, 이거. Side 들었어.
확인.
Heaven down. One more, backside. I'm gonna take 3, Kevin swing 3.
레이즈 40 일단.
Upper. I'm gonna defuse, guys. I defuse. All trust, guys.
해찬도 다 냈다 아마. Oh, come in.
Almost died. I even jump.
What the hell? Gue boleh langsung flank C gak nih? Pas dia one way gue langsung terobos.
Ya, when he open door Ki, you just. Biasanya Omen sama Viper Ki.
Viper loh.
リプラウダー今ギガロ返してる
Shilling Viper. Cancel, let's go see. Only one hero.
I got one way.
Si berat pakai. Kira nara iyo. Pilar.
Can we fight him?
Yeah, fight city. TP. Nice.
CT 入ってるナイスワンモア
待って。デコ入れる CT。
ウルト使うよ今、サイト。Nice. One more.
CT sama waterfall.
Nice. Dia nge-pick outload. Viper taruh Tiki. Sinjita me.
Nice
ว่าไม่ต้องสมองตีนหรอน่าจะสู้นะไอ้ข้อ
สมองตีนไหมหรือไม่ต้อง
สมองตีนดีกว่า
ใช่ที่เชื่อมบอกโอเคชิบออกตา
เจอแค่สอง
ไปรอบพิษด้วยวะวันนี้สมองคือ지난 거 못 봐. 보고 있어. 둘 다. 뺄게. 연마 한번 붙여줄게. 채워줘.
โอเมนกับไวเปอร์อยู่นี่น่าจะ3อ่ะอันนี้รู้จริงน่าจะได้ A สุดเลยเฮ้ยเฮียเจ็บ
ก็ได้
둘 다. 블락할게요. 블락하고 연막 칠게. 기다려. 살아.
แต่ปีเคเราทำบอกว่า
오케이. 앞에.
จะไม่เจอโยรู้ป่ะจะรู้ว่าเฟดยังไม่เจอ
เฮ้ยมันโดดไปเช็คเอลิง
야, A 있나 본데 이런.
앞에인 듯.
시간 10초인데 얘들아. B일 때 거의 얘들아.
비비 방을.
สวย
탄.
야, 짝방이 오퍼야. 아, 진짜
백사이트 하나.
짝방이 오퍼야.
헤븐. 나이스. 헬렌 기어.
보였다. 충고 보였어.สวยเกมพี่ทีม
ก็มาเอาไปกู
สวย
숏이랑 후카 많이 오는 거 조심하자.
기어가 이거 트럭 뒤로 오는 거 콜 해줘야 된다.
A 쪽 조용해 일단. 못 가는 거 없다.
트렁 하나 있다.
트럭 하나.
삐렁 한 둘 이상이다 얘들아. 삐렁 먼저 먹고 시작하나 보다.
연막 가능.
프라라라 테도 가래. 프라라라 테도.
앞당. I TP.
I can cap. I call my cap guys. Nothing shower.
I'm just
샤워 계속 없어. B 조심.
요르겠고.
오케이.
나 호카에 들어가 있을게.
연막 꺼진다 얘들아. 잠깐 오실 건다. I think the vice play A. Okay, make noise B and then a bit volley shot.
Okay, I bet the wall is shot guys. 샤워 조용해 계속 얘들아. 45초.
형 나오면 폭 갈게. 폭 들어 있을게.
슬슬 나 뒤에서 갈게. 뒤에서만 갈게.
The smoke is fading soon.
Everybody have one smoke.
No smoke.
Bring here, right side.
내도 가.
I flash out.
삐 올려고 해 얘들아.
온다. TP 하나.
TP 둘. 샤워 올라나. 샤워 러시 같아 얘들아.
오케이.
나 쇼타나.
오케이.
쇼팽 돼.
The wall is shot.
I'll go this guys. Wait.
They wall up.
I will smoke.
I'll go
10 seconds guys. We need
Yeah.
to go.
가비.
Go kill 가비 guys.
백 끊었다 얘들아.
설 끊었어. 야, 설 붙어. 살아.
Hey, what? Oh.
나이스.
절 끊어버려.
그래,もう一回 B メイン狙うね。
まあ A3 ミスだから今度いきます。
I'm scanning. Chill build guys.
Wait, nothing A. Guys, it's trap B or mid. Guys.
ミッドスモーク。またトップスモーク。B 音ない。
ビット多いかもね。ビミ任せてる今。
Market one picking.
Can you do anything flash? I flash later.
I'm turning towards left.
ドローン取り返し。
Okay.
A focus C よ。
But just, I'm gonna fight this.
Maybe they push mid, okay? I go the outside, guys. You wanna go? I smoke left side. Nothing side. Elbow.
에이쇼 가이드래. 더블.
하이드.
일단 에이쇼.
나이스. One ailing sniper.
Gotta take CT space, boys. Hey, spike.
Sage planto.
タイトスタイトス
片手
そばだけわかんない。
片手
タイトスから
エルボカエルボAmakin elbow
One bullet. 야 얘네 알로 나온다. 조심해라. 두 자루 나와. 세 자루 나온다. 세 자루. B캠. 나 B 쪽 붙어 있어 볼게.
떼면 바로 조치해줄게 그냥 이거. 야 비면 컨택하겠다.
야 이거 포탑 이거 터렛 깔았어 얘들아. 터렛.
나 오른쪽만 볼게. 미드 괜찮지?
안 보여. 미드 안 보여. 미드 괜찮아. 너희들 BTP 안 돼. B 셋이서 막아야 돼.
나 삐 없어. 아예 삐 없어. 삐 밀어볼게.
나이 갈게. 나 CT 가는 중.
나 그냥 쭉 맬게.
나 일보러 갈게. 태호 형.
아예 없어. 야 얘만 봐. 경찰형 땡겨. 내가 볼게.
나이스. 포박 깔았어. 좋았다. 나 개피.
나 일단 먹으러 갈게.
나 이제 형 추위 까줄 기다려봐. 추위 깎고 왼쪽 하나. 사도. 스펙터 개사기네. 맞긴 해.
In the story of VCT Pacific 2025 kickoff, that was just the introduction. We got to know all the characters. Stage 1, the opening chapters. The stumbles, your close calls, they don't define you anymore. And if you were on top, you'd better stay sharp. What you did back then won't mean a thing if you blow it now. Because stage 2 is where we find out whose story this is. 12 teams, and everyone thinks that they're the main character. Honing their strategies, their aim, their toughness, and plotting their revenge. Anything they can to gain an edge, but there can only be one. Everything before this, that was just prologue. Now, you're playing for the big trophy. Win here and your name is forever written in the history of VCT Pacific. Everyone else is just along for the ride.
Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. I keep it moving. Zoom in because I can. You cannot stop what you can see. I'm way up there. I'm okay, right. Been doing this for a minute. I'm feeling right. I'm about to go and get it. You never ever seen it quite like this. You best believe I'll keep you popping your head. Never ever gonna stop that chase of the bread. I'm turning up. You feel that heat? I'm checking the room up. The 808 thumping the beat. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Keep the room moving. I keep you shaking, yeah. Pull up another cup. Throw your hands in the air. I'm up, I'm energized. Looking like $1 million. How about we catch a vibe? We cannot give no. Rolling, knock 'em down. Never slow another round. Pull up just like that. Got 'em moving round and round. Rolling, knock 'em down. Never slow another round. Pull up just like that. Got 'em moving round and round. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up? I'm slowing down. I'm falling back. I lost my crown. Can you keep up?
Hi guys, it's Jen here with a bag full of questions from the fans. Today we have one and only Primi with us. Hey Primi, thanks for joining us. This one's for you. So these are all the questions from the fans. We're gonna go through 3 of them, okay? Primi, do you have any plans to play other Sentinel agents besides Deadlock?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay. Last one. To the Talon players, can we expect a trophy from you?
Yeah, I think.
Definitely?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna do one more bonus. What do you think is the most important thing in the game?
Communication.
Communication. Okay. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let you go back and communicate with your teammates. Good luck today.
Thank you.
welcome to day 2 here at the playoffs of VCT Pacific. We've got powerhouse teams in our upper bracket today, and we'll be finding out which will be the first Pacific team to lock in that champion slot. And hey, we may even be getting a second. Mika Fab's here on the desk with Big Time, and Pilsky is back. No longer with Quack. I wanted to ask, you guys have been together for so long, both stages and everything. What was it like spending one day apart?
Heartbreaking, I don't know if I can recover from this. The trust is definitely eroded at this point, but I have some great distractions today. At least we're going to be qualifying maybe even 2 teams over to Champions Paris. That's going to be great, and that will definitely take my mind off of how devastated I am.
Well, you don't need to be devastated anymore because you guys are back together. We've gotten rid of Quack, put him back on the caster desk for another day. Hello to you, Quack, by the way. But yes, we also have our Splash X celebration still ongoing, so hope you guys are enjoying the bundle. We are way too busy here on the Analyst desk to buy the bundle ourselves, but we will get on that, of course.
But we're definitely embodying the spirit of it. I saw Jen Lee in the green room spraying people with a water pistol, so I can tell that she's definitely going to be picking that up in-game.
That's very, very true. I hope the poor soul who was getting sprayed by that water pistol, I hope he's okay.
He deserved it.
He did.
He deserved it.
He did indeed deserve that. But yes, it's very, very exciting today because we have 2 very, very important matches. In fact, let's take a look at our playoffs bracket because yesterday actually was quite interesting. That match that eventually leads to the fated matchup with RRQ and Genji. I mean, I was wondering, I think Victoria pointed it out, it's like, why would you vote, why would you think RQ wins this match when they're meant to fight Genji in the lower bracket?
Yeah, we should have known. It's destiny that this will happen every time. But this bracket is crazy stacked. We take a look at those matches that we're looking at today here in the upper bracket, but the action doesn't stop. I mean, this is a packed week full as we're going to run our way through the bracket. Even if you drop down to the lowest, you're not safe. Everybody is dangerous in this bracket.
I totally agree. I think DRX versus Talon. For DRX, a chance to qualify for Champions Paris. Talon will have to run the gauntlet all the way into the top 2, though. They're not guaranteed that qualification. And PRX versus T1 is also a qualification game because all of these teams are also high on the championship points that if they're able to qualify into that upper finals, not only are they going to be guaranteed based on championship points to be going to Champions Paris, but they're also going to secure themselves a spot in the Tokyo finals.
That is absolutely right. And that's where that safety net of the championship points comes in, right? We get to see how these teams will perform without that safety net of the championship points, needing to fight as if their very, very lives here in Pacific depend on it, because it does. And we do have our matches today. We have DRX versus Talon, and we have PRX and T1.
Whoa, these are so spicy.
Only bangers here in Pacific.
There's so much drama behind that DRX Talon game. I'm very excited for that game. DRX has a crazy head-to-head, and then 2 winners of the Masters events going up against each other once again here, Morgan.
Yeah, we saw them compete at the start of this stage, and it wasn't 2-0 in the favor of PRX. T1 looking to flip that script today and upset the reigning Toronto champions later on today.
And we have, of course, both of these winners will be locking in that spot in Tokyo, right? They will be going over to Tokyo. And for DRX and the second match, those will be locking in the championship slots.
Yes.
It could be DRX. And as we mentioned earlier, this is a matchup that many are looking forward to. These are 2 teams that are very, very strong contenders for the Pacific Throne.
Absolutely. I am so excited for this game for DRX. They have been seeded ahead in the upper bracket of the playoffs here because they had a fantastic performance in the group stage. They went 4-1 overall. They looked like they were definitely picking up more steam, more momentum, and getting back into some scary form. A 2-0 against RRQ, Team Secret, and Global to cap off the group stage there. They're looking better and better all the time. Freeing is looking great on this Viper. Marco's in beast mode. Australia's making some good calls and having a good map or 2 here and there, but the 2 heavy hitters are undeniably Flashback back on the team, and Hyunmin ever consistent in as a rookie player here in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, Hyunmin has been that guy for DRX, and I mean, I think when we think about the top duelists in Pacific, there's so many big names that jump out, and I think Hyunmin almost gets swept under the radar. But statistically, this guy is a monster. You watch him play, he does so much for this team, and like you say, so clean in their last 3 games. But now is starting in that upper bracket a blessing or a curse?
Yes, 100%. That's what I'm looking at here as well, because DRX, they've had a little bit of time off. They've had some easier games in the group stage, and now they're versing a team that is very hot, full of momentum right now. I think it's also honestly crazy as well that Hyunmin gets somewhat overlooked, maybe not even talked about as much on DRX. This guy's a bloody Royal Roader.
Yeah.
His first season he won Pacific. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy because I think Hyunmin doesn't exactly have... He's not a very flashy duelist, but he is almost perfect. You know he's gonna get in there, you know he's gonna execute, and you know he's gonna do his job, but it's nothing too flashy. On the contrast, you have Talon that is almost a direct contrast of DRX, right? Very, very contrasting styles. If you have DRX that's more refined, Talon is more raw and unpredictable.
Yeah. I mean, this is a team stacked full of aimers. They're all so young, so sharp, coming in from Thailand, looking to make themselves known here. Talon historically have had success here in Pacific. They continue to place very, very well, and they want this year to be no different. Spearheaded by Thai now on that main duelist, and of course Primi. We talk about him all the time. He's a future superstar for this lineup. But yeah, it's really, they need top 2 if they're going to make it a champs, so it has to start now.
I mean, they came in hot into the group stage there in Group Omega. Ever since that Boom game, I was pretty sold on Talon. I knew that they were going to be a force to be reckoned with here in Pacific, especially with the role change of Dai. You're continuing to see him put up good numbers. They put Nongshim away pretty bloody cleanly yesterday, particularly on their map pick, on Nongshim's map pick of Lotus. They really just kind of swept the floor. And outside of, I would say, how would I characterize it? Maybe an underperformance in that final map against TFM in the group stage. There really hasn't been any slip-ups for Talon. They even played PRX extremely close. They went to all 24 rounds in both maps, despite the fact they were getting dominated in opening duels. So I really felt like in that series in particular, if a few more things had gone the way of Talon, they could have at least stolen a map there.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. For me, this team has everything. I just think the only thing that's really lacking is experience on a lot of these players. But they play with a lot of discipline. They understand the macro very well. They're very sharp individually, and anybody can really pop off and carry this team.
Looking at the lower side of this graphic, though, I do have to point out that this candy cane trend that has become tied to Talon, it is pointing towards a loss today for this team.
Candy cane, traffic light, whatever you call it. I don't think it's going to be happening. I've already predicted for Talon against the candy cane successfully once.
Yeah.
I think today's another day for it. But this head-to-head matchup might...
Ooh, 5-0.
Oh, man, that doesn't look pretty.
That's not good.
Oh, can I change my prediction? No, we haven't got into it yet. But it's not too late. It's not too late. We haven't brought up the graphic yet.
Not quite yet. It's not over until it's up, right? But, yes, the DRX and Talon, they have gone head-to-head many times here on the Pacific stage, but DRX has always come out on top.
Looking at these statistics here, you can see a couple really catch your eye for Talon. First in round wins, first in pistol wins, and it was even more dominant than that to start off this stage of VCT Pacific. Yeah. If for those that didn't watch the games or don't remember, because it was a while ago now, at the start of this stage, Talon were dominating pistols, dominating this bonus round. They were really just running full momentum through these games and just, streaking through these halves. So they definitely have the potential to do that against TRX, who you can see are a little bit more underwhelming in the pistols overall.
I mean, I think overall, statistically, Talon looking very good. Take a look at the bottom of this graphic. Talon are ahead in first kill percent and first kill win percent. So they're creating more advantages and they're better at closing them. That's a real key part of the game here. So I think Talon really now is the best chance they have to upset this DRX team.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since Talon, we've been talking a lot about their firepower. We've been talking about how Primi and Tai, this combination actually works so well for Talon, right? And on the other side, we were talking about how Flashback and Hyunmin are so important to that DRX core, adding to that very systematic and mathematical approach that DRX has.
See some Hyunmin highlights here. He has just been ever consistent. Honestly, before this stage, I was getting a little bit worried. DRX was shuffling around their roster, and Hyunmin, who has always been consistent for them all year, was actually having a couple of lackluster games, but that definitely did not continue as we headed into VCT Pacific, and DRX picked up more momentum and more fire.
And now we take a look at Flashback. Ever since his re-addition to this DRX roster, he has been going crazy on this Sentinel role. I really feel like it's been the missing piece for DRX.
I mean, this game, it was fantastic. He dropped 40 in 2 maps against RRQ. He had some insane highlight moments, but he had a bit of a quieter week last week. So we'll see if he can turn around that performance. But Thai, outside of a Neon game on Sunset, has been phenomenal for Talon. Seeing this guy moved over from controller into that duelist role coming into this stage has been a key reason why Talon has become a top team here in Pacific.
I mean, against Nongshim as well, he just completely took over. And now we take a look at Flashback's opposite number here in Primi, moving across to be that kind of perma Sentinel, playing a lot of Deadlock and Sage. Only one map there with the Yoru on Lotus. So this guy has been, I mean, this clutch was just absolutely insane. He's so stacked full of potential.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see all of these players really grow here on the Pacific stage, and because you're seeing them become such pivotal parts of their teams, right? Especially for Tai here, where you almost feel like he was a sleeper agent.
Yeah.
You know, previously he was like that controller, suddenly you put him on duelist, and he is outperforming, you know, even Primi sometimes, which is a lot to say.
Oh, absolutely. He's been fantastic. He's been very impactful. I was concerned even watching one of these rookie players go into the playoffs, wondering if the nerfs are going to get to him. Particularly, it's a lot of responsibility to be given that duelist role. You have to be the consistent fragger that performs in the server, but he has definitely delivered the impact. He did not look like he was slowing down at all in that Nongshim game. He was wiping the floor with them.
I mean, I remember when we had Frost on the desk here in the group stages, and he said one thing that he loves about this young team is that they're not afraid of anybody. They're excited to play against the best. They want to cut their teeth on the very best in Pacific, and that's exactly the attitude you need if you want to make these deep runs into playoffs. You can't be scared of the big names on the other side.
And I think that's also what's special about Talon and that, you know, that raw kind of firepower that we're mentioning. It's almost instinctive for these players to just flick, to just spray and everything. But for the side of DRX, I would say they're a lot more systematic. Their protocols are in place and everything, and that's their strength in that sense. I have a big question here because now that Flashback is back for DRX, right? We've seen how important he is for DRX's performance. I'm wondering how much of an X factor that will be in this match.
Oh, it should be. He's going to be a big win condition for them. He's going to be very key in the late round, coming up with the clutches, but he's also very sharp. He's quite welcome to take those heads-up opening duels. That's something that when we had him on the couch, he said, it's great to have another aimer on DRX because Flashback actually has that potential. You've seen him pick up the double duelist. I want to see if DRX is going to swap his role up at all because they have just kept him on that refined Sentinel role and really stuck to the same structure. But people forget, in the past, especially when it was peak DRX coming off of that Pacific win and coming off playing over in Masters Bangkok, in early stage 1, they were playing double duelist and Flashback was running it down.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of it for them recently, but they do have that potential to swap. We've seen them play those other styles and it has been so effective. Now would be the perfect time to do it. You head in the playoffs, you flip your maps on your head, you flip your comps around. I would love to see that.
Well, how much of a map flip are we seeing? We're seeing Talon pick up Bind, which is not surprising. They have been performing well on it, as well as a Sunset and a Sandmans, I think.
Okay, Haven is good. So this whole stage, Talon have been floating Haven and second banning it, basically. They like to get rid of Ascent, and then in that second round of bans, they normally take out Haven if it's available. This is the first time this stage we've seen someone pick it into them. They haven't played this map since the Teo meta.
Look, Talon has been solid on Bind overall. They only lost very narrowly to PRX recently. They're quite happy to start out on attack. They often do choose even to start out on attack when Bind is picked into them. So DRX picking defense, who did play quite well against RRQ. I think that map is pretty even ground. DRX very confident, very comfortable on Haven. They should be, I'm interested to see really what comp they're bringing. That's the biggest question for me. And the same thing for Talon, because although previously they have had a fantastic record on Haven, that goes back to Teo meta. They're going to have to change at least one thing up, even though they are 3-0 on the map against a lot of great Korean teams. Gen.G and T1 back then they were able to take out on Haven. So I think Haven has questions comp-wise for both teams, and then Lotus is a decider. It's going to be DRX. They're quite happy to change up their comps. They've had close wins against GE and Nongshim, but those aren't really teams that I would feel very confident about playing close on a map. Whereas over on the side of Talon, their Lotus has looked fantastic, and they've been playing double duelist. It's the only map where you see Primi on a duelist.
So would you say the map Veto is currently favoring Talon slightly?
No, I think it's pretty even, to be honest. I really think this could go either way, and I think it's going to come down a lot to, are we going to see some comp changes? Because that's what really excites me about both of these teams. DRX flips their comps all the time. They've changed their style a little bit. Whether they win or lose, they're quite happy to adjust their comps, and Talon is always that tricky team in the Veto, that tricky team in the Agent Select that loves to change things up and catch teams off guard.
Yeah, I would love to see something different here. If we take a look at the previous comps, I think, so for Talon, this comp that is on your screens here isn't necessarily correct. We've most recently seen them play bind with the Gecko, with the Fade, and the Deadlock.
Yeah.
That almost pseudo triple initiator style there. That's what we would expect to see from Talon. And over on the side of DRX, they've recently simplified to now go back to just playing, you know, Fade with the Viper, but the Vice is in there as well.
This Sky Waylay comp got dismantled by Nongshim. That was not a close game. Dambi ran over them with the Raze, and immediately after that game, DRX swapped up their comp, and they actually took out RRQ on Bind in a pretty successful game. That was a game, though, where Flashback was clutching out of his mind. He was going absolutely ballistic, and last week he was a little quieter, to be honest. He actually didn't have a great last game, so I think Flashback needs to hit that same level of performance on Bind, or DRX may be in trouble.
Yeah, I think DRX will feel good because the composition that RRQ ran wasn't crazy dissimilar to what Talon had, because, you know, it was that Deadlock, it was that Gecko, and the one thing DRX did is they understood that the executes were heavy, they sat back, and they retook with efficiency.
Yes.
Right? So I'm curious if that's going to be their game plan heading into this game today.
Yeah, I am going to be very, very curious indeed. I'm even more curious what your teams are. No, I just used that as a segue. I'm not really curious. I'm like, I've given up, basically. I just want the casters
You actually
to win
asked to skip this segment.
I did, and then production said, Mika, no, you can't do that.
We love Acer. We have to keep doing
do need to bring up, of course, Build Diff by Acer and Intel. We have Victoria's team up first, and she has Hyunmin, Forsaken, Primi, DH, and Divide.
I think that team is terrible. Honestly, I think that team is absolutely terrible. That's why I went for the exact same team today.
Oh!
Slap my name up there. Victoria, how did you do it? I thought I was being tricky picking this team. I thought surely Victoria's going to pick something.
To be fair,
Forsaken only plays Initiator on one map. Maybe that's going to slip under her radar. Respect, Vic. You know your stuff.
If I know Victoria, she's going to be very angry about this because it means she can't beat you in points today. Talk us through your team, Mika.
So I do also have Hyunmin up there. I have, instead of Forsaken, I have Killua. And I have Davai over here on Sentinel.
Makes sense.
Meteor and Controller. You can actually switch up these two. And I have the Ultimate Flex for Forsaken.
Wow, okay. I rate that team. And Killua, very underrated at the moment. He's actually really just under both Primi and Dai on Talon. He's a big fragger too.
Yeah, I like it. So I'll replace my team with your team, Mika. So I also have Hyunmin. I also have Killua. I also have Divide, but I have DH on my controller.
I'm gonna put Meteor here on the side.
And my flex is, of course, the man himself. You got to get Primi in.
Primothy.
You got to get Primi in there. Yesterday, I did manage to win with both Primi and Killua, and that did a very great job for me. So I'm running with it again.
A lot of us have very similar picks today. The casters, though, going for Patman. Now, Patman, he can be a weaker fragger because just there's only so many kills to go around. And you look at the rest of PRX, like they're usually running it down. He's usually throwing prowlers for them. But Patman has had some big games on Bind, so I can see some potential there.
Yeah, I mean, I've been stung by having Patman before, though. I don't want to go down that road again. But all of us very similar. All of us putting our eggs in the Hyunmin basket today.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised about that. I very strongly considered something. The reason why I didn't go for something is I really do think Sunset has potential to be in the next Veto.
Yeah.
And I don't want to see something on a drone and a dart like just not potentially fragging because other people are just running it down while he's, you know, sending in the util.
Right, the sub thing. I did also I did also think about it. No, what?
Is that a real thing?
No.
I guess it is
Did
now.
you just invent that?
It's a thing if you want it to be. Why not?
I don't. I think we need to kill that one.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll throw it in the reject pile. Just like my build diff teams and everything.
No, I like your team today. Yeah, I think
you are just being patronizing at this point, sir. I have to call you out on that. But yeah, it's I think that everybody on this stage that will be stepping onto this stage will be putting up quite the performance because again, this is day 2 and we have these important matches, and this first one coming up will give us our first winner that will be going to Tokyo. So let's send it to the stage.
Let's fly.
DRX. Our upper bracket matches continue with DRX and Talon. DRX, they have been going through every opponent here in Pacific with relative ease. They've been on the top of Pacific before with the kickoff trophy. Can they get the throne back?
Yeah, the situation is very, very simple for DRX today. Win this game and you are going to champions. That's the end goal. That's the end game for this team. This team have gone from strength to strength, looking better and better, more and more synergized than ever, and now they're very, very close to their end.
There are a lot of expectations on DRX, especially being such regular faces at these global events. But of course, you have Talon Esports on the other side, and they're not throwing away their shot at this. It's taken a while for the pieces to fit in, but man, is it worth it. Known as one of the most unpredictable teams, one thing is certain, Talon has never looked better, but can they make their way to champions once again, and can they earn their first Pacific trophy?
They are the only team in this upper bracket that has to make it all the way to the top two if they want to go to champions. They don't have the points built up, so it's now or never. There's so much drama, so much hype behind this matchup. Everyone has been looking forward to it. It's an 0-5 head-to-head record from Talon going up against DRX. They want to try to overcome that today and potentially be able to, I guess you would call it an upset. I feel like they're in fantastic form. This is a 50-50 for me.
No, for sure. And I think that both of these teams right now, they are definitely thinking that that was gonna happen.
There's no love lost here.
Yeah, that is.
We all know
that
that
is heavy, man.
Everybody knows. Okay, I got. It feels a little colder right now.
Oh, yeah, that's ice cold.
This is a very serious matchup, guys. There is a lot on the line, not only in terms of just qualifying, there is beef, there is drama. This is what you love to see. This is peak esports entertainment.
Oh yes, definitely something that everybody was waiting to see. They want to see how Talon is going to be able to take the series from DRX, because DRX have been, getting this over Talon every single time here on the Pacific stage. And for DRX, is this enough to actually get them to Tokyo and eventually to the Champions League?
I mean, for me, this is the best we've seen Talon look. Even when they met last time in the playoffs, I don't think Talon were quite the same.
Wow.
That's why I'm going for them today. This could not be more perfect.
Look at that split. That's quite pretty. That's like, every OCD person's like, oh, okay, perfect.
Red team versus blue team. Fan vote pretty similar
pretty
as well, to be honest. I really think this should be a fantastic matchup. I am so hyped to see what the outcome is going to be. Whether it is going to be yet another Korean powerhouse cruising through the upper bracket and being the Pacific representation, or whether Talon are going to change that narrative. They will start out on the attacking side of Bind. It is the same tried and true comp. Dai has been fantastic on the Raze, Primi on his signature deadlock. They played this comp since kickoff. They know what they're doing with it.
Yeah, no changes on the side of DRX either from what we last saw from their Bind. I think you got to highlight Freeing. Since he's been playing more and more of this Viper, he's going from strength to strength. He's returning, dare I say it, to near kickoff form, and that's a huge boost for DRX.
For sure, especially now he's not piloting the Teo anymore. 100th map for Jip Boys. Congratulations, an absolute vet here in VCT Pacific. Other players you can mention, I mean, Cruz sometimes has big games on the fade on this map. We've seen that already, but last game that you saw from DRX on this map, Flashback was phenomenal in a very tight game against RRQ.
Absolutely. Well, no more cold shoulders here. We're gonna kick things off, and we are gonna go over to Bind with our casters Komodo and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Here we go. an enormous day of Valorant for VCT Pacific. I'm Achilles. That's Komodo. I'm hot swapping the Australians here today. Got Komodo in alongside me. Thank you for filling in for, I already forgot his name.
Yeah,
the bold one. It's fine.
Yeah.
Either way, what a match that we have here. DRX going up against Talon. The stuff on stage aside, this is already a gigabanger.
Yeah, I mean, I think we heard it and they said it perfectly right. The winner gets essentially in towards like champions. Let's call it there, right? But maybe not, right? DRX gets into champions.
DRX hard
Talon,
locked.
I mean, are they going to get there? They have to get into first, second. That's going to be a challenge. DRX is going to be the first hurdle. We'll figure out the next hurdle in the next series. So it's going to be a battle.
But if he can take this step here now with Talon, Tokyo's right there on the horizon waiting for you. So getting into the top two, you just be a step away. The pressure is going to be mounting here on both sides. DRX missing out on Masters Toronto, wanting to run it back, wanting to make up for the shortcomings that they experienced over at Masters Bangkok as well. Let's see who is going to be able to draw first blood as we get into bind. Talon first on the attack.
You got to remember as well, DRX is not a team, not an org that misses champions. They've always been present, so they want to be getting back there after the stumbles that they've gone through this year. Now, for the folks out there and the folks in Sliggy's chat as well, for those that know, we've fixed the HUD. You've got your credits back, so
Yippee!
be happy.
Bunch of people are going to be, but I like the KDA, bro. I don't care about the money. I just want to see the guy shoot the guy and the number go up. Either way, we do have some good early damage here on the tie, putting him down to 21. That does make for a little bit of a tougher of an entry, but it is freeing all alone here on the site. Quick grab, though, from DRX as they get this 4-player shove all the way down through market and into short.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be ready for this as quick as possible. You've already got Thai, who is quite low, ready for the plant maybe, but look at this.
Got multiple players as well. Cruz taking a bit of damage, but Kahlua covering fire, going to be able to find himself a second kill, and Ty still does get involved, finding flashback now. That just leaves freeing and Estrella. Quick clear of the Dizzy. With just a frenzy in hand, Estrella's got his work cut out for him. Could swap over to a classic perhaps, but now it's going to be teleport taken, and Ty finds the headshot. Quick on the pivot here is freeing, still just a ghost, however, and Talon are looking very well poised to close this out. Oh my goodness. Basically a sprinting shot, able to plant his feet fast enough to get it. 3K here for the Gecko, and Talon are off to the races.
Does not matter if Ty is really low in HP there, does it? And the rest of the squad as well. I'm looking at that 1 versus 4 and a couple of players that within an inch of their life could have just been polished off pretty convincingly. And maybe Freeing gets a bit of a round to be worked, but also just off-put in the very beginning, right? Has to just get out of dodge when there's a complete stampede from Talon in towards the A site. We've always seen great pistol success when it comes to Talon, and they are going to continue on with that, and as well as we are going to continue on with the curse that is Achilles and pauses. Because it's you. It's you.
I mean, I definitely know that it's me. I mean, but you, I mean, obviously we're there with me, ACL.
Oh, yeah,
so
no, that one
was a little bit of a joint experience between the two of us. Maybe I actually do need paper thin here to be kind of like the anti.
He just puts a block on it, reverses the curse.
It actually doesn't work. We had that like hour-long pause with Gen G Fnatic over at Toronto. So yeah, it is me. I am just the problem. But as we get word, we're going to relay that over to you guys. My guess is just going to be a minor gear issue here on the side of Talon, which it always feels a bit better when you have a tech issue and it's with the team that just won the round.
Yeah,
because then you don't have that question of, oh, did they lose the round because of this thing? You know, not always going to have that Boostio 100 Thieves situation where you can't use your mouse, but you still manage to win the win the round there.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was a pretty convincing pistol from my perspective anyway for Talon. No kind of question about it, right? Straight into the A site. Good to see that Premi's already setting up that forward utility on this deadlock as well, especially on this attacking side. If we're not going to be able to see DRX kind of get a grasp on that early on, it might come to get the better of them a little bit. They were very slow to adapt in the game against RRQ after changing a lot of their agent set in towards that series as well. But stylistically, I mean, quite different Talon versus RRQ in the way that they navigate the rounds on the attacking side as well. Getting up to the choke points for RRQ, very pop and go, where Talon, they have a couple of extra layers depending on what Cruz wants to call into this as well, between the speed and the slow-paced nature. So I am actually kind of keen to see how they're going to adopt and adapt in towards this one as well. Specifically picking this map and DRX opting to start defense, and they're going to do that in every map of this series as well.
So yeah, have it confirmed. Gear issue. Waiting to see if we have an ETA on this one. I mean, we had, you know, 2 of them yesterday. Wasn't too bad. We're able to kind of just get through it pretty quickly. So let's see, admin still standing by, but I believe that they're getting back into the game here. So hopefully should have things taken care of pretty soon, and then we can continue on with this one, because obviously, you know, the players as well, like a break in the momentum, not something that we want to be seeing here. Both of our series today are absolute monster sets. DRX with the chance to just go ahead, lock in Paris. The same can be said for both of our teams in the next upcoming matchup with T1 versus PRX. Whoever gets that win there has their position locked.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, for me as well, scary for Gen G RRQ, right? Because those are the teams that, in our whole points shenanigans affair, they want to not see the other team get the points, but if they're getting bowed out back down in that lower bracket, you're just gone.
Yeah. So it's going to be squeaky bum time for those teams down in the lower bracket, which of course we'll start saying goodbye to people come tomorrow. So it's going to be a very steady ramp up here with the pressure, with the importance of these games day over day. All for it to culminate over in Tokyo.
Now I'm looking towards teams like Nongshim and DFM as well, right? When we're thinking about our Ascension teams, how much of a run are Nongshim gonna have? Are they even potentially gonna have a lower bracket run, get first, second, get in towards champs, then you stay in Pacific. You don't go down to Ascension to have the fight. On the flip side, if DFM do a run, well, boom, they're gonna get knocked out of the Ascension spot and they're just gonna go back to Challengers. That'll be horrible for them.
Yeah. The fate that you really don't want to suffer, but you can see the fist bump starting to come through here for the DRX players, much the same, I'm sure, across the stage. So that does mean that we are ready to go ahead and get into this second round on Bind. Let's see what the bye looks like. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a soft one here for Talon. 2 ghosts, a Marshall Stinger. Just this Phantom to really have some oomph. Okay, they're adding a little bit to it here.
It's all right. Now, Talon, a team that is pretty convincing when it comes to the secondary rounds here and not dropping them, but DRX, the team that so far has won the most anti-eco rounds on the thrifty variety. So there's a slim chance here that DRX could pull away with this round, and they are rotating to the correct side accordingly. All 5 members here.
We were seeing it yesterday. The Classics have just been hitting a little bit different here in Pacific. And freeing. About to peek out, and okay, we'll just get pounded down here as flashback Estrella, both gonna fall high. They'll just go ahead and clean up 3, and that's gonna be a flawless. Some damage dealt, some armors to be rebought, but for the most part, Talon absolutely going to be over the moon with that result. And so far, I mean, it's only been the 1 casualty.
Yeah, building up closer towards your Thrash and your Showstopper are going to be some pivotal ults to get as well. Be enormous if they were online in a round such as this, so it is good to see that Thai is getting extremely active and get closer towards that Showstopper, but not going to have it in towards the bonus round. Will set up an opportunity for DRX to start on their defensive side as well. Going to be coming into this round with a couple of regen shields, but there's going to be no outlaw or anything that Talon are bringing into this round to kind of make you a little bit worried in that regard.
Pivotal round here for DRX. It's been playing a lot more restraint compared to what we were seeing from T1 yesterday with Meteor just storming down an angle.
Well, so far a little bit of this hookah control to be established by Talon. Meanwhile, saw the Prowler go through the teleporter to check outside of Bass as well to just give a bit of a heads up to flashback if anything's coming his way. A player that I feel like in this series needs to be with the team as well. After last time's settling back a little bit. If he's firing, I think that he can be a crucial player in this one, given by how Talon like to play a little bit more methodically around utility sometimes.
Slow reapproach to the angle, Hyunmin hanging back into the spawn, starting to drift his way back towards Lab.
Got a lot of this utility still for Talon to just explode onto this site, though.
Oh, now he's going for the push. He's actually made his way back across towards the end. Here comes the exact. Blind out, Estrella trying to rescale into the site, but already Mako going to be overwhelmed, and that's just going to be Ty finding a great timing onto Estrella. Barrier mesh now here in Hyunmin's face. With a full control of the site here in the hands of Talon. DRX, I think in all likelihood, just have to drift away and go for the save onto these 3 weapons.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough run, but that's exactly what they do have to do here. which is a little bit surprising given by the fact that I thought they would have learned from their game against RRQ, a team that you need to almost remove a lot of that utility early to shut down any attempt at getting into a site quickly, right? When you think of a B-pop on this attacking side, they're going to get control of Long and Garden and Hookah as well, ready to just extremely go out in towards the site, dump those stars, the Gravnet, the mollies, and everything that they can come in with. It can be a very destructive set of utility.
Needing to hold on to these guns. Good crossfire from Hyunmin. Helps bail out Freeing, so he repositions back in Lamps. Hyunmin, however, now a little bit more at risk, is waiting for this clock to tick down, and looks like he will be able to retain it. So 3 weapons going to be carried over. The Talon getting a bonus conversion is absolutely massive.
I want to see adjustments early on from DRX, though. They will hold on to the weapons, so they can have a good crack at this round again. But if they are allowing Talon to just get to these choke points and set their utility, these are the things that they're going to love, right? You talk about practicing in scrims, practicing in how you want to go in towards a map. 5 versus 5, you can kind of layer in exactly what you practice time and time again.
Double judge now here in hand for DRX as the economy starts to take a beating.
Yeah, just grouping at the top of A short.
Hello, from the back away. Can't chill the side of zone. Bring out will just be a trade of the nade, the molly. Snakebite expended is clear from Estrella. Has to drop back out of this position for a brief little moment, but wants to try to rescale, given that he has that judge in hand.
You'd be loving things if you were freeing over in Lamps with that judge as well. Get spotted out, try to bait in your opponents in towards you. Judge can absolutely sing in that position, but just the toing and froing around the map at the moment for Talon. Seeing nothing extend out through showers, seeing jump spotting again for freeing.
Walked out onto the site. Deep pull back here, and Freeing does manage to close the gap to find one. So it's a swap over. That's going to be a Phantom now in hand. Talon's still looking to try to push this angle. Talon just confirms, yes, he is in fact still in this position. Seas will get a grab. He's going to try to hold his own, but Cruz does manage to hound him down. Taking advantage of the HP advantage, and they're a little bit too late to try to spam out the wingman as Jit Boys now gets the approach from Showers, which gives them the player advantage. Thrash now going to be sent in towards backside. Quickly cleared out. Reload completed from Hyunmin, but once again, a very rough position for DRX to try to fight their way back into this. You still have Estrella just with a judge. Playing far enough back, shouldn't really be at risk too much here. Trap getting triggered, Primi swinging, finds the headshot on the Mako, finds Hyunmin. And Estrella now is completely boxed in. And at that range, yep, that judge is not going to do a damn thing. They will wait to the very last moments to ensure that he cannot survive. Primi will find it for an extra little charge as well, getting halfway towards the Annihilation. 4-0 start here for Talon.
Everybody on Talon is very aligned at the moment in how they're wanting to play this attacking side, getting active in informational gathering and in the fragging department too. Really loving just the little autonomy that Jit Boys is having as well, finding his timing, making sure nobody's just playing later in showers and pushes in at the right position too, at the right timing with the team. Deadlock utility, you got to remember, right, can be very strong in post plants, something that Talon extremely want to get into time and time again. And if you're DRX and you're letting this happen, you need to adjust your game plan. You need to be going a little bit early on for a couple of these hunts. That B-long smoke, getting close to perhaps. So a lot of teams liking that on bind, get close to the smoke, try to spray them all down when they pop on through.
Bring them down.
Speaking of letting it happen, haven't seen a timeout call quite just yet here. Maybe ahead of the next buy round from DRX. Still that showstopper to be concerned about. Hyunmin one charge away from his, but it's far too risky to try to make a play for these orbs at the moment.
Just holding the same positions across the map as well in this default from DRX.
Great shot from Flashback. Won't be able to find the second though. Trying to get the trade back here, keeping the numbers even. That does mean the DRX now scrambling a bit to try to cover that portion of the map that they've lost control of. So Mako slotting over, Hyunmin joining in here on the site.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go. This is where Talon will need to make a decision on where they want to end things, and seeing rotations primarily towards this A site. And they'll opt to pivot to B as a fake.
And Estrella, a critical win there. Survives at 5 HP. A showstopper now forward here from Ty, looking to try to hound him down, but caught up here in the teammates grab net, and Mako hits a belter of a shot. effectively takes him down out of the sky. The Molly now in position. It's only 15 seconds remaining. They have to get this spike planted. Nebula set up. Bit of damage going to be eaten, but Kevin pushes forward off that and finds two. It's going to be a thrifty for TRX to get themselves on the board.
A couple of sharp shots coming through from those Sheriffs as well, just across the map. So individually, needing to see something from TRX in their standard default plays, as I'm talking about. They're not really budging in their original positioning. The Sheriffs get it done, and time is ticking away too down. I mean, at the 20-second mark, I'm thinking to myself, Talon, are you gonna pivot towards that B site? There's a reposition as well. A flank available from DRX just in case from Australia.
That is a hellish shot from Mako.
Oh, yes.
Shut down a showstopper as well. Now Hyunmin does have his online.
And he's on top of truck as well. Get those spider senses tingling. Can certainly get some good shots out here.
Quick jiggle, the peak, the instant headshot. Kahlua dead. Flashback trying to hold down Showers once again. Is able to find the one, but Primi fights his way forward until Freeing finds him with the crossfire. And now there's two players locked back here on short. Not much hope for the side of Talon here in this round. We'll see, though, if they can pull a rabbit out of a hat. Ty has been known to do.
Well, Ty has been crazy these past couple weeks on this duelist role now for Talon. He's got a full set of utility as well, but it is still, at the end of the day, a 2 versus 4.
On Marie's face, still just spotting out the one. Jit Boys at the same time, trying to see if he can open something up on this B site, see if maybe he can catch a lesser stack. Mako on the swing, however, sees him, and now DRX know that these players are operating a bit more separated.
Be a big duel here.
As well. Not much of a duel at all. Jit Boys didn't really get the option to try to participate. Gun barrel spotted. Quick little wall bang shot. And that's Ty now frantically scrambling to try to hold on to the weapon, but Gunman looking like he wants to go on the hunt here potentially.
It wouldn't be a bad idea. Get a little bit closer towards your own team's economy, but you're not really impacting Talons at all. They're going to have another buy in the next round. So you're really just setting yourselves up. Wouldn't mind a bit of a hunt from Australia too. Get that Nightfall online or get Mako one stop closer to
he grabs the orb, in fact.
Strike. Yeah, there you go, still available. So picking that up anyways.
So will just be a second round win here, consecutive for the side of TRX as they look to try to close this gap. Annihilation, however, now online for Talon. With the Nightfall Showstopper, could be a very dangerous combo, especially in a retake.
There was nothing too out of character from DRX in that round as well. Just same positions time and time again, sending the Fade utility over through B, over through the teleporter. You got a slight shift for Hyunmin to the top truck. So they really are just rotating Hyunmin from B to A, bouncing between the two. Do wonder if Talon are going to kind of realize that in the server without any coach intervention at the moment and look to change things up themselves.
On forward out of the teleporter. Doesn't spot anything. Mako for now holding back here on the site, trying to just play the rest of the team in. As Net's going to be going through Annihilation, looking for the grab, and there it is. That's the pull. The Showstopper out. And now Hyunmin trying to look to get the break, but oh, Ty, he's trying to wrap around out of Hookah into Garden. They just get absolutely decimated. Hyunmin with 3, Mako with 2. That's the B site on lock.
Massive reactions to come out from him on that one too. Not going to be able to really weather through a bit of that utility, but it's just going to stand and deliver. Gorgeous set to come out from them over in guard, unlocking that one down on the expectation that it was going to be a pop and go approach outside of the B long smoke and the hookah play. Love the fact that he was able to just reactively get out that Nightfall as well, but to no real prevail. Massive shots from Hyunmin. Now within 1 round. Knocking on the door of Talon, who are going to reach into the bottom of the barrel in this round. Lots of light shields. Opening frag there would have been gorgeous for Cruz.
Unable to find it. Just trying to get a little bit of damage here perhaps, but Freeing more than happy to just continue these jiggles. Big push up now into Hookah. Quick pop in the Nebula though. And as that falls, Mako just rips him to pieces. Primi, Kahlua both going to be taken down. Ty looking for the transfer, but can't quite make it happen. Would have been a beastly play from him.
Another 2 versus 4 now for Talon. Weren't successful in it last time, but now.
Oh.
That's
boys.
Step 1.
Yeah, quick to readjust it with the Bulldog. Now can just scoop the upgrade. He's worried about making some noise, but yeah, we'll go ahead and collect the Phantom.
Problem is the spike is just left in no man's land, so they'd eventually have to go pick that up, but 2 versus 2, now we start talking a little bit.
Yeah, you continue to open up this site like this. Freeing, gonna be spotted. Snake right on the one side, concussed now, gonna be chucked out, but he plays forward here behind Dice. He's able to avoid the potential stun. Spike now getting recovered. And it looks like Cruz, he's gonna be sending this one over towards the B site. So Jit Boys, yep, taking the teleporter. And now DRX are on the back foot trying to reposition and scramble across the other side of the map.
Oh, eventually a Horns will come online for Australia, but it's going to take a little bit of time for that one. He's just going to get in front of it. What can he do?
Spike planted.
I think I do. In here on the angle. Spotted out. It does allow for both players to now make their way past this Cosmic Divide. You're still playing forward. The wrap on the elbow, but the timing from Estrella completely catches him off guard. Jit Boys now needing to try to clutch this one out. Can't tuck in fast enough around the corner. Oh, a gamble of milliseconds there. He comes up a bit shy, and that means that DRX avoid catastrophe, and they tie things at 4-4.
And that 2 versus 2, Talon just betrayed by both Haunts, it feels like their own, and then that lasting one. As you say, tying it up 4-4, this is the sort of position where you start to worry about Talon a little bit. Their game plan is not really working anymore. DRX, I mean, again, not really repositioning too much across the map. It's just Hyunmin flexing from B to A. They still have all of the Fade utility over towards B long, B teleporter side of things. Freeing is still playing in Lamps. Flashback is still playing in Bars. It is just very copy and paste plays coming out from DRX on this defensive side. Now the option for Talon is going to be on this lesser buy to change things up. Try and put some punish on towards Flashback in Baths.
Operator is positioned up over on the B side of the map, so at least I'll have to contend with that at the moment here in the thrifty attempt. Premier with the Guardian, maybe slotting forward to take point here. Just joined in alongside Ty, trying to put these rifles to good use. Freeing an immense amount of damage going to be suffered there, but Ty is going to take it down, but Premier with a great shot. Continues to try to keep them in this one, and Freeing has to backpedal, just doesn't have the HP to try to stand his ground here. Mako, however, holding Orbital Strike, is going to be sending that one through, but it's going to be a little bit too late. The Wingman gets the spike down on the floor. That's advantage now here over to the side of Talon.
Oh, that wall is going to buy some significant time over towards the side of things, and I'm looking towards the Nightfall available for Cruz, playing in the back lane if required.
Checking all the way back around towards Cavern. There's Estrella. It's ready to swing that corner and clash with the opposing IGL. It looks like Cruz maybe about to catch a glimpse of this one as the Nightfall. Well, if he had sent it, would have given the opportunity, but yep, once again, nearly caught with U2 on hand. Estrella, however, this time unable to finish the job. Kenman trying to push forward. Caught here by the net. The time starting to tick away. They've already got it held to half, but they try to get the defuse going. Kenman says, yes, we can! Covers Mako as TRX overtake Talon 5-4.
Oh, that gets mighty close in that round. Had to be bailed out of a rough situation. Flashback good for one in the trade. That's where I start to get a little bit worried. The spaces started to be gathered by Talon, getting the plant, the missed timing on the orbital strike. I'm thinking this is a thrifty. It's coming on through, but it's some split milliseconds and some sharp shots again from Hyunmin. Getting the job done. Yeah, I mean, certainly putting in the heavy lifting. Now this is where DRX can start to really extend things too. Operators out for Primi on this attacking side.
One away from another showstopper here. Well, actually, never mind. He's got it online. I wasn't paying attention. He just grabbed it. So now another big cause for concern for Talon.
And an avenue locked down as well when you consider that Talon are loving going up through A short time and time again.
And they're able to leave showers widely abandoned because they have the sheer wall forward here.
You'd expect that to be baited though. Operator on the line, you get Jit Boys to jump spot it for you, remove that piece of utility as Mako starts to shift towards the A site. Again, the game plan for DRX is just gathering a lot of this information on the expectation that they can hold down A short very comfortably with this Viper's Pit.
Push getting ready to come through. Jiggle peeks from Estrella, likely about to get a spot there onto Kahlua at long. You know, some shots going to go through, and he does get tagged up a little bit. Nightfall now coming across, out from Hookah. Hyunmin looking for the pinch there onto the player, out towards that fountain, but he's not going to be able to find anything. So a little bit of a zoning showstopper, buys a little bit more time as the clock does start to get run down. Ty able to avoid death. Keeps himself alive, and Cruz gets the opener. Double drop, down, out! And Estrella hits the collide to take down Cruz and Jit Boys. They know that Ty is somewhere here inside of the site, but they also know that that spike is dropped just here at the base of Hookah. The time is starting to dwindle here. 12 seconds remaining. They have to make a go of this. It's all down to Kahlua. But Estrella out from elbow will be able to fell him, and that is going to be DRX now in the lead by 2 rounds.
I feel like you got to call a bit of a timeout for Talon here, right? There's 6 rounds in a row from DRX, and I keep harping on the fact they're not changing their game plan really around this map. That's the first time we've seen a slight shifting in positions just because the Viper's Pit is over through A short. Generally, Flashback has been over in Bass, and he's been comfy to hold that one down. And there's just no pressure, it feels like, the Talon are throwing their way.
And there's still no timeout call to be seen. Maybe ahead of the last round of the half. Either way, looking like it's going to be a bit of an aggro play here. You've got Hyunmin up over the top of the truck. Brother. Oh, that is so unlucky for Primi. Fring just spamming, finding that stray shot. Hyunmin now trying to hold down Lamps and hold it, he shall. Ty is dead. Jit Boys is tagged up. Every player. No one left unscathed as a boom bot. Revenge for its master. DRX securing a lead here at the half, now looking to potentially make it 8-4 with all of those rounds being consecutively won.
It very much feels like to me DRX are on the same page as they were against them in the RRQ game. They needed a couple of rounds to adjust against the attack and what they were looking to do, get to the chokes and explode. At the moment, DRX are not seeing a lot of this early progressive utility for space control from Talon, and they're happy to just sit a little bit further back in these sites. No timeout again from Talon.
Double op setup here. Weapons in backup for sure. So we'll have some reserves. Showstopper one away from Ty here. Ty one away from Showstopper, I should say, as he goes up and over the top and is able to find Flashback. And, well, he doesn't have his main weapon, but he also botches the rocket. It lands in front of the box. And this isn't Lotus, son. That's not going to get a kill. Cruz now is caught. Boombot gets the spot. Up and over, he's looking for the ace. Sends it, won't be able to find it off that Showstopper here, but Jit Boy's now trapped behind Dice. Hyunmin, he will be rewarded for it. The Apex Predator in this half in this map.
Switching sides.
Gets it done. 8-4 secured here from DRX.
We've seen lately so many individual players on first halves getting 18, 17, 19 kills, these sort of numbers, and propelling a team super far. A lot of this utility backwards and forwards in that round and a missed Showstopper. I mean, Hyunmin is just frolicking around the site, hitting every single shot, being where you're not expecting him to be, to come out with the ace, but it still is, again, for the team, an effort by committee. The operator removing Primi before he can even get the annihilation that they focused over in towards Showers. I mean, I'm wondering for Talon, guys, you got the first 4 rounds, you've got timeouts to utilize. And I've spoken to Frost before that this team sometimes has a little bit of communication issues when they're talking Ty in the server, and Frost is kind of needing to figure out, are they okay? Do I need to say something? Am I going to say something that they've already been talking about in the server? And I'm just repeating what they say. You know, there's this really big promise on Cruz needing to translate in the middle of these rounds after the rounds are done in freeze time. To Frost, we're okay. Game plan's fine. I don't feel like the game plan was fine, guys. After those 4 rounds, you got nothing.
Yeah, you have to be scratching your head a little bit about what the strat is. I guess is maybe hope for the best on the attacker's side and then save up the timeouts for the defending side where your bread's going to be a little bit more buttered.
I mean, when I look to Talon and you're sitting second at the moment with the most rounds accumulated on the attacking side, and you switch over to defense, which is slightly worse, but comparable still to DRX. Your bind defenses, yes, you've got a Sentinel in the deadlock, but you still need to be proactive with the rest of the squad. I need to see these fights be taken. I need to see them gathering space, because if they just rest on their laurels, DRX are going to walk all over you.
I think we might have to see that intervention. I think we certainly need to see that intervention if this pistol ends up going the way of DRX. Looking for the crunch here. Flashback holding his own for 1. Does get a little bit of damage on the tie as well. We'll happily collect the Ghost upgrade here for Primi, but at the same time, DRX just pushing forward in towards short. Able to get the spike planted. Is Freeing now going to go on a bit of a walkabout around the back.
Cruz is very far away, by the way, too.
Just now starting to make his way over. Given the frenzies, though, they can try to whittle these down to range battles. They could be in a good spot. Clear the sonic sensor. Molly forward there into the smoke. Good for the grab net catch, but really to be found there. As Hyunmin dead to his own paint shell. That could end up being a little bit costly, and oh yeah, it absolutely is. 3K from Ty, once again. Hot start from him here on the pistol. Talon, they'll go 2 for 2 in that regard. Hit their first round since round 4.
That one gets a little bit rough for DRX at the end there. 4 versus 4, you got the plant, you're holding the right positions that you feel like you're comfy if it gets a bit of a close quarters duel, especially with that frenzy, but Lamps flick the switch the wrong way. That flank that comes in from Cruz that I mentioned as well, really gorgeous on the timing when freeing is a little bit more narrow focus to the side itself. Gonna see the hero stinger play come out for DRX.
Estrella's putting up the money for this one.
See if it's going to be worth its weight in gold, though, because you got a lion's share of effort still towards this B site for Talon, which means an open A site again.
Yeah, it's Primy there at Showers. Well, push coming through. Primy does have a Spectre, which, as of yesterday, has been looking incredibly cracked. He's going to be able to find one, but Mako right there on top of him. Collects that happily for himself. Double TP around the back, arriving here at Showers, but DRX now in control. Hyunmin taking point, pushing forward, getting the spot, but cannot get the kill. Jitboy Singer hitting just a bit harder. That's just the 1 kill found so far. Cut back around the corner and freeing somehow. Does manage to find one. They're whittling away here at these players on Talon. Still a decent amount of distance from being able to close out this round here is DRX. Now onto the spike, the swing in the corner. Mako able to find one, falls down to 20 HP. Estrella bouncing forward, just trying to frantically spray here into the smoke. The Haunt forward, gets them off of this once again. Doesn't have much of anything to work with though, but now Mako finds himself a 3-piece, and it all works. One singer in a dream. It's another thrifty for TRX.
The team that is on top currently in losing the pistol but converting the second round have done it again. And if we don't get a timeout from here, from Talon, I am going to rage. They need a little bit of assistance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is going to be a big tilter, and you need to have that intervention right now.
I mean, that's...
Bring these players back.
That Stinger as well, by the way, that was purchased up, pushes all the way into the vents, didn't actually get a kill. It is regathered, and the team still makes it work around the site too. I was looking at a little bit of Marco's positioning and what he's cordoning off with the incendiary. It was really nice around Dice, affording himself individual angled battles. And finally, we do get that timeout from Talon.
And it's somehow the first time out of the map.
Yeah,
you know?
It's crazy.
Because it feels like Talon should have used one
and DRX too
forever ago. But yeah, DRX have to go in 0-4. I think had they not been able to get that thrifty to start the streak, we probably would have seen it.
Yeah, for sure.
There, but they just went, oh, well, we just pulled that off. Let's see how long we can ride this high. Turns out it was for the whole rest of the damn half.
I mean, something that I was impressed with Talon yesterday, they always had trades going time and time again, no matter where they were going, very reactive. We've seen a little bit of that on the attacking side, and I want to see more from them on the defensive side, because we've seen the 4-1 stacks with the teleporter pushes so far twice in a row. Get a little bit later on into the game plan in the rounds, sure. But they are looking to go for that again, at least now.
Ready stack here at B, and Gunman, well, he just whittles away at it. Finds the first, so Cruz IGLing from beyond the grave.
When you see those bodies over towards B as well, you should have an idea as DRX that it might look to be the same game plan. Just got to figure out where Primy is over towards the A site and seeing none of the sensors and fast is okay. Straight just easy burst off the board.
Fires into the corner. Oh my God!
Okay.
That goes back in for a little bit more. It says, I don't think that you've exited. He continues the spam. He's looking to just go ahead and take down Shit Boys. Primy at the same time opens up the A site, and they know exactly where the last player is.
The Eco frags will be mine.
Hell of a round here from Estrella.
Now you got your pick.
Joins in, and now you've got flashback forward. Outlaw ready to strike, and okay, second shot will get it done. Flawless here from DRX as they hit double digits. Doubling the round count from Talon, but this is going to be the round for the timeout. The showstopper is there online.
But the damage that Estrella has actually just done in that round too, with the plant just at the tail end, he's one away from the Nightfall now. So if you're knowing that there's going to be a lot of this B-long presence from Talon, or if you're expecting a little bit of a weaker Showers, you can have your pick on where do you want to go together as a team to potentially pick that one up. Looks like by the lean of players towards the B site at the moment, it's going to be more of that default over towards there with the standard utility set from DRX.
Outlaw is still held, but no half armors here from the side of Talon, so it'll be a headshot from Flashback if he wants to find that instant value. For now, they're just utilizing him to be able to sit back and watch for any very forward push out of showers.
Well, eventually DRX have to start to make some money moves in this round and where they want to get their space covered. Currently the long lane's not seeing too much, no jump spotting over towards A short of things. The jump spotting that was noted over at B in the garden has started to fall on back.
Fring tag down. Decent boon here for Talon, trying to find kill once these entries come into play.
Now I've just sent the barrier mesh over at bathrooms too. So if there is a rotate through the teleporter, there's going to be an early warning call at least for a bit.
Flashback would love to get a bit of free damage here, if not a kill. Chip Boys for now, a very shallow jiggle. More than happy to try to give up some of this forward space, given that they have the sonic sensor placed forward, just on the opposite side of the box.
30 seconds, got to make a decision.
30 seconds left.
Slowly running this clock down, and that is a ton of damage here on the Flashback. Let's grab net. They try to lock them up. Nightfall goes across, catch on the 2. Showstopper over the top, and that's going to be tight. Taken down, but gets the trade there from beyond the grave. Push forward from Chit Boys. It's a spot, but Mako able to hold his own. Primy forward into the smoke, and Mako shuts him down. The plant now getting ready to come through. It's just there on the edge, and Cruz arriving perfectly on time. Interrupts the plant. They get the cleanup. The timeout call ends up working here for Talon. 2 players surviving. Economy still getting shaken up a bit. They critically get that round win.
Couple of milliseconds though, had that Nebula still been online. Marco's plant goes down. Maybe a world in which they get the guns up and hit some shots, but it is those quick rotations that do come in from Talon when they realize that it is going to end at that A site. Killua's utility as well. Very impactful, by the way. The flash coming on in. Molly isolating a little bit of space, but ultimately Talon starting to hit a couple more shots in that round as well. Now this is where we hope things get more spicy in the server. The rifle rounds for Talon to see what these defenses look like. As already spotting out a bit of control in showers, gonna send them on back.
Killua backpedaling, Cruz as well. Maybe get himself out of hookah here, at least play the hard angle. Mako ready to try to take that space.
Freeing is pushed up pretty far down A short too, by the way.
It's tucked in at the box. Is that sonic sensor just around the corner? Let's see if this ends up being a B commit or if it's going to be a teleporter pivot.
Big door for me is going to be over in showers at the moment. Flashback and Jit Boys. Whoever can potentially find a...
Oh, he's in front of the barrier mesh now.
Ooh.
Talon, do they register this at all?
Probably not. Slips past the sensor.
He's gotten himself so far forward. The teleport now coming through. Primy trying to work his way back across into the site. Jit Boys with some spam. Now, likely to be coming. Oh my God! This is a catastrophic whip from Freeing. The Jit Boys, this doesn't even take that much damage. He's only down to 72, and oh boy. They're gonna be kicking themselves over that one. That should have been a free kill served up on a silver platter.
30 seconds left.
Cruz, though, a little bit similar situation. Ends up getting taken out. It's Mako able to just get the readjust, but Primy takes the teleporter and the Spectre from behind. Does go ahead and mow them down and flash back now. Pretty much no hope in hell. Got Jit Boys watching, waiting in case he comes TPing forward, but it looks like Flashback is just going to maybe look to try to hold on to the weapon, but has now been seen, and yep, they are circling him. First fight, he goes to Primy. 3K for him, Annihilation now online, and Talon are 3 rounds away from tying this up.
That freeing kill is kind of the decisive blow in that round as well. He wins that, they get the space in towards A, and they can set themselves up nicely for a bit of a plant. They whiff that, and there's not enough time to adjust accordingly. This Titan of DRX had a slow start earlier on in the year after this Teo meta adjusted away, right? And he's been up in performance, in damage, and this one, I mean, very uncharacteristic for me.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering how snappy he's been, sometimes it's just those kills that should be the easiest.
Yeah.
Managed to elude you.
Now you got a bit of a more rocky buy as well. Couple of rifles, a stinger, some sheriffs creeping up towards B long.
Double stack, Prowler's there, bounce forward, he hasn't been able to find one, but Ty there looking for a little bit more. Spring will find a little bit of added value as the Dizzy goes in and Mako is fully blinded up. Flashback arrives in from behind though. Finds a quick kill, grabs the spike, and he could take the teleporter, but looks like he wants to play this out a little bit more quietly, with a little bit more ambiguity.
The orb was still on the floor as well, but opting not to go for that. Now you got to consider, what do Jitboys and Primi do? Play together to the numbers, can pop an annihilation if that plant does go down, and Flashback, if he wants to go in for a good fight, would get that Steel Garden online. We'll also have the Shear still available for any little flank that might come down after this, but as we can see on the radar, that's not going to happen. It's going to be the Spawn retake to come through for Talon.
30 seconds left.
Talon starting to get the idea. They're starting to pull back, and yep, well, Sonic Sensor going to be cleared. You absolutely know where they're at. Concuss could just maybe set up for annihilation here, but let's see if he can go ahead and do the maths, and it's just going to be a shotgun barrel stuff there on to Flashback. So even though he does find the kill, he doesn't get the opportunity to try to make a go of this one. Need to kill both of them before he gets cocooned.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting, the dynamic of the annihilation as well, because you got to use it as a ricochet. So just off the floor quickly for the bubble to be able to catch you. Had that missed, I mean, 1 versus 1 could have, again, gone the other way, but it is these little micro components, these could-haves, are not happening. And little by little, Talon start to figure out in these scrappy fights, in these utility decisive moments as well, where again, Killua is getting very active with a lot of his utility, which I'm loving at the moment. Are starting to get closer, 8 to 10. DRX is going to call for a timeout. Nice and early, at least in this half now. Well, in the middle of it.
Yeah, 2 rounds separating. Let's see if this is just going to be a set strat call or maybe a deeper observation that the coaching staff has had.
Well, generally, I mean, DRX, slow, calculated. We're still kind of seeing that a lot on their defensive side and recognizing the macro game plan of Talon. And after this timeout, this is where I more look towards Talon. What have you figured out currently in your defensive side on what DRX are looking to do? Where can you expose a couple more weaknesses around the map? Are you still wanting to take a little bit of this early utility dump and denial over towards B? Are you still happy enough to hold all of this deadlock util to A? Because it's been pretty successful, right? Primi in the past. Let's change a couple of the positions on the expectations. It might be something a little bit quicker when you've got a showstopper that's 1 away, when you've got an orbital strike and a steel garden. You want to get up close and personal towards these sites here as DRX in this round.
Heavy sack here, about to push out a B long, and there's this operator from Thai behind this. Well, it's going to be exchanged, gets a triple reveal. No clear there from DRX. Because of that, they are wisely going to immediately back off the angle, so they're not going to fall into the trap of this operator, at least not yet.
Similarly, too, Flashback over at that A site is just falling off that showers line. Very early investment of the Nightfall towards Hookah, but you're going to reclaim the space there as Cruz and Primi unawares of how close they've crept up.
Yeah, and you know the Jitboys is going to be here in showers, so they just send over the bite to try to go ahead and just lock him off, stop him from being able to try to deny the plant, but he's still going to try to disrespect it. Gets a couple shots onto Estrella and cannot stop that spike going down.
Hard now to get into this pit too.
It's a very late lurk as well from Flashback. He's just hanging back so very much. The Thrash is online from Kahlua though to try to get a spot out here on the freeing.
Gonna use it by the looks. Prowler first though.
Well, it certainly feels like they need to, but just spam it across. They're gonna be able to find Estrella. So 1 target gone. Thrash now sent forward. Going on the chase, and it is gonna be Hyunmin spotted, but not cleared out. Orbital strike now called in. Flashback strikes him from behind. Hyunmin will fall, freeing, however, still here within this pit, and this round is over. The time is just not going to be there for the side of Talon. So DRX with the timeout will be able to go ahead, break this little run back from Talon. They'll get 2 rounds away from closing out Talon's map pick a bind.
Yeah, DRX successful in finding both rounds after the timeout so far, so their own internal discussions working nicely, but the previous one that was called from Talon you were expecting was the game plan for the round after, which was successful to Talon. So take that at some face value there. What is cemented at the moment, though, is the fact that DRX are getting closer towards map point on the pick here of Talon. Gonna have to come out with some nasty plays and nasty shots here.
They're able to keep that operator in play, but obviously Flashback is holding on to this Steel Garden for quite some time. Just hasn't really found the right moment to utilize it.
He's just playing lurk mode time and time again over towards A bar, say showers. So as long as he doesn't get rinsed, still going to be in the back pocket to be able to utilize. Meanwhile, Primi has actually finally changed some positions, and now he might be dead.
Showstopper to try to chase, sends it out, but yep, it's just going to be hitting right there on the window frame, so kill not found. And tucked into the corner, swinging out, Primi able to hold his own, goes in behind the box, and they're not spamming him out at the moment. He has an opportunity to still find more value from this position.
Opting not to do so when he hears the reloads, though. Cruz finds a pick over towards A short too. So individually, Talon getting a couple of good shots out.
Oh, quick little jiggle there from Jit Boys, but seeing flashback doesn't necessarily tell you too much as far as the rest of the position of the players here. But with Mako going down, well, you should know that the spike is resting on this side of the map. So now DRX scratching their heads here as Talon look to pull off a flawless.
30 seconds.
Can you hold a couple of your credits as well? Over on Talon's side, not have any lasting damage here. For DRX, you could argue the same a little bit currently too. Need to maximize the amount of rifles that they're going to be going into the next round with. Hyunmin will be all right, freeing, teetering, but Marco going to need a drop from flashback perhaps. So DRX can have another crack going in towards the next round as Thai is one away from the showstopper. It's very important for Talon though that this flawless round will give them some confidence too, these rookies on this roster. It's a big battle in today's games, going in that upper bracket as well. A team that needs to be first/second to get in towards champs. A team that we've heard from Frost will make it to champs this year. It's been early, it's been slow in the beginning of the year for them all to really learn how to play together. And this should be the results, the time to dictate their success. 11-9. As I'm saying, the buy will be back for DRX come this round.
He's once again here on the B side, this time repositioning in towards Hookah. So not going for an early orb play to just try to get the showstopper. Wants to just set up here on this line.
I'm a little bit surprised DRX aren't actually going for some bathrooms control as well, just pivoting over Estrella with the Prowlers to go in to assist a little bit more pressure over there. Make you think that there's a different game plan coming out from DRX, because if you're using the same utility time and time again, Talon are going to be happy. And as I actually say that, Akelios, is exactly what they do.
Yeah, it starts going ahead and re-clearing it. Nothing seen. As Haunt does get avoided here in short as well. All of the DRX now getting clustered up, ready to try to attack into the A site, but they likely need to try to open up some space here, cause some distraction on the site proper for flashback to be able to punch forward against Jit Boys. Couple shots going to be exchanged here. Damage not really going to be found. Paint shell. Tiny little lick of damage as Kahlua now continues to push forward here. And flashback able to find the one and does damn near get Jit Boys as well. Cosmic Divide technically still going to be online as Jit Boys interrupts the plant there for a brief little moment. Cruz trying to assess the angle. But it's just a hair off being able to find it. Clear of the net. The C is going to be sent forward, but it ends up whipping. Coming out into the open. Quickly able to find Hyunmin there. Even if he had not, in all likelihood, the paint shell would have. Now the defuse is just being held and freeing. There's not much that he can do. Gets the kill onto one, but cannot find Cruz. 10-11. Talon one away from tying things up. The operator saved. They continue onward now with that showstopper online. And Primi one away from his ult as well.
It gets really close at the end there. I'm looking at when that GravNet timing is coming in from Primi, and as soon as that landed, actually, I saw a reload start to come in. So they couldn't even capitalize on any downed members. Still, they managed to navigate in the sort of 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1 that they'll hold on top with those trades. A much needed round for Talon to be picking up. You chip away at the economy of DRX. It's a lesser equipped one to come here.
Surely you have to be thinking this is where you try to utilize that steel guard and
for sure,
even things up a little bit as far as the odds are concerned with the weaponry. Have to get in a little bit deeper to try to really find value off of that. Boombot chasing forward. Jit Boys just getting spammed out through the smoke. Falls to 70 HP. And there it is. Steel Garden going to be able to take away a weapon from Cruz. He's playing forward here into the smoke, but he's got the shorty there, so still able to find Mako. Chase forward from Hyunmin. Holds things down as Ty now looking for that peak. He is a world away from the rest of his teammates. The question is, does he try to send the showstopper from here?
Australia does have the Nightfall too. So keep that in check or hold it for the next round. Use it to confirm this one. Got options.
He's gotten the weapon swapped and himself up in towards heaven, but Cosmic Divide going to be sent out, but that's right as the Showstopper now gets pulled. Ty trying to go up and over the top, spots one, but freeing at the same time. He's been able to collect two. Ty now on his lonesome, cannot get it done. And it's going to be another effective thrifty here from DRX, which would basically make, what, 4 in this map?
Crazy
to
numbers.
get them up to map point.
I'm looking at that round as well. The Steel Garden, we're expecting that to come in. As soon as you see the position as well, you know as Talon that you don't have to worry about flashback coming later in the showers. But it feels like they forgot that showers is a bit of a position at all. That's where freeing wraps around real late in the piece to be able to come away with those damaging blows. Now 12 to 10. You still got timeouts as well available. Both teams with one available. But just gonna let the team play in this round, see how it works out for Talon.
Now trusting in the process. You do have that Annihilation online. No ults available at the moment here for the side of DRX. Next closest would be freeing towards a pit.
And the one available for Primi is on the wrong side of the map to where the pivot of DRX currently is.
Ty should be good for the kill here. There it is. Mako just try peeking. Let's get shut down, and that's a great first step here for the side of Talon, especially as now the forces start wrapping around towards this part of the map where Primi can try to utilize the ult, and he's going to send it, and that's going to be Estrella grabbed up, looking for the clear, but the teleporter comes in. A great pincer maneuver as Talon are not done yet. Time up be damned. Seems like this don't need it as Hyunmin cannot get a kill. Flawless fashion, Talon are one away from taking us into overtime here on this opening map.
Oh, they're loving how that one unfolded. The game plan call there to get that operator on the line, and the fact that Marco walks straight dry into it when we've seen a lot of these Prowler clearances earlier. A little bit questionable to come in. You got to hit your shots there on the back of the game plan. That's exactly what Talon do. 11 to 12 now. Last round of regulation before timeouts, or overtime rather. We're going to have a timeout come in towards this round because you need a really good call as DRX to close, or a really good call as Talon to extend. Here's DRX's indeed here.
Well, wanting to avoid that OT. Trying to bring this here to its end.
Well, Talon, the win-loss streak. We all know it's by week now. It's not by series. This is the week of dubs. The round accumulation at the moment, well, that's going backwards and forwards. DRX to Talon, DRX to Talon. If we're following that on the back of a timeout, is this one DRX's?
Hard to say. Their conversion rate has overall been pretty good, but Talon gonna find themselves pretty decently advantaged when it comes down to the weaponry available here as we take a look. Yep, still a stinger there.
For me as well, it's really close to this ultimate for the pit for freeing, but you kind of almost don't want to prioritize that. I feel like Marco getting an orbital strike, if at all possible, can be good early game.
Uh-oh. Ty hasn't really been playing this aggressively. You do have the Prowlers just around the corner, and yet gets a spot out, but doesn't fire out a shot. So the operator still decently disguised, but it seems like DRX have a very strong suspicion.
Both Prowlers and the Boombot extended there. So these corner clearances gonna have to be body checked now, you'd assume. Haunt still available for Estrella.
Ty's just swinging around the showers. Flashback just posted up here on the other side of the wall.
Got a rotation starting to come through from Killua too. They have a feeling that this is gonna be an A end.
That Haunt ends up being a little bit too shallow, so doesn't get the information off of that one. And it looks like Gunman says, all right, well, it's go time. He goes bouncing forward. Judge around the corner here from the Chit Boys, and he strikes, backstabbing, swaps to the shorty. Mako gonna be able to find one free in Estrella. A kill apiece, up and over the top, and the attempt from Ty, but he gets shut down, and now that pit comes into play, and Primi has everything to do.
1 versus 3 for him. Gravnet and a gun. That's it.
Flash out spotting nothing. The slow approach, swinging around the backside of Lamps. And if he goes pushing forward here on this angle, would be dead to rights, but for now has avoided the Viper. The swing in, finds it. Grab that out, gets the second. Estrella dead, has a sense in his flashback with just a stinger.
Blinding. Good hit.
Sends out the flash, swings in, and gets the spray down. A damn good effort from Primi. But DRX scraped by with a round win to close out Talon's pick bind 13-11.
Oh, it always gets close on binds for these two teams, isn't it? The overtime for DRX against RRQ, and on the flip side, Talon, the 11-13 close loss against PRX, needing nearly all the rounds in regulation, but no overtime. The timeout working a treat for DRX. But this series, it's got a lot more legs on it.
Oh, it absolutely does. That's Talon, losing out on their map pick, but how many times, not just here in Pacific, but across all of the regions, how many times have we seen that over-prep for your opponent's map pick? The fact that it was this close, we can only hope that as we get ready to go into Haven, the Talon are going to have a very sound strategy, that they're going to be ready to contend with DRX, maybe be able to send us that third and final map.
Who of which got to sit back yesterday and watch you play, right?
Yeah.
So they can kind of figure out where your mindset is coming in towards the series, any little tendencies.
It is a slight advantage there to the side of PRX, but this one already a bit of a banger there to start things off for the potential qualification, not just to appear at Tokyo for our last 2 days of the season, but for champions here. That is what is on the line for DRX in this one. For Talon, it's very much the same. They try to avoid that lower bracket, to continue to stay in the uppers, in that run, that quest to try to get yourself into the top 2. Hell of a first map to kick things off, and I'm sure the desk have plenty of thoughts about it.
Many thoughts indeed, especially since that was very, very close, down to the wire, even in that last round. But in the end, DRX takes that 13-11, very, very close 11 for Talon.
Oh, that is as close as it gets. I am really feeling for Talon here. I felt like that was their map, and it just got snatched away from them by DRX. That's far too close for Talon. Just those 5% cleaner, and that's their map easily.
It's just the quality of Pacific, the quality of playoffs. It almost makes me sad that I have to consider the fact that if Talon continue to lose, or one of these teams kind of goes into the lower bracket, they won't be Overage champions, because all of these teams are good enough to do damage at that event. This is like a mini bloody international event we've got with the quality of teams in Pacific right now. Totally agree with you, Talon. So many rounds where they were losing against Drifties, they were losing against half-buys, they bring it all the way to 11 rounds. The same story as the game against PRX, unfortunately. They just cannot quite get it across the line on bind.
That's the problem though, close isn't good enough. Now you're down a map, you've dropped your own map pick. This series only gets harder moving forward here for Talon. There was a lot of positives, but I do think we need to see them be that little bit cleaner as they move through the series if they want a chance to win this.
For sure. I also think that Talon maybe had a lot more errors than DRX did. Obviously, there are those small little mishaps that I think they definitely are kicking themselves over. But I also think that Talon somewhere, they lost a little bit of confidence. Then you had that timeout, I believe, from Frost, and they got a little bit of that momentum back. But I feel like at that time, it was a little bit too late because DRX had that as well. There were just so many rounds where it came so close, and it really was just one player who was able to get the 3K or who was able to catch the other team off that just really turned the round in that favor. We have some highlights just like that, just like those rounds that we were saying that are coming right up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the key thing was Talon was able to win both pistol rounds as well as a bonus win here in the first half with a really sick strat of executing over onto the site here. You love to see that wall of smokes from the Astras. The fact that they don't win this game after winning both pistols and a bonus is absolutely heartbreaking, and the key reason is they just lost way too many times to DRX's Thrifties.
Yeah, I mean, these Thrifties were so lethal from DRX, but if you want to be a top team, these are the rounds you have to win. Winning the pistol means nothing if you throw it away after that. This is, if Talon are able to clean up their Thrifties, they win this map in regulation. It's very simple.
I totally agree with you, but at the same time, Anti-Eco is just not the same beast in Valorant. There are so many ultimates, there are so many guns that are strong in close ranges. Bind is this close quarters combat map where SMGs, shotguns, things like this, you're playing inside of those smokes. It's double controllers, both the Astra and the Brim, throwing all of these little lurk smokes, little pockets of play that can really make some of those situations quite difficult to tackle.
And I do think you have to give credit to DRX there. This isn't just Talon's Talon's mistakes losing those rounds. DRX did very well, had good strategies moving into that, knew how to capitalize to be able to steal those thrifty wins away. And it was so crucial. If you're able to win those rounds, it flips the momentum, and that was so big for DRX.
No, absolutely. DRX is the kind of team that you cannot make small mistakes ever against them, especially since you have players like Hyunmin, who was playing out of his mind today, for example. We have some clips over here, like this one was incredibly frustrating on the side of Talon.
Yeah, we talked about how against T1 yesterday, against RRQ, playing against a similar comp that Talon do play, disrupted them quite heavy before they were able to execute, and you see this exact same thing from DRX in this round. Beautiful little Razor in towards Long here to be able to really stop Talon from scaling out of Hookah and Long. They couldn't get out of this Hookah or Garden choke points and actually get their execute off.
But we just have to talk about Hyunmin though. I mean, especially in this first half, he was going absolutely insane. Multi-kill after multi-kill. Of course, even stealing himself an ace, he was the hero for them in this first half. If he's not flying like this, again, they don't get this game across the line.
I totally agree, and I actually think he really was the barometer for DRX. When Hyunmin started to slow down, Talon started to pick up more and more rounds. It 100% was the difference maker here, especially in such a tight game that went to all 24 rounds.
We were talking earlier about how he is that guy for DRX. He is that duelist as well. He might not pop off. He might be not exactly be the first duelist in mind when you think of Pacific, but definitely he's one of the cleanest players I believe we have here on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, his aim is impeccable. You can see it. I think the thing about Hyunmin is he doesn't put himself in stupid situations like we see some other duelists. Other duelists just go, I'm going to send it, guys. I don't care.
Very
it's
brave.
all very thought out with DRX. That's what I like about them. I mean, they do everything they can to enable Hyunmin in the most sensible way possible, and then he capitalizes. Then he gets all these massive multi-kills. He's like a fantastic system duelist that also has insane pop-off potential.
I mean, that is just the Korean system. He has this experienced coaching staff that can really foster his talent and allow him to apply his mechanics inside the game in a situation that makes sense within TRX's greater system. So that's why I just love to see him play, because a lot of the time, especially when you talk about SEA or maybe even China, I would say to some degree, you get these star duelists that have insane aim, but they don't necessarily know how to play in a system sometimes.
They don't have that discipline that Hyunmin has. That's what makes him really, really special and a real standout in the duelists in Pacific, is he knows when to stop.
Yeah, and I think that that's what makes him a perfect fit for DRX, because both of their styles complement each other exactly. Now we are going over to Haven. What are we expecting from this, especially since Talon, we haven't exactly seen this since stage 1?
I mean, so this is the first time Talon are having to play this in stage 1, as you just said. But that's because nobody's picking it into them. They've not been first banning this, they've been floating this a lot, but it's just never quite got there. So Talon, it's completely unpredictable. We don't know what to expect. But previously from DRX, we saw this Gen GS comp.
We did, yeah, and they did not beat Gen G with their own comp. Absolute shocker there. I think for Talon, this has been a strong map for them in the past, though, and they are very good at beating Korean teams on this map. If we cast our mind back to stage 1, they were playing this Teo comp with the double senti of the Cypher Deadlock, and he really did a good job of dismantling Nongshim, Genji, T1, all back-to-back. Now it's time for DRX, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a double Sentinel come out from him. We know Primi's been on this Deadlock so much. We know that they're able to run it on this map, so I think that would be a very natural fit there. But on the side of DRX, I want to see some kind of change. You're not Gen G, stop doing it, it doesn't work. When teams that aren't Gen G play this comp, they lose. They lose with it almost every time, because you're not Munchkin, you're not Foxy9. And that's okay.
Stop shattering their dreams.
Be yourselves. That's what I want to say.
Wait, we need a little rainbow above your head, like some
This is your motivational speech here coming from Big Time, but
you don't need to be Gen G.
You guys are absolutely right, though. And on Haven, this was the map during stage 1 that Talon mentioned. They kept reiterating how they had their breakthroughs on this map. So I'm expecting a powerful performance from them, especially since they need this. Again, this is for Tokyo.
Okay.
Well, look at it, TRX here. They're going to start out on the defensive side of their map pick, and they have made some changes. It's not that they are playing the Viper. In fact, Freeing's on the Viper. He's looked fantastic on it, but they're playing Fade instead of Soba. The Vice is out on Flashback. this is a very different look, but the same kind of themes.
I like it. I like that little mix-up. Over on the side of Talon, they are running with that double Sentinel, but take a look at the roles here, though. Primi is the one on the Yoru, Cruz is the one on that Deadlock, and Dai, who's been popping off on the Duelist, is on the Omen. So big role shifts here.
They've gone back to their old roles and just thrown Killua on the Sova instead of the Teo.
Oh, that's scary. I'm worried for Talon.
Oh, changes all around. We're going to see if they do indeed pay off on Haven. Our second map, we're going to toss it on back to our casters, Achilles and Komodo.
Thank you very much. Here we go. For all the marbles, DRX. They can close out their map pick of Haven. That will be them moving forward. Tokyo moving on to champs Paris. Talon looking to play spoiler here. Now, both of these teams haven't played a ton of Haven.
Yeah, I mean...
It's only played, what, once this stage, and Talon haven't played it since the stage playoffs of last.
And that really worries me, because if we throw it back towards the last stage, when these two teams played against each other, there was one map 13-4 to DRX, the other one was the close 14-12 Fracture OT. Well, we've just had a really close one, so does this go DRX's way cleanly with the old style of Talon now with these agents? It would never really looked like they all clicked on these roles.
Talon has been clean in the pistol so far, both going their way on Bind despite the map loss. We'll see if they can continue that perfection here. As Kahlua did take a little bit of early damage through window. The answer a little bit back onto Freeing as he's tagged to 78. Lurk forward though, Jitboy's kind of slipping the net, gets himself all the way down A long.
Now the Shear is at the front of the B site as well. Prowler not going to spot out Cruz. He will be kept at bay, though.
He might have just seen the gun barrel on Hyunmin. I don't think he is ready for this at all. No, he is not. Great little opener here from Jitboys, and that's the call to immediately pivot over here towards the A site. Ducks the haunt. Finds Estrella, and with Kahlua joining in, they'll take him down. These pistols continuing to look excellent for Talon as Jitboys takes over this map. Mako now asked to do it all.
Gonna be very difficult. Two players low, but just numbers.
Yeah, won't be able to find a damn one. That is gonna be a 4K from Jitboys. Get over halfway towards that neural theft, and it's 3 for 3 on the pistols here for Talon.
Just finding the right timing, slipping on through, and against a double Sentinel comp as well. Or rather, the single Vice, I mean, it is a difference to the Cypher, right? Double controller, you need that Viper wall to be very up and down, very aware of the possible gaps around the map. The Cypher difference, I mean, the Fade as well. We're going to have to see some learning through DRX. I mean, we're going to have to just see some learning through both of these teams in the explorations on this map.
It's a bit similar to what we were seeing, just yesterday with T1 versus RRQ. Just those early lurks coming through, getting an immense amount of value.
Very common for this mid-walk, though.
Kahlua still able to hold his own for one. Hyunmin does put him down with a Sheriff, but as that dust settles, it's still Talon coming out favored with flashback tagged to 58, and already the A site once again completely open primed for the taking. Mako gonna make him try to think twice about this flank here. Just clears out that tripwire, but ultimately will be rewrapping through a connector. Primi gets a nasty shot there onto Hyunmin to nearly put him down, and will very much be able to do that to flashback.
Yeah, it's just about farming a couple of ulti orbs in this one, really, for Talon. If you're DRX, you probably don't even really want to give it to them, too.
Yeah, seeming like they're going to be playing back here. Given the barrier mesh, not going to be the greatest attempt at trying to retake if you're just all spilling out of heaven, so we'll just stay tucked back. Try to go down here to the spike unless somebody does play forward aggressively, which it looks like Primi is willing to do, given that he does just have a Marshal. Going for that quick scope attempt. If you can find anything, the answer is no. Hyunmin will be able to take his head off, so it's going to be another charge towards that overdrive, but ultimately Talon not losing out on too much there. The spike will go off. The RX will go into it, and that's going to be a 2-0 start once more for Talon.
Yeah, DRX are going to have to try and figure out what these sort of standard protocols from Talon are going to be on this attacking side as well. Dare say the expectations for DRX into this Veto, they knew that they'd be picking Haven, right? A map that has always been floated by Talon but never gone into. So they should have done their research on what the possibilities could be and what the sort of tells of Talon were from last stage. I mean, Dai has been extremely good on the Duelist. And Primi has been really good on the deadlock, for example, too. But when you're changing things up, they're going to have to do a massive mental shift in their game plan individually for what their job is coming in towards this map.
Spam damage zone, freeing. Able to find one. Wall goes up. It's just the clone locked off. Quickly does it then get cleared, so. Knows that they don't have anybody else lingering forward there at B, but it's going to be a bit of a repump here from Talon. Thorns go up in garage, so they shift their sights back over here to B once more. And that goes in. Coming in here on this cross angle, however. Spam goes out, and that's going to be Kahlua taken down. Primi going to be spotted. But he hasn't been able to find himself a second before getting taken out. Cruz with some nice shots. It does do a little bit of damage, so 2 casualties, but DRX ultimately able to get themselves on board a little bit earlier compared to what we saw on Bind. Will deny the bonus conversion.
Yeah, I feel like for DRX on this defensive side as well, they're going to have to just be extremely aware of where the gaps are going to be around the map, because you don't get the confirmed utility from a Cypher compared to the Vice, right? Yeah, they could bait out the sheer wall, but you're going to have to be popping your Archros. You're going to have to be popping your Thorns, and if you use them at the wrong time, that can be a little bit problematic. I'm also looking towards Kahlua. He is a player that does know this Sova. It's not like it's a new agent for him. He knows the shock dart lineups. He knows the timing with this team for getting that reconnaissance info. You got to be very aware of all of these trap positions that Flashback is going to be throwing down, and for this specific round, it's on the wrong side of the map.
It is. Mako on the peak, able to find one, identifies the lion's share of the Talon forces. Calls a refill this space here at C, immediately going to be made. It's freeing. And trying to lurk forward into that orb, cannot do so, but Ty now, he's just slipping the net once again. His Annihilation is going to be lobbed in to no avail. Grab is not going to be found. Grab net over the top, however. Might get a catch, but the flanks are getting noted. Ty and Shit Boys both taken down, and now it's going to have to be a frantic pivot here from Cruz and Primi to try to see if they can even get the spike planted.
Yeah, 2 versus 4. Hit a couple of individual shots, and maybe you can do it again.
Last player standing.
That'll be Cruz eliminated.
And then there was Primi. 40 seconds.
Nearly had the clutch to try to keep them in the game previously, but we'll lose this battle to Estrella. Well, 2-2, DRX, they tie us up.
That was some good awareness from Estrella as well. Just watching for the C window push from the back of the B site too. Recognizing a bit of gap in timing, catches that one, just on a little bit of the rotate, and then you're expecting for Talon that garage control is already yours, already established. Unawares of the re-push into there with a judge especially too. Now we'll tie things up on the early game here, but economy-wise, Talon down to the Stingers, and over on the side of DRX, the time to take the lead.
It's Glass Cannon Stinger as well. Mako with that 1 kill is now 1 away from 2,000 here in VCT Pacific. See if he can make it a good one. Do the most Mako thing ever and just kill somebody through a smoke perhaps. Spring spotting plenty, just going to be banking that snake bite off the box to try to disrupt this entry. It's going to be a tiny little bit of damage dealt here. As Paranoia, that should be hitting damn near everyone. And there you go, there's the 2K for him. Finds Primi, freeing on the reposition. Let's get flushed out as Mako now will get taken down. I think it might not be the best round for him to go ahead and get that achievement. Now you've got a 2v3 with weapons upgraded in the hands of Talon.
And sensors to place with a Shocky and an Owl drone, but you probably don't want to use that ladder bit. DRX, you just want to go. But time is just going to be bought by that barrier mesh, and you've already got the reposition down long.
This would be a very good round for Talon to get a conversion on. Reestablish the lead. Try to bring this ult cycle up. Trying to break this position, going to prove to be difficult, but now they should know or have a good idea that both of these players are going to be playing around long. The drone gets the spot out here. The ping reveal onto Estrella. The swing through, flashback dead, and Kahlua will get the cleanup. And Talon back in the lead. Kahlua 1 away from having a Hunter's Fury.
I kind of attribute that to a little bit of these differences between the Vice and the Cypher as well. When you more commonly have some Cypher util over towards Garage, it's going to be one of those little early stalling components. This time against the Stingers, it's just go ahead, charge through the Garage into the site, put some pressure onto Mako, which he does kind of well to try and navigate around as well. Gets some good timing on the Paranoia to try and follicle around, but he just doesn't really have the assistance of the quick rotation of his team to be able to establish a couple of crossfires and bunker on down. Overwhelming forces of the lesser utility, and now Talon, they'll retake the lead and really look to gather these rifle rounds. Such a pain point of the last map. Was dropping a lot of those in that first half.
Bring them down.
Heavy presence from TRX here at the A site, but no one playing forward, just Hyunmin tucked into the corner. Talon thinking twice about pushing up in towards this site, though.
If they do continue towards this A site, you do have Estrella there with the Nightfall. Does that Prowler give you any idea as Talon that you don't really want to contend against it? Look to change up your own approach. Start to rotate your own forces over towards A now as well. And the breaking of that horn is just going to be bringing flashback here.
They're unable to break that cam fast enough, I think, to deny that spot out. So Nightfall will just send them reeling backward. Still, though, double scale forward into sewers. They might want to bring the spike here in the end, but they're going to re-explore in towards mid.
Are they going to clear Mako?
The Depth here for the moment, and Mako is able to find the one, but he cannot find the second.
30 seconds left.
Critical miss out on that kill. As the smoke falling, and Estrella trying to go for the aim reset, but cannot. Jitboy survives with plenty of HP. Spike still being brought forward. 20 seconds remaining here in the round as Hyunmin is trying to slow them up, but just doesn't have access, blocked off by the cyber cage. So Plant is in, and Klua can potentially get himself disconnected away from the site, but might not even come down to that Hunter's Fury as Primi is able to quickly find 2 kills, and that's going to be freeing, having to backpedal away.
That frag that Estrella was lining up was so crucial in this round. Top of sewers just drops that one and gives Talon access in towards the site. Had he found that, maybe gets the double, at least an equalization going into a bit of a plant post scenario. Quite the roughie for DRX. Right idea to keep the right numbers on that A site with the timing on that utility that Estrella was throwing out. You had Hyunmin, you had Flashback coming on back towards that A site, and the reposition down mid throws a bit of a spanner in the works. Some good decision making from Talon in these last 2 rounds, I will say.
And now you've got a very good ult cycle being generated here at the Dimensional Drift online. A couple charges away from having that next Annihilation. Talon are going to be in a bit of a fearsome position as DRX continue to struggle here from this defending side, not finding that momentum shift that we saw on Bind.
And Talon, they are having their numbers together as well to justify these trades, right? They're coming on through. It's something that's been successful for them. So back on towards something that they know is a strength of their own. Now against a bit of a party mix of a buy on DRX's side as well. Should definitely be looking to extend the lead.
Very much mitigating any attempt or any opportunity for Hyunmin as well to try to get that operator online because the economy is just constantly being shut down. Hunter's Fury going to be going out. Primi trying to guide his Sova for the kill and will be able to do so, but okay, in a bad spot to try to exit Hyunmin. Johnny on the spot exactly where he needs to be. Gets the shutdown, and that is going to be a free weapon grab for him. So Vandal now in hand as that overdrive will be expiring. Talon are pivoting.
You got all your Vice utility over at that C site too, but can you find the right timing? You've got the shear, and I think as Talon, you probably just have to get one player in front and TP the next, right?
As they're pushing out now. Orb take. One away now as Thorns are going to get popped. Jitboy's just kind of strafing through that. The spike for now going to be locked up. There's still plenty of time, and DRX is still trying to get themselves into position.
Take the forward space. 4v4. There is a flank, however, coming from Freeing.
Haven't cleared out, but it's actually the plant given over to Kalua, so Cruz does not have the ult available unless he can find a kill here. Freeing going to be noted there by that trip. Waiting for the rest of the team to try to start the retake.
3 in the dark cover.
This is a nigh impossible stack to try to clear. The smoke is going to fall, and yep, Hyunmin is out into the open dead. Mako with a nice shot will be able to find one. Freeing now, scaling forward. Kalua noting this, dead. Gravnet in, that'll slow up Mako though. And that leaves now just the Viper to his own devices to try to see if he can make anything happen. And as you're pointing out to me that Annihilation is online. Cruz, however, is just looking to try to play the time a bit. Swinging out around the side and will be able to win the fight. Can't hold on to the weapon, but doesn't matter much at all. Plenty of cash here to go around for Talon as they move up to 5-round wins.
And they do exactly what I expected them to do when they see that Vice utility as well. Just push one player as Jitboys into the site and have Thai TP ahead of the rest of the utility. Start to get a little bit of the space. Could have had some extra seconds if it was the planter, but all in all, didn't really matter in the end. A great decision to all group up in the Omen smoke towards spawn side in knowing that there was going to be a flank as well. Don't want to really give an option towards the flanker in free to be able to pick something up. And then time is always on your side at the end there with the numbers 2 for Talon. Do get the timeout to come through for DRX. We'll see if they're going to be quite successive still in their percentages after this. But in this little subset of 7 rounds that we've seen so far, we've just already seen more substance from Talon on this attacking side, which bodes well.
Yeah. Again, you know, that was one of the big questions that we had. Who ends up looking stronger here on this map, given that it just hasn't really been played at all? Including just quite literally not at all for Talon here in this stage. Seems like they have gotten the reps in, and even with the little swaps on who's playing what, it's looking very clean.
Yeah, you still have an idea that they did play this map during Teo meta, so take that for what it is. You switch back over to the Sova as Killua, and he's still trying to find out what he can. Nothing on the assist department currently, but he is getting active in a lot of these trades and just together with the team. Finding these opening duels, finding these quick trades if they lose the opening pick, and getting in towards these sites and setting up the post plants quite successfully.
Aggressive net going to be thrown out there, but nowhere to play off of it as the haunt reveal comes through. Primi just has to make his exit. And that's going to be a pretty much full send across here to see. We're freeing on the Jiggle Peak, spots him out. Shock dart forward, clears out the Thorns. Don't have that shear wall set up here. It's all a little bit of a ploy here from Talon. Just poke and prod at DRX and see what kind of response they get out of him. So far, it's an elimination of a good amount of utility.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you still got this A-side space at the moment to come out for DRX as well, and now that kind of off-puts you from being able to go into C, get a drone re-clear over towards A lobby instead of with numbers going together. And a wasted annihilation clears the corner that Hyunmin's just going to get back in towards. You got to make a split-second decision here as Talon, and they lose flashback on DRX's side.
Yeah, finds himself just pinned into a corner. It's either get spammed out or just try to face in for the fight, but there's just too many targets on that side. Freeing now, just playing outside of the pit here on the outskirts. Pops the fake, and now they've got a pretty decent idea of where he's at. But it's another little rotation here. Talon with 30 seconds. Working their way into the B side.
Oh, what?
What? Was he still in the air? I'm not even sure. Either way, Chit Boys is just absolutely tearing them limb from limb. They've got to save now.
Yeah.
Hit into this round and no profit.
Oh, that's another rough one over towards Australia, and it's Chip Boys again. Got the better of him over at the top of sewers a few rounds ago, and now just a blindsider in towards his face.
How in the hell has he done that?
Oh, that timeout not working for DRX, it would seem. Is going to be a converted flawless from Talon, unless
this time
Freeing gets one on the exit. Everybody surrounding him.
Yeah, they're right here on top of him, and he is not ready for it. So yeah, flawless going to be confirmed. Nothing carried over here from DRX. That puts him in such a bad spot. The economy shattered. And you do not have an overdrive to try to make a play here.
I felt like DRX knew where that one was kind of going to end anyways, right? You've got the pit over to see. Yeah, that's illegal?
Yes.
Yep, yep.
Indeed it is.
Nice. Is nice indeed at the end. Timeout with it. Talon starting to formulate a pretty large lead now on this attacking side. You'd expect that this one can be done a little bit further on, unless we get a El Classic DRX Thrifty again.
I mean, they had so many of them in that first map, but Mako trying to get that ball rolling will swiftly be shut down.
Now, little by little, you understand what the buy looks like for DRX in this round, so Talon, as long as they're clearing a lot of their corners, they should be okay. An investment of the Neural Theft, just going to confirm any problem positions.
I mean, the way the Jip Boys is playing, we'll have another one before the half is out, so.
Probably.
Might as well just send it. Jiggle on that corner. Any more peek, and that will be Estrella dead. They're looking for the timing off the wall. Does manage to avoid it for now.
Yeah, spread around the map. Still has Talent. So you just start to get that timing on down and figure out where you want to end. Talent a bit of an A fake at the moment. That's just going to pull everybody away from the whole map. You need to cut some corners as DRX in this round with the lesser guns. It's going to be free reign of this C site. Although freeing.
Oh.
30 seconds.
Good positioning, but this might end up being a good timing for him. Push out, we'll be able to find one. Tries to duck back into the smoke, and even if he had, it should have been time being able to find the kill there. Primi with a second shot, finding one. Estrella caught, just trying to swoop his way in towards Garage, and that leaves Flashback now, who's got plenty of Cypher util. Just go ahead and slow up his approach. Looks like he's going to try to just hold on to this Vandal, so grabs that. But where does he opt to go is the question, because you do have Kahlua and all of Talon here on this hunt.
And even if you find any damage, it's really not going to do anything. You're just playing on the back that the Vandal's going to be a bit more than the loss bonus that you'll be gathering. You don't want to have that reinvestment. And max loss bonus anyway, so neither here nor there.
We'll catch one with the knife out. The knife got ties, swinging around from long.
No longer for this world.
Working his way in, and yep, there you go. Not allowing him to retain that. Talon secure a lead at the half, but they still have plenty of opportunities, 3 rounds to try to balloon this up even further.
It's going to be a mighty important round for DRX, this one. That is for sure. Guns are going to be present again, and if you're dropping this one, well, you can stare down the barrel of something like a 10-2, 9-3. It'll be 8-4. At best after that. Very important now for DRX on this defensive side. Go for some aggressive yourselves, or still play on the back of your more defaulty protocols. It's a battle, again, this time over at A long, that Hyunmin actually catches Primi before he can gatecrash away. So there's a slight difference now.
That's the best start the DRX have pretty much had it. Entire map. Flash confirming some presence. Flashback trying to fight his way forward here, but does have to back away. Time he touches the damage, going to be something there, but Jit Boys holding down A lobby, is able to find one. See if he can get the other, and he does. Straight gone, and just like that, that early advantage with the kill on a Primi, it's completely nullified.
He's on an absolute ripper this map so far, Jet Boys. Lose the opening kill. Look to convert the 4 versus 5. Talon, #1 in that regard, and Pacific in doing so this stage. Now there's 4 versus 3. You just start to re-pivot together all through Garage. What can Flashback do? He's just going to miss the timing, falling back to the C site.
Slowly drifting, but right now he is out into the open and at risk. Just find the one, turns his attention back towards Garage. The push coming in, gets the transfer! Looks for that 4th, but cannot make it happen, but my God! What a heroic play here from Flashback to try to give the team the best possible opportunity. Kahlua out. Need to pull off a 1v2. The recon forward in the Garage. Buy a little bit of time and slow up the approach from Mako.
They're splitting up too.
He's got him separated. The spot out to bite. The paranoia. Avoided. Finds the first. 7 bullets left in the mag. Mako playing a ring around the Rosie with him. Faces back, and Kahlua is dialed in. What a clutch. Gets the 3K. Gets Talon up to 8.
Man, oh man, Flashback, I thought he did everything that was needed. Gets a 3K, holds the site down. You did have the advantage as DRX. It slips through your fingers with what Jit Boys is doing, but in the 1 versus 2, the option at the end there to split on up, I mean, he gets a heads up that Marco's coming from Garage with the position of the Paranoia too. Isolates the 2 1 versus 1 fights to perfection in the end, and just has that crosshair placed at the right position for the quick tap. Talon making a bit of a mockery of DRX and their defenses. Now back to a pretty problematic buy. 10-2 is possible.
Surprisingly, the smoke actually does hold them at bay. I thought they were just going to go rushing forward here.
Yeah, a bit of reset time. Allows Jit Boys to clear everything down long. Gonna look to re-navigate though. Keep some attention towards this A side as the rest of the squad just set up for a quick little B take. Utility in though, kept at bay by the Viper util.
Timing from Hyunmin perhaps?
Maybe.
No, it doesn't peek out wide enough, and now he's the one at risk. As Jit Boys. Oh, they are shoulder to shoulder. They don't even know. They basically just touched. And now he spotted him. And there's the Bucky to the back of the head. Oh, comic in how it transpires. The reveal here onto his tray. He's completely pinned in for the moment.
TP play for the spike though, over to the C side, but look at where Mako is.
Mako's still here, and he says, hello! No! He can't quite find it! 9 times out of 10, Mako is going to be good for that, but Now this is that 10th time. Talon look for a 10th round win. Need this one to make it happen, but Kahlua securing the flank. They're going to be one opportunity away from having this absolute dominant half. It's already devastating here for DRX, but Talon are just piling it on.
I cannot believe that that has happened in this round. We're passing each other over at the A site, and Hyunmin gets the gun. You've got the spike on Cruz pushing into the site, sees the numbers, has to get out of there. The TP play and then the missed shots of the Sheriff. I mean, that is just spaghetti on the floor moments. So much in that round. Oh, dearie me.
It's going to be one that Mako likely going to be kicking himself over.
Last round of the half now. See if Talon are going to be able to convert it into just a monstrous half. 10-2.
They have a Hunter's Fury. Flashback. Still holding on. Wow, what a peek from Mako.
Yeah, that does remove your drone and dart ability in towards the A site, C site. Now you spot something over at A2. Lurk of Jit Boys.
Is Stray going to rescale this? Jit Boys has been on a heater. I definitely favor him in the fight.
I do too.
Prowler will be used, so some restraint shown here from the Fade.
Going to be an angle for Primi to gate crash in to be the glorified drone.
He needs to stay alive. He has a Nightfall here available, and he is going to just go ahead and try to send this one out. Gunman does get spotted. Nightfall across to catch onto a few. Primi, safe exit here behind the box, but Gunman able to find one more. The overdrive going to be popped now as Spring does get taken down, and Primi has to just try to bail. That does, however, leave him all alone with no Vandal here at A lobby with 33 HP.
Time to jump.
Primi is Primi, but this would be something else. See if you can take that first step, that first contact. He cannot. Straya will be able to secure it. It's a 9-3 at the half, DRX. A very rough going for them here on this defending side, even up 7 rounds in a row.
I mean, you kind of flip over what we saw over on the first half of Bind, right? Where we've got some, you know, a decent-ish start, we'll call it, over at the side of Talon, and then DRX kind of wake up and roll them over. This time, there's a little bit of a light tapping in there for DRX, but ultimately the 7 in a row from Talon just extremely commanding in those rifle rounds. 9-3, setting up them for some good success. You got the pistol round as well, that they've already found 3 of 3. That would be double digits and maybe just map closed. So we definitely need to see quite the answer for DRX.
What?
I don't get this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is freeing some sort of endearment? Like freeing, dal-ing? That's the parallel?
Well, that's how he actually writes his name in Korean. It doesn't even say free. It's pudding. Pudding.
Ah.
I would have think it would be like pudding, but I don't know. This one, okay, much more measured question.
Yeah.
Bit easier to answer there. Maybe there's some kind of term of endearment that I don't know.
I certainly don't.
I kind of just default to the usual ones, and I guess like in Korean I say like yobo, which just means like honey or whatever.
Fair enough.
So, but I don't know. I won't claim to know all of them. I've got one that works.
Yeah, that's all you need.
So I'll stick with that.
Well, that is a very stark difference on the pistols, by the way, too.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what Talon have on their defensive side here. A big, large A creep up and a spotting in the B site from Jit Boys. All freeing.
Freeing. Able to find 2 before getting traded out. Pie down low, but Cruz. Disgusting shot. Brings us one to parity, but the spike is planted. Flashback now in around the back. Finds the first spots. The second is okay. Dancing around the bullets, and DRX, well, they've done it. They got themselves their first pistol win here in the series. And try to start a run back from this attacking side.
It's the first foot in front of the other, but it still is a lot of sneaky shots coming on out. You're wondering, are they gonna hit? Or are they not gonna hit? They'll be picking things up here, but it is the good start that you needed for DRX. Just a you know, a call that doesn't go Talon's way, really. Grouping up over towards all of A, and DRX up to Guts all the way to B. Sometimes that does just happen, especially on a map that you don't really have a lot of historical research because it isn't played this stage.
Revealing area.
Forward recon, not cleared, just leaving that one by itself.
Very interesting mid-window shear for me. Don't want to get collapsed upon by the pistols. In a bit of a B-walk.
Because of the early pressure, they're not actually scaling forward at all at A, though. Just have them hung back. But you can see, I mean, with Talon kind of getting into position here at the B site, they're anticipating this to be the place of attack, but could also lead to them potentially tripping that shear if they go on walkabout.
You're going to be interested to see how Flashback is going to be pivoting around the map in a little bit of the collected effort with the team, the autonomy and the utility as opposed to a Cypher. Now you've got that mid-walk.
Try to trap him in, but he doesn't just have a Sheriff behind this, so not like it's going to be any kind of guaranteed kill for him. Flash confirming some presence, and, well, finds the first, looks for the second, gets it. Find a bit of damage there onto Primy, but cannot secure that kill, so Sheriff does get collected here for Ty. Any more value, any more kills found, and that's going to be some damage to the economy.
It's probably the best weapon that you would give over, though, right?
Oh, for sure. But it can be put to use just like that.
Okay.
And that's a bit more firepower now on the floor with the Guardian there for the taking. Winning this out, closing a Thrifty here. This would be devastating. Pretty much GG go next.
Green does have a molly and the Poison Cloud. Maybe you do need to use them.
Yeah, no setup on those. Relay bolt to delay. Stun is found, but they don't want to peek because now they know that they've given over these weapons. The spot out on the one. Ty going to be eating a bit of damage. He and Primy both low. There's the finisher. Swing out. Gets the spot. Tenman holding his own. We'll go ahead and gun down the remaining two players. So avoiding catastrophe. Guardian does get collected, so the most important weapons still carried over here for DRX.
Now is the time for Talon to get the weapons in their possession as well and start to come up on this defensive side. Flashback, hitting some shots where needed. As I said, I want to see sort of what the differences do look like and how they're piloting this Vice for the Flash, even for a little bit of early information towards A-Long. Seen a lot of teams that do sparingly use the Vice on this map. Sometimes used for that, sometimes for the garage awareness as well. There's going to be a quick one over towards A to gain a little bit of this sewers control that they can toy with the rotate ideas. Estrella has been killed in this map so many times in just some very unfortunate ways.
Oh, good little poke and prod there from Cruz. Big opener here for him. Flashback showing some face forward outside of B. Sonic sensor there in his face, still going to be uncleared. Not sure if he got close enough to even hear it. Operating a player down, and a lot of their scouting util now gone. Got a tripwire just here in front from Jit Boys, who will make a quick little appearance, and that's going to be another kill found as Freeing does get dropped.
So far, so good on this bonus round. The anti-bonus for Talon.
And it just gets even better.
Spike down A.
Spike now noted. Counter spam through the smokes. And that should pretty much be this one done and dusted as Flashback can do nothing more but to make it a non-flawless round. Talon will hit double digits. DRX 5 rounds behind.
It's going to make things very difficult for DRX if they do lose their fade nice and early on, right? Because one of those differences to the Sova is you don't have that deeper scanning ability. The Prowlers are going to be utilized here to remove a couple of those lower trips or mid-trips in towards the sites. And if you don't have access to them, you can fall prey to Jit Boys' setups. You're going to have to see Estrella be, well, I'd say a little bit further behind in the pack, but he has been. And he's still just removed from the equation. Double digits for Talon now. DRX. Don't want to see this one go to that third map in Lotus. Want to close this in 2. Get that champ spot secured.
Slow up here, inside of the smoke. C connector cut off, net going out, needing to be removed. Cruz now going to try to counter spam them. Mako TP's forward, gets a spike planted, and can just TP right back out.
Cruz gets one, Annihilation online.
That could be critical here for them. Similar Flashback, one is going to be able to have that Steel Garden. Drone leading out of garage. Looking like maybe a triple approach here from Talon as they try to go on the retake. Paranoia now has been used. as they are really looking to try to fight their way out into the open. And it's looking good for him as Ty collects 3. Nearly has them lined up, but Talon will just mow them all down. 2 players surviving. They stop PRX in their tracks. A great retake, a great crunch. And that's them now, 2 rounds away from sending us to Lotus.
It's always going to be a risky thing when you try to bully your way in towards a site and try to play a bit of a 5 versus 5 post plant, specifically when you don't remove a lot of the utility from your opponents. Just the access that Talon still had available there in that post, coordinated too with the recon and the flashes coming out of the garage. Even the barrier mesh technically isolate, lock somebody in the corner, but to no avail of that one, comes out with success. Talon, very good round to come away with in that one. Against a lesser equipped DRX now in this round, they should be cementing 12.
So many ultimates to try to work with here. This Annihilation going to be lobbed in, looking for the pull, doesn't manage to find the double take. However, on Amako, they find that kill. Estrella dead as well. Freeing is desperately trying to find anything, but he can't find anything at all. And that now leaves Flashback all alone, tucked away here, just at the bottom of window. And that will be Ty finding a third. It's another flawless here for Talon as they get themselves up to map point. DRX would need 7 in a row just to take this into overtime. And even with all this dominance from Talon, it's only been just that 1 timeout from the first half.
Yeah, I mean, do you put yourself in the angle and the mindset that it's, well, we just got smacked on the map, let's reset over towards Lotus. I mean, you'll still give a crack at the rest of this map, but the way that Talon are just navigating in the space that they're finding, in the slow pace into the fast pace, especially on that attacking side as well. No answers that DRX were able to establish. Could be the last round in this map now. Any kill, you can neural theft out and secure the rest of the information too. Potentially a world in which Flashback and Hyunmin, or Estrella and Hyunmin, can combo a couple of these ults to peel away with the rounds.
Not sure if Mako had gotten a spot out there. A shot sent out, and it'll just be a relocate anyway. As Cruz is going to be walling himself into Cubby.
Cheeky. Some good success when it's used in bind showers, for example. A couple of nice plays, but a bit unorthodox on Haven. Marco, that is a position that he likes to play. See if they'll clear it.
Well, the answer right now is no, and this could be absolutely their undoing. Smoke out, however, they might just make their way in, but potential for that backstab as the spike gets planted now. Interrupted as Cruz takes over this B site. Hyunmin only going to be good for 1 in response as now the neural theft is there. Flashback and free. Needing to do everything here in the 1v2. The Seal Guardian going to be sent out. The weapon's going to be taken away. Neither retained. Spike can be planted. There's no real time to try to go for a pivot here. Maybe just an A connector side plant as it's 15 seconds remaining.
Clear a couple of the close angles and then ultimately just have to go for the plant. You do have 2 Thorns available still as Flashback.
Certainly you set him up. Holding 1 connector, so the pop onto 1. Recon over the top, and it's a great headshot for Flashback to find Kahlua. Jit Boys, however, 18-9-0. It's going to look to try to make that 20-9 and bring this map to its conclusion. Peek on the corner, the spot on the 1. We know that he's in the sight. Thorns thrown down. Gets the dink, gets the spray down.
Toxins going up.
As it all comes down to freeing. The wall falls and freeing will be able to get it done. Keeps them afloat for at least a little bit longer, but DRX still now needs 6.
It's such a close round in the end, though, with only 1 player surviving. So annoying to the economy for DRX. You overlook the angling Cruz that they probably don't even know that that's where he actually came from. Gets the kills in amongst the site, 2 versus 2, and you pull through as DRX, but that's just 1 out of 7. You need to be so consistent now for the rest of this map to get back into it. You got to balance economy. You have to weather through ult stacked rounds. Primmy's getting closer to that dimensional drift. And they still just have rifles in play. They're going to have a lot of them time and time again.
A couple players, a little bit wonky on the economy for Talon, but for the most part, it's still going to be pretty decently healthy.
Oh, into
half
the
armors.
Double senti stack.
Couple players, but yeah, are just pushing right into this util dump. And then forward, not getting revealed. Jit Boys, ooh, going for a timing there and does nearly catch Mako. It's a shot right there into the top of the shoulder. As Overdrive just tries to zone them back out of the window for a brief little moment. Primi gonna work his way across. He does have the dimensional drift to try to escort them forward here on the retake. Got you. This gentleman is trying to stay put, now going for the dart removal. Dimensional drift forward here onto the site. Blinds abound. Gunman going to be good for one with the Judge Crews. Primi one apiece. Flashback, however, keeps him in with the player advantage as he finds the 3K and Estrella will get the final to get them over the line. Improvements here from TRX. This time 2 players surviving. And get up to 7.
I'm a little bit surprised that Primi does want to use the dimensional drift in that 5 versus 5, right? You could hold it and have a close, a big ultimate round rather to close out the map. You have seen in the past a couple of teams get complacent, right? Something that comes to mind, the 12-3 that we saw the other day gets into the overtime. You can't just think it's 1 round, guys. Let's just close this map here. You still got to have a little bit of forward thinking, because if DRX start to formulate ways that they can win these rounds on the attacking side, it's going to get a little bit more sweaty for Talon.
Once you close it here on a Thrifty, that's going to be a damn good feeling. And Cruz, maybe if he hit that shot, start getting that ball rolling in that direction, but we'll get shut down.
You've already got Freeing that slotted down all of Sewers as well.
Boys watching the angle here for now. Let's swing out, and Freeing will very quickly break him out of that position. Fight just to go ahead and play things out safely as the site now going to get taken, and Flashback watching for the lurk. Quick little jiggle peek here, trying to go for the flash out, but he's already pulled back so far that this shorty is not going to find too much value, but they are looking to try to hound him down. But he needs some assistance as Flashback, oh, he holds his own. Gets the 3K, and Ty cannot pursue any deeper. Swings back over to Connector, dies, and this time it's a flawless.
Yeah, from 1 to 2 to 5, but the flawless, I mean, you take that for what it is. This is the big all-round for Talon now. Contending with the idea of an operator in play. Again, you know, a good decisive blow, a good start to the round could get them the victory here, but they just need to make sure that they are still all coordinated and all aligned and not giving DRX too much space. Back to the standard protocol of things on a map like Haven. Get that Sova over to A-Long, get that dart out, the GravNet combo as well, but they're just going to rip the Annihilation instead.
What is that bounce?
The deeper lobby one.
Yeah, not able to find anything there. Still, though, a lot of aggressive space going to be taken. This is a ton of control for Talon with the high forward as well. They're in window. This leaves Freeing in a very rough position. Similar to Primi. Still look to try to hold his own alongside Jit Boys here on the site, and that's going to be the first step. Estrella going to be taking down the spike now. Noted. Jit Boys toggling the cam, but Freeing is able to fight his way out of the spawn. Finds Kalua.
Do they need him on the site for the pit?
Oh, but Mako dead. Hyunmin able to find a good amount of damage here, but Flashback once again trying to be the hero. Swings in! Realigns the shots. Primi with the classic. Able to find one. Trying to get the right click, but it's Flashback. Standing tall once more. Another multi-kill round from him. What, back to back to back?
Yeah. He's certainly delivering in the required scenario for DRX to keep them afloat here.
He's a lobby leader now.
Primi here, getting the damage. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, well, Freeing that pit in that sort of position might be needed, but the Steel Garden gets ripped out and Flashback through the Steel Garden in its wind-up, managing to get it. And Ty, I think just by the timing, has the gun removed as well. Unfortunate for Talon, could have got the job done there, but for TRX, I mean, it's not over just yet. 3 rounds to go.
These last couple rounds are starting to deliver the series and the level of gameplay that we were really hoping to see, that we were getting from Bind, but that is a good start here for Talon to try to close things out. You still have that Hunter's Fury in the back pocket. You're 1 away from another dimensional drift, another neural theft.
It's Mako again, though. He's been having a real rough go at just navigating kills on this map. Now you've lost your smokes as well as DRX. Yes, you've still got Freeing alive for a cut through B site, toxic screen, and a Sewers approach available, but that's not on a site itself. Makes things quite difficult when you can't zone in towards the site now with a Steel Garden that you could potentially do in towards, you know, B side, or you get Garage in towards C.
Drone to try to check out into mid, but doesn't go deep enough to actually spot the forces here of DRX. So they are able to try to push forward with Primi here on this hard angle. He does not have an exit strategy. There's no gate crasher for him, but he's going to be looking to just try to take them down. Oh, yep. Estrella is just donk walking right there into the site. Fring now dead. A relay bolt does go through, and Hyunmin, he's got a ton of work to try to do, but Tai is there from the back angle. Shuts him down. Flashback once again has to be the hero, this time in a 4K. With 20 seconds remaining in this round, it feels like Talon have finally done it. Hard fought. They will extend this series. Not going quietly here into the night. 13-9. They take down DRX on DRX's pick of Haven, and that means we're going to Lotus.
Yeah, trading out the map choices here. This one, it starts to get a little bit closer with DRX getting those rounds in a row, right? 4 before the ultimate close. That first half, though, really just such a commanding difference from Talon there compared to the last map, compared to what we're seeing from DRX's ability on that attacking side as well. Just not able to give themselves some space in a map that a lot of people just have questions on. What does Haven look like for these two teams? They don't really play it. We've seen it, what, once from DRX? And even then, it wasn't, you know, really that good, right? So a lot of adjustments there that Talon just formulating really great ideas, really good reactive positions as well. And everyone really firing in this map. DRX, as I highlighted, Marco, a little bit of a step back that can hopefully get back into some good shots for the next map of Lotus, because this is a very important series for DRX. You win this, you're into champions. But for Talon, you win this, and your dream of champions is still in your hands.
It'll just be one more win away if you can close this out here. Frost wanted to try to make that promise. They're here on the green light week. We'll see. But it's not going to come easy, not for either side here. Decent enough effort from Flashback in particular to try to make a go of this recovery here, but it was just too far gone after that first half. Lotus on the horizon to settle it all. Everything still to play for both of these teams. We'll get into that map after the analyst has to break down Haven.
Typical map handshake. I'll take your map, you take mine, and let's just meet on map 3 instead, because that is where we'll be going. A confident win for Talon here, and especially since we were looking at DRX, this was their map pick. They had to have something planned over here, but Talon are proving that the confidence that they found in stage 1 on this map is still there.
Yeah, I mean, very, very impressed by Talon on this map. I think their composition suits them very well, and they understood how to play it. But more importantly, I felt like they were popping this time. They could match what DRX were doing in terms of firepower, and just seemed to be able to find all those answers, especially in that first half. They were so dominant.
Yeah, I think for DRX, they didn't really have that outstanding performance to get them off to a good start that you saw from Hyunmin. They definitely weren't winning as many thrifties and as many swing rounds. So I think with this commanding performance for Talon, I really feel like this series could have been 2-0 if there hadn't been as big of a performance for Hyunmin and some thrifty wins for DRX in that first map. So look, we'll see who actually ends up taking it. We have to go through to a third here, but I think for Talon, a little bit of vindication there. And once again, a very well-rounded performance from everybody on the team. Jitboy's topping the board there. This is not the Primi show, guys. This is not Primi and friends. This is a team of players that can all pull their weight.
The problem is then we look across to the other side of DRX, and you have Mako all the way down there. Right at the very bottom of the scoreboard. We're not used to seeing this from Mako. Mako is an incredibly strong player. We've spoken about him for years now. Everybody knows just how scary he can be, but didn't find his footing at all in this map. And that's sort of the issue we're seeing with DRX is if they're not able to keep up in firepower, you know, they were able to do it map 1, but this second map, when that's not there, is this the kind of scoreline we're going to be seeing?
You can tell from that round on C Long where he just he had his head in his hands. He was not feeling it that game. And Mako is not the IGL. There is no excuse for not putting up the numbers here. You have him below Estrella in terms of fragging power on his signature agent. That's not going to be good enough to get you through to champions.
Yeah, no, definitely not, especially since this match is just so important for DRX. They win this, and they can qualify to champions right off the bat. So losing that map, that definitely had to get to their heads.
Yeah, I mean, the road gets a lot harder if they lose this. They go down to that lower bracket. They have to make a run there in order to try and secure that top 4 placement. So definitely not where you want to be, and especially not with the level of teams that are down there at the low.
Yeah, and Talon was just on fire at this map. We have some clips right now, and you guys wanted to point out, for example, just how brilliant they actually were on this map, especially this round 5.
Stinger Rush were very NA pilled over here, but in map 1 we spoke so much about how DRX were able to get the better of Talon on these light buy rounds. Now on this round 5, Talon flipped the script, win one of their own with the Stingers, and really build momentum from there.
And you can see down there on the bottom of your screen, wins against every Korean team on Haven now that they've taken down TRX. They also did take down T1 before this, so every Korean team in the league in the last 4 matches of Haven, Talon has taken them down, and Jip Boys was a standout on the Cypher. This was the best game I've seen from him in quite a while. He's actually been one of Talon's weakest fraggers, if not Talon's weakest fragger, even behind Cruz at times. So I think to see him step up on the Cypher, on Haven, very, very much needed, seeing that, you know, someone like Thai has had to go back onto that controller role and not put up as many numbers for Talon. Jip Boys was there to fill that void.
Yeah, for sure, I think Talon fans maybe were a little bit uncomfortable seeing Ty going back to the controller, wondering, is this switch up really going to work? Especially since they were working into a groove that was going so well for them. But Jit Boys proves, hey, guys, relax. We got this, no matter what comes our way.
You know, I was nervous for sure. I think swapping the roles like that definitely scared me when we've been so used to seeing Primi on that deadlock, and Thai, of course, doing a great job on that duelist. But I think this map showed them that they're still able to be flexible, and especially when you have someone like Jit Boys popping off again, it just shows how incredibly talented this Talon team is across the board. All 5 players.
Talented.
Talented.
Yeah, very talented. Yeah, both of the Sentinels were fantastic. Even Flashback, he was having another one of those games. Unfortunately, the game was already lost by the time that he was, but similar to that RRQ game, this guy on the Vice, he just wins you clutches, he impact rounds, multi-frags. In the post plant, you can tell positionally if he's completely surrounded and he's got some cover to play with, he can anticipate exactly when and how people are going to peek him and easily complete these multi-frags to just decimate any retake attempts.
Oh, absolutely. Flashback was that guy for DRX for this map, right? But even with Flashback's performance, unfortunately, it wasn't enough. We did see a little bit of that comeback coming in, and I thought that, like, okay, Talon just needs one round. Here we go again. But fortunately, Talon was able to pull through. We are moving into map number 3. We are moving into Lotus now. What are we expecting here? This is going to be, for DRX, it could be champions, and for Talon, it is that chance to keep that dream alive.
This is such a big game. One map on Lotus to determine if DRX is going to be able to overcome what they failed to do in the last stage. They went to Masters Bangkok. They missed out on Toronto. That would have been bitterly disappointing for a team that won kickoff and has been incredibly consistent all year. This is their chance to right those wrongs.
But I gotta say, I think both these teams will be happy with Lotus as a map 3. You can see here, 100% win rate for both of these teams. On the side of Talon, they've been playing that double duelist, Primi and Thai, go 1-2 punch right in your face on DRX. A lot more standard, a lot more simple, but they are running that vice.
Yeah, and I think that Talon, this is very, very fresh in their memory. They went up against Nongshim on this map, and I think that, they rushed it. Yeah, absolutely.
I was crying. Shobra was crying. We were hugging each other. We were sobbing. You know.
No.
It was a really special
were you crying like tears of like ramen soup or something?
No, that was Shobra. I don't spend as much time over at the Nongshim compound as Shobra does. But that's a derailing this.
No, I think
I
it's
was
still
stroking his noodle hit. No, go. Sorry.
the images. Oh my gosh, we're going into Lotus. By the way, erase. We are going into Lotus, and I think for both Talon and DRX, very strong teams to pick this map. I think fresh off of the Haven, definitely Talon has that momentum. I think they feel like they've probably got DRX figured out by this point, and DRX, they have to be able to bring it back. Can they do it?
I mean, I think Talon have been the better team this series. There's no argument there. They honestly, they should have won Bind. They just need to be that little bit cleaner. They looked very dominant on Haven. That comeback did start to come in, but it wasn't enough to scare me. So right now, this is Talon's game to lose for me heading towards this map.
Should have is not good enough. We already talked about it. 2 13-11 losses on Bind. If you don't get the W, sorry, but you're not going to champions. It doesn't matter if you were the better team on the day, and a couple of things went wrong. Maybe you got unlucky. The other team had a few things go their way. That's the nature of competition. Are you going to get the dub on this third map or not?
Yeah, and I think that for both of these teams, they definitely feel that pressure, right? It's just down to this one map, and after that map handshake, it comes down to a best of one on Lotus. So it's all gonna come to a head then. We're gonna go into a very quick break, but don't miss it when we get back. We're going into Lotus, and we're gonna find out if DRX qualifies for champions or if Talon continue their journey.
gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. We're making history. It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
It's about time that we eat. It's about time that we eat. Look at the team, you know we eat. We run it up every season. Lunchtime, 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 lunchtime. Lunchtime, 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 lunchtime. It's about time that we eat. It's about time that we eat. Look at the team, you know we eat. We run it up every season. Lunchtime, 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 lunchtime. Lunchtime, 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 lunchtime. Lunchtime, 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 lunchtime. It's 12 o'clock, so the sun's up. Crunch time, crunch time, crunch time. I finna eat like I'm alien. Never seen this, I'm an alien. Beat it so cold, I'm Canadian. I'ma go get it, I never gon' wait again. Get it out the mud, that's how I like it. Overcome the pain, I'm so excited. I'm guilty for bossing, I've been indicted. Been ignited, you can check the pilot. I'm at the top where you need a pilot. Yeah, at the top, yeah, they want me silent. Already listen, don't need to light it. I'm guilty for bossing, I've been indicted. Blacktastic, fantastic, no two-face, that's plastic. I only come with the true chatter. I see a nerd, but they don't matter.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We are about to jump into map number 3 for DRX and Talon. We're heading into Lotus, and both of these teams know how important this match is for DRX. It could mean champions.
Yeah, it's massive on the side of Talon sticking with this double duelist, but I have to talk about Dai. Last time they played this map, he got 18 kills in their opening attacking half. Absolutely dominant, and he's going to want to put up that kind of performance again today.
But DRX, you've already seen big performance from Hyunmin on the Raze. Flashback's been great on Vice. I really think Marco is the player that needs to step it up. Yeah. He's always so good on this map. This is a positional Omen map, and this is such an important match for both of these teams.
Oh, so important indeed. All eyes on the duelist, all eyes on Lotus. Our final map in this series, DRX versus Talon. Does DRX make it to champions, or can Talon stop them? We're going to find out with Achilles and Komodo.
All down to this final map here in this series. DRX needing to recover from the loss there on Haven. Both teams solid enough records here on Lotus. For Talon, this basically second to last hurdle to be one step away from locking up a position there in champs.
Utility over C. Zeta right. See what Premi's going to be able to do. Scan.
Spotted, but with a reposition. Just going to be the clone forward. It's going to be a pass hit now into the B site here. Wall does go off, so for now the spike going to be locked away. Paranoia from Cruz, considering it's an aggressive clear forward, but it's going to be high. Pushing up into upper. Also finds a headshot there on Amako to put him down to 47. In the end, though, kills going to be traded. Bring out wide. Good for one before falling. Keeps it in with a 3v3 where DRX are trying to retake and get their second pistol victory, but Flashback has fallen. Kahlua once again going crazy here in the pistols, and Talon, they start things off right here on Lotus.
Another pistol that they're going to be able to get. That's what?
4-1.
4-1. That is such a sensational number. Bind's just getting away from them with the rifles, but they pick that up over on Haven, and now I look towards this map and Lotus as well to be something that, on one hand, DRX sitting back yesterday, chilling, watching the game for Talon against Nongshim. It was the opening map of the series, and Talon kind of wiped the floor with Nongshim Red Force there. It was 10-2. attacking side, destruction from Talon. So if they're able to echo that here again, I mean, could you imagine?
Oh.
There's a start.
And Primi just shrugging off that initial burst from the pain shell. Just to get onto the angle and finds the kill on the gunman. That stops him from orb collecting, from binding any value, from getting damage here for the rest of his teammates to try to play off of. He is just out of the round. And once again, it looks like Talon looking decisive. Quickly push their way forward onto C and have immediate complete control here of the site.
Good push.
Takes a while to go ahead and get that kill secured, but does do so. Mako unable to get the shots across there onto Primi. So just the one casualty. Talon, they can absolutely afford that. We'll go forward now into the bonus.
One of the kind of drawbacks that I see with a lot of people trying to adopt this comp that, let's say, PRX run, right, over on Talon's side is really utilizing the Yoru and its supposed job in the early game, right? Getting a lot of this established control over at A rubble, peeking out and getting out for a labored C take. It's something that they do really well with something in Jing and the pivot with the satchels in towards the site and having the team kind of follow in behind it. It's something that I was really missing from Talon in the early onset of this map. Now they've actually figured that out. They've done their research, they've done the job, and they kind of have an idea of what they're meant to do with the Yoru.
It's going to repeat this pistol. Eye out over towards C. Estrella fully blinded up as he goes forward there onto the site. And I believe that was actually flashback's flash. So yeah, bit of a team casualty there. He's got him on the dip in. Is able to only just find the one, but they're just spilling forward onto the site and getting cut down one after the other.
Now pivot towards the A site. It's a good call too. Gonna have free reign of plant. Get on Killua. Get closer to that Nightfall.
Freeing now at risk, as for the moment is not paying attention to this angle. Will do so now, but knife out, weapon going to be redrawn, and Primi gets the spot out. So a team ace into a bonus conversion. Talon, they are looking hungry and primed for a victory.
It's just like Binds. It is the pistol, the second round, the bonus, then it was one, and then they just fell over with no timeouts really to come. So is that going to be the start here yet again for just TRX to recognize what this attacking side is looking like from Talon? Yeah, the difference in it being it's a map that Talon are a lot more comfortable on as opposed to Bind, I feel like.
Well, able to get it done in a thrifty previously, TRX. So if they'll be able to find anything here. It's just going to be a spot on Mako, who's continuing to stick around with this Sheriff. Right up over the top of Mountain. Well, does get rewarded with some value. Jitboy is going to fall, but Thai able to go ahead, push forward, gets the kill there. It's going to be 2 charges away from having his showstopper online, but Killua now already with a Nightfall ready to go.
And Cruz is just going to be spotting out what's happening over at A rubble currently too. So you've got some avenues around the map as Talon. Do you want to stick and go hit C again? Do you want to pivot over towards A? This duel against Estrella is going to be quite pivotal if Cruz can get the Haunt first. But it does confirm that there's only one player there. So as DRX, you should be okay that you don't really want to budge too much.
Primi now maybe try to sell a fake here. Does end up backing away. Prowler not going to go deep enough to spot out anybody else.
Primi's gate crash is eventually going to expire as well. So he would have no escape strategy.
Sends out a bit of utility, but yep. Goes ahead, takes that. Nightfall now going to go forward. Estrella. Not just the paranoia, but that Pie swinging around the back, just chasing that one. Estrella does well to find Cruz at the same time. Trying to give the rest of the team as much of an opportunity as they could possibly get. There's no deep push out of Mound, though. Unable to recover a weapon, so we'll just have to be a little bit of run and gun with the Stingers. As that sees, it's a grab and tie. It's just trying to maintain control here of Rope. Loses it for a moment, but Killua has the one tap. And 2 players surviving. That's that 4-0 start here for Talon. Now this is where the wheels start to come off for them. That something tells me it's going to be a bit different of a story this time around. Talon, they're looking re-energized, reinvigorated after that victory on Haven.
Yeah, I get those vibes as well. They are just extremely confident at the moment, especially these rookies too. They are just being sent in to the right angles. Flashback is just looking the wrong way. Primi's pivoting around the map quite nicely so far. Keeping eyes interested over towards that C site, which is something that gets me a little bit interested too. Generally, you see a lot of those C spot jump spots. So no operator, nothing sniper-esque for Talon, but they are going to just send in the showstopper.
Caught a quick glimpse there of Mako, and maybe saw the head there for a brief period. Gets a smattering of damage through, though. This Pain Shells as well do get a tag. He's down to 50 HP.
Yeah, but it's just keeping interest over towards the C side, isn't it, at the moment? You're scaling up ever so closer towards this A side.
Tap is there. Thorn's going to be popped. Wall tripped by the clone. Talon for now held at bay as the wall comes back up. Gate crash in towards backside. Going to be a bit of a take there, but Cruz is able to find Mako.
Just dead at the backside of C.
Now it's the pivot here into B, and Hyunmin just cannot line up that headshot. Too tiny a target, and Tai stays alive. It's 3v5. Early doors still here on the map, but do you just make the call to save?
You might have to, but you kind of put yourself in as freeing.
A rough spot, but with flashback falling, you absolutely need to bail out of this one. The kill on the Tide to do nothing more but stop it from being flawless. PRX, they are in such a rough spot now.
Gotta push that button. Gotta go for the timeout as DRX here. That's a couple rifle rounds that you've lost, and they kind of look convincing from Talon too. I was kind of wondering at the moment, what can Flashback do around that A site? What can he do to try and hold it down?
Still at risk, and given the way the Kalu has been shooting, I say I'd be very concerned to re-pivot, and Estrella does hold his own. And gets rid of Primi. But already, I mean, the economy is so ballooned here for the side of Talon.
Oh, they're drowning in cash. They are absolutely happy. 5 unanswered rounds on this attacking side for the great start. You know, over on Bind, we saw from DRX a 19-kill half from Hyunmin, right? It was so pivotal in just his consistency on that defensive side. And here, we're already seeing a couple of missed shots come out. We're seeing Marco still falling prey to these duels that he just cannot win individually with crosshair placement against these sharp players on Talon. For a team like DRX, where your macro and your slow, calculated plays that have already always felt deliberate and measured and tempered, you are just getting out-called at the moment by Talon, who are sending in numbers, hitting their shots, rinsing and repeating plays that we've seen from them from yesterday. You just cannot win these opening duels. You just cannot convert in these fights, even in numbers, it feels like at the moment, for DRX.
So congrats on the 2,000 kills, but it might be a very bittersweet achievement here. You fall down to the lower bracket, get denied. Would otherwise be a guaranteed spot at Champions.
And if you do get dropped down to that lower bracket as well, you then have to play on the back of that Gen G RRQ placement, where they can get the better of you. You miss champs.
Yeah.
It is such a position for DRX here in this upper bracket.
Nobody wants to have that qualification out of their own hands.
Coming in as seed number 1 from that Alpha group as well. This is a very important timeout that we need to see the result on in the round after for DRX when they get the weapons back, unless they throw the heal.
They're going to see if they can, but Showstopper forward, and already the quick trigger there from Cruz gets himself out. No damage found from that Showstopper. Now the push getting ready to come through as Primi pops that Dimensional Drift, sprinting forward here onto the C side. Paint Shell's going to be let loose. Swinging around the pillar, getting the chase here. On to Bring, and that is Tide collecting the kill off his teammate's util, and now he finds himself a second. Mako dead, the late linger from Cruz still comes up with Valium, and as the smoke falls, Kalu nearly hits the spray transfer, but they'll just give Hyunmin way too many targets to try to pick from Tide with 3. It's halfway to another Showstopper, and that's Talon now up 6-0.
Again, the numbers together. They are just a fighting unit, getting those trades. DRX is not able to hit their shots. I love the duelists just getting into the action from Dai and from Primi. Just very calculated in the way that they're trying to get in towards these sites. I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? Dai was just having an absolute jump around on the map, ending with 25 kills against Nongshim. A little bit more lifting from the rest of the squad in this one, an effort by committee. That's what we need to see from DRX now, to get on the board.
I have the spike.
Can they break that wall? Still 2 away from having the pit, 1 from the Steel Garden.
Leaving Marco by himself over at A Rubble. You got a bit of toing and froing from Hyunmin to play Spotto.
Trying to clear that out. Paranoia is at the ready. The Steel Guard now forward here onto the B side. That completely opens things up. Sheerwall trying to buy a little bit of time. Ooh, Estrella. Lucky to still have his head on his shoulders after that peek. Coming around the back though, to play off that anti-audio. Flashback storming forward, it's going to be able to find one, but Jitboys comes up with 2 of his own, but it seems like overall DRX will be able to overwhelm the forces of Talon. Now, need to try to avoid additional disaster. Cruz has got an ultimate. And he goes TPing directly over onto the A site. For now, he will have these players separated.
Marco and Freeing, remember, on Haven, they lost the 2 versus 1 against Killua. They separated themselves. They were isolated duels. You cannot do the same against Cruz here.
You've got Freeing tagged down to 47 as well.
Good angle from
the
Cruz.
numbers, he's basically got the odds here in his favor, but yeah. And he might just re-wrap back down through stairs. Mako, a brief consideration of it, but there's still so many angles that they have to try to clear. Is he within that smoke? Is he back sight? Is he at drop? For now, they're trying to suss it out. The plant not formed here yet, but that jump absolutely is, but he's just going to be sticking to the fuse. So even though Cruz gives it his best go, in the end, it's going to be a slight little bit of egg on his face. So DRX find themselves on the board, but Talon still have such a good lead, and it's still so much damage dealt.
I don't think it was too scrambled, though, on their faces, Talon, in that round. They get in towards the B site. They see a lot of that just utility thrown their way, the nightfall that they have to get on through. They are blinded a little bit, and a lot of those duels together as a team, in amongst the mollies, in amongst the damage, and the trades coming through from DRX. You give it a good crack at the end for the 1 versus 2. And I was kind of looking at the availability of utility. Marco had the paranoia, had the dark cover, come online at the right time for a little bit of added protection on towards Freeing. But that's just 1 out of 6 to tie things up here as DRX. Anything extra for Talon just secures a lead. And now as this Viper's Pit is online, you don't have a dimensional drift to be able to try and figure out where it is, but you do have a lot of this utility that you could try and toy with pushing Freeing back. I'd say ill-advised.
Looking like it's going to be at least a re-clear of rubble. Gunman trying to jump peek here for them. Prowler going to be sent. As paint shells can be let loose. Paranoia is going to be exchanged. Primi swinging out of this smoke here. Let's get noted by the Prowler. Potentially saves one of the players' lives as Mako down to 28. Slowly drifts his way back over here onto the A side.
You gotta feel like with that pit over at the C site that it is setting up for an A ending.
Look at the lurk from Jitboys. Okay, now taps the door.
Does it make you feel like it's a bit of a B split though with that door opening?
Potentially, but for now they do have Flashback in position to try to watch that B main entrance.
30 seconds left.
Gunman, however, starting to rotate back around is what?
Disgusting.
How's he gone and got that? Still guarding, trying to shuffle them forward here onto this A site, but Mako is just too damn low. And I can't believe that Ty has just hit that. This gentleman now, work cut out for him. It's a high-low, and there is no hope in hell. Dial in, Flashback will be good for 1. Question is, can he try to slot his way out? Now he's in-committed. And against Ty, he's just such an absolute beast. Freeing's got his knife out. A dagger into the heart is not going to kill this monster. He's immortal. It's a 4K from Ty. And it's 7 rounds now on the attack for Talon.
This is absolutely ridiculous to come out from him. I mean, I see a dark cover go towards the tower at the B side as well, and it does make you feel like it's going to be a bit of a B split, but that's just a pre-fire. He had no business in winning that duel as absolutely ridiculous, but it's not even just that. It's the follow-ups from him. It's the right positions. It's the right angle isolation with the team covering all the other angles as well. He's just individually having a map here, maybe even a series here today.
It's time to shake up the rookie of the year conversation again. Primi trying to overstay on that paint shell once again. This time the shots end up going wide. He'll get knocked down to 40 HP, but don't have to be overly concerned about that. Killua now forward here onto the B site, and they don't know. Maybe a sneaking suspicion, but the players on C, certainly no idea here at the moment. Freeing playing back. And Killua playing it patiently, now striking, swinging. Doesn't quite manage to collect the kill, but still does get good damage onto the enemy Viper. Guy's just going to be waiting for that approach. Killua locks down Waterfall. And for all the thrifties that we saw on Bind, it seems like DRX had hit their daily quota.
And Killua
not going to be able to find an ace. 4K going to be good enough, and Talon, they are just running away with this map.
Finding the gap in towards the B site on an eco is great and all, but imagine if they had found that on a rifle round and how much of a just kerfuffle that would throw into the comms and comp of DRX. I really need to see them pick up the slack on this defensive side, because it's similar to Bind. They're not really shaking things up on that defensive side. It's copy-paste time and time again with a couple of these utility bits. We haven't even seen the Season 8 combo really over towards A that they're going to attempt to do right now. Not playing the strengths to this composition that they're running in with. Crew's just got to be aware. I mean, they're not even going for it. Just haunt. This is going to be a bit of a speedier C scale up for Talon.
Oh, yeah. Ring. Pushing forward here into the smoke, looking for the jump. It does manage to come away with 2.
That's better.
Yeah, phantom things there. And that completely shuts down this take and gets the Nightfall out as well. So now Talon trying to go on a pivot. Hyunmin slotting across. Not spotted here for the moment. Right as Cruz tries to go for some util. He'll lose his head. And this time Kahlua cannot deliver the goods. So cleanest round. Granted, there's not much to choose from overall. Here from the side of DRX, they will get themselves a second round win. It feels like they need to get to 4 to even really have a hope or a glimmer of a chance.
I mean, the kind of questions that I say right now is, are they happy enough still, you know, Termi and such, in not using a timeout here in this first half, because then you just leave Talon to call them for you in the second half. I mean, that round gives you probably a sigh of relief that you've got another one on the board, but you really need to be angling for the next 2 rounds as DRX. Rifle round here for number 11.
Again, just some shots out, some early damage there on a Fring, has regen shield behind it as a little flashback. This time, they're sussing out the movements here of Kahlua.
That's why I talk about the last time was an eco, right?
Oh, Fring, great movement. Gets a transfer there on the Jit Boys as well. Once again, shut things down. Rips across these thorns a bit, eats a little bit of damage.
Time to jump.
Value of the operator for Primi, not able to find the opener on the C line. 2 versus 5. Just not given any angles with the refresh of the smokes over towards C.
And just a grab of the orb here, then maybe try to get Dimensional Drift online in the next. Can find some more value, and tries to go for the no-scope. I mean, it's bold there from Primi, but given the game state, what really else are you able to do? The DRX will find their first consecutive round win.
Last round of the half now, so DRX as well surviving with the necessary numbers to make sure it's not a massive reinvestment as well. Have all of your weapons that you need to maximize your chances at making this an 8-4 recovery of sorts. And ultimate-wise, you don't immediately have to contend with a Dimensional Drift from Primi that could open up a lot of opportunities for them. He's 2 away, so we need a kill and an orb. Not even given the operator here for this C little peek. That's Jit Boys. But it's the scaling up towards this B side as well to remove this Vice utility, to give yourselves just more options a little bit later on. Loving the quick adjustments from Talon. Recognizing just similar things time and time again that DRX are throwing their way.
Attempt at a season aid, but unfortunately it is the Yoru.
Get some damage to him though, 56.
Nade over towards Mako's position. Now repositioning here at top rubble. TP forward into Tree. Maybe a bit of space open up there, but Jit Boy's going to be noted on the lurk. Mako here at top rubble, able to find the one. Re-swings around the back. Showstopper somehow not killing. Cruz does manage to actually win that fight back, but now it's Primi by himself. They're trying to make this another 9-3 half. With 17 HP, almost certainly makes this impossible. In fact, now he's been spotted. And he's got a player there. 90-degree angle on the left. So 8-4. Best possible recovery available to DRX. They managed to get there, but again, these pistols have not gone their way, except but once.
Yeah. Some late awareness and recovery from DRX in this one. Do like the repositioning around rubble for them. Need to see how the showstopper misses. I mean, sometimes that rocket is just weird.
It's a little bit broken on this map.
Yeah. But anywho, 8-4, I mean, you'll take that as DRX. You're definitely going to need the pistol and a good successive start. Maybe even the bonus round like Talon was able to do. But it just feels like they're on the back foot, similarly to Haven. Just not able to really get a firm understanding on this defensive side on what Talon is throwing your way, and on the switch up as well, a little bit behind the curve. I'm expecting these aggressions to still come out from Talon. I'm expecting them to try and maximize the rotations between Primi and the squad. So you really need to be digging deep as DRX on this side. A little bit behind the times, it feels like currently. especially behind Ty, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Talon still in such a strong position, and it feels like if they can just secure this pistol, go 5-1 in that regard, that should just about be good enough.
Scratch my head crazy if it's not, with the way that they've been performing in this map and the last map as well.
Get ready.
A little bit of a slower thing from DRX, but we do get ready indeed for this half, this all-important pistol round. And it's the 4-1 stack over on Talon. They liked it on Bind. They're liking it here.
Two frenzies trying to make a go of this here for the side of DRX. Creep forward, Paranoia not sent yet. Does get held on to. Skate Crash makes its way over into the defender spawn for Primi. They get themselves into a forward spot, and they might just still be able to go for this seat door crunch. Cruz is in position. He's got a Paranoia of his own. Blast pack forward. Hyunmin dead on the entry. Shit Boys holds the door. Mako into the corner, trying to stay alive. Doesn't manage to do so, but they're just going to overwhelm him very quickly. And just like that, it's a two-player advantage with no damage suffered here for Talon.
Yeah, the plant can go down for DRX, but you just don't have the numbers. And as you mentioned, the Thorns are there, and your own Mako is dead. You can't get in front of it. Now you question, is anyone actually on the site already?
They're pretty much about to be. Chipping away there at that door, ready to break it at a moment's notice. DRX calling to pump the brakes here, slow things up.
It's just the numbers again from Talon. They are maximizing their chances throughout these duels, not going to give options to DRX to be able to catch a member off guard. Back to B.
Pack mentality. This is a swing out. Flashback.
Oh.
Able to find two. Freeing able to find one. Tries to get him in with an opportunity, but now it's all on Freeing. 36 health. Has a spike in hand, but it's a high load to try to break. Gets a dink on the Primi. And he's going to be tapping the door and trying to bait them forward here. Finds the first, spots the other, but the time is just not going to be there. Actually trying to stick for this one. Well, it's going to be up and over the top from Jit Boys. A solid attempt from Freeing. Kind of just misreads it. Thinks maybe he can get away with the plant. Had he played forward, try to just maybe get some shots across in the poison orb, who knows, but it's still another pistol to Talon.
Yeah, Jit Boys just 1, 2, 3, and then peek on out when that spike plant's about to go. It is nicely done. It gets a bit close at the end. I mean, Flashback maybe jumped in a little bit too premature, but I do love the call again from Talon on that pistol. 4-1, retake A if they go there. If not, take the duels, pivot accordingly. Sensational work.
Well, Primi once again having a little bit of a rough go early, but Haunt gets an immense amount of information. Plenty of reveals there. As the triple push out of B main. Talon quickly piecing things together. There's no sheriffs behind this one. It's just going to be classics in hand, and Primi does manage to gate crash out towards back sight, but cannot make his way up the rope fast enough. So that could be a Marshall potentially recovered. Swing out. Going to be some damage dealt, and Hyunmin now does have that rifle in hand, but Jit Boy's able to avoid the first and the second shots. Flashback trying to hold the line here around the back flank. Does so. It's another headshot on the tie. Puts him to 35, and suddenly you have to be questioning if this round is in fact in Talon's hands. Strand trying to hold the revolving door, swings out instantly, has the spray down! 2 kills for him with the classic. Hyunmin not quite able to make a go of it with the Marshall, but the Guardian will be recovered. And there's that thrifty magic that's been lacking since Bind.
I've seen a little bit of that story before, that's for sure. Still feels like DRX have to read all of the contents instead of just the blurb here, though, because they still do trail a bit, but that is going to reset things as far as Talon are concerned. Back to the drawing board on your back foot. A very big opportunity for DRX to start to get in this map, really. Pill for a couple of those guns at the end there as well. Try and maximize your own economy. It's going to be the full eco, essentially, to come through from Talon. Just the Sheriff for Jit Boys, and that team just removed.
Yeah, just baited by the Haunt. Big push forward here, and this Outlaw could collect nothing. This bite is going to be lobbed in, and Freeing is trying to clear the corner. Tai is so quickly there. They have this pincer out from B main as well. It's a great little strategy from Talon to ensure that they find a punish. With the Outlaw in hand now. Flashback. Also, not at risk. Not so much. They pile around the corner. He piles up the bodies. It's a 3K. The Steel Garden online now. And it's TRX getting within 3 rounds as they just need to deal with Cruz.
Yeah, Captain Cruz just going to go down with the ship here. You would assume. Flashback, by the way, it's picking up the Steel Garden going into the next round. That'll be the rifle round as Talon too. So if you want to have a get to the choke point and pop and explode play, that ultimate is kind of one of the ones that you do want online.
Well, for sure. And you do have Tai, who's 1 away from having a showstopper, which obviously Steel Garden not going to do much about that. Imagine.
No.
Imagine.
It's already...
But imagine.
Oh, he does take out Hyunmin though. So that's going to be 1 gun removed.
Baits him to stick around. That's a happy little silver lining there for Talon.
I'd rate that as a medium success.
This, I really like the crunch play. This, a little bit less so. If nothing else, you could say, well, at least they didn't peek 1 by 1.
That is very true. But I feel like that's the wrong team we're talking about in that sort of scenario anyways. We'll throw that under, though. Talon now going to have those guns back in possession. Going to be opting for a bit more of a rubble contest. Look at this. They got the numbers.
And they want to deny this orb take. So nade out. Marker on the back, but do they read Cruz being up top of the box? Boombot, well, kind of does, but whether or not they can understand the elevation based on that is going to be a completely different situation.
Because Marco hasn't peaked yet.
And now.
And he's dead.
And he's dead.
Again, first. It's been such a rough position for TRX, losing Marco time and time again on Haven.
Look at this immediate call. They find this kill. DRX pivoting over and Talon reading it incredibly well.
Confirming some information with the Arcros.
Flashback. Ooh. The glimpse. 3 challenges for that fight. He is in deep now. Primi getting ready to swing around the side, and yep. That is going to be the unfurling of DRX here in this round. So Talon, barring an ace clutch from Freeing, they're going to get up to double digits.
That's really good calls, really good awareness. You remove Marco from rubble, you reset, you pivot your players over towards the seaside on the expectation that that's exactly what DRX are going to do.
30 seconds left.
Falling on the back of some tendencies here. Doing all of your research as Talon. And you're looking towards your sheets and you just know it's very successful.
Oh.
And that is woeful from Freeing in the end. Double.
Flawless, holding on to everything.
Can start to see the light at the end of that tunnel for Talon you'd expect here in this upper bracket run. Couple more rounds to go, some access in towards some ultimates now as well. And you start to get really worried for DRX. Be feeling the pressure. Back to the little pistol stacking of 4 towards the C site and just the 1 in Jip Boys over at A. Same util set across the map.
Couldn't get the orb contest outside of A, so it looks like this time it might be for C as Tai not going for it quite just yet. Seeing if anybody falls into this trap, and Flashback is getting closer and closer. Smoke dissipating. Tai there around the corner. Gets the spot out, and Tai wins the fight. Orb be damned, doesn't need it. Has a showstopper online now. A little bit risky to try to send it with 38 HP.
Looked like the Prowler took a couple of crucial bullets.
Gets them slowed up here for the moment. Sees in towards drop. Does get a grab there. Primi able to get away from it.
Not got a lot of access for any protection on the site though for this post.
Mako spotted, repositions here towards top rubble, but there's the haunt reveal. And there's the clear out from Jit Boys. Swinging out of stairs. Steel Garden now going to be invested. The weapon's taken away. Classic in hand here for Hyunmin. Freeing tucked in. The top of this rope. Weapon's now recovered. A little bit of a crossfire setup. They're able to find the first, but can't get the spray down. And Jit Boys from around the back. He's got the closeout. Talon so close that they can taste it. 2 more rounds. They're keeping themselves in this upper bracket and sending DRX down to the depths.
Oh, they are smelling the success here. That is for certain. Another buy round, of course, for them. Just methodically together as a unit. Always together, always with the trades, always with the right players at the right position on these flanking spots as well, it feels like currently. 11 rounds achieved for Talon, and a timeout called from DRX here. And this has to be the turning point for you guys on this side. Otherwise, it's map gone.
It's a pretty big deficit from now to try to run this one back. Saw them get up to 9 on Haven. That was the most that they could muster. Just not seeing the consistency in performance from players who have been so consistent for them.
Yeah.
Mako having a rough go. Hyunmin seemingly peaking in the first map, not being able to find that same form. It is costing them dearly.
And on the flip side as well, Talon, right? They're still showing us their huge successes in the 5 versus 4s, why they are the #1 Pacific team in 4 versus 5 conversions as well. They are very rapid together, all switched on.
They are and have been the real deal. Feels like a lot of this is going to be very much leaning on Flashback with the Steel Garden to try to bring the weapons down to parity.
Stingers, Phantom, and a Sheriff for Flashback. And players spread around the map at the wrong spots if there's any sort of A rubble contest that Talon can throw one out to draw your attention over towards that A site. Gotta be a situation as well, though, for DRX that they cannot just sit pretty and wait.
Time to jump.
Actually, DRX getting all of this A rubble control. Primi.
Swinging around to the opposite side of the smoke here, trying to see if he can disrupt them, and he can. Finds the first. Drops a spike there for a moment, gets plenty of information, but already hot on their heels are the remainders of Talon. Flashback, nothing going to be found there on a little flank angle. That means the Steel Garden is now out of play.
Spike planted.
Same for the pit, the two tools that we would really like to try to utilize to swing around like this. Slow approach though from Talon, really taking their time, thinking about how they want to get through this one. They just get into tree for free. It's all players from DRX stacked up at backside. Swing out, quick peek from Hyunmin, able to find one. Nades off the corner. Stopping that angle approach here for a little bit longer. It's Mako swinging. Double face, however, is there, and it's going to be Kahlua with 3. Chit Boys with the other. The timeout, not able to find it. Time getting close, but just enough.
Oh!
As that is the defuse found. DRX. They need 6 in a row to try to take this now into overtime. Close, but not close enough.
You got to be kicking yourselves as DRX. You think in that 3 versus 4, there's silence in the site. You're setting yourselves up for the maybe hold. There's some utility there, but it's just the shots. It's always been the crosshair placement of these Talon members. 0.25 to get the job done together as a unit. And it's a colossal force at the moment. Talon, 6 series points.
Crunch attempt outside of C.
Scaring DRX back.
They're able to avoid it. Tap at the door. Boys just making some noise. Now for the moment, seems like DRX maybe looking to try to push their way forward here towards B. Prowler quickly going to get cleared out. Just the one weapon firing off, but already you've got the call to try to reinforce this position. Double push up towards upper.
You can try and look for an avenue for the Steel Garden as Flashback, but it's the timing at C-Mount. They spotted him.
They absolutely have, and they have outdone him. Cannot get those shots woven through. Cannot be sneaky enough. Ty collects them all the same. Bring now forward onto the A site. Can give them a pit in the post plant, but the dimensional drift is online. The Nightfall is there.
Gotta have to use the pit here as freeing. You need some protections, and your team almost just needs to stay around the site, establish a couple of crossfires together.
Just the one player. Estrella out towards Rubble. Shifts over to Tree. And watch that back angle. Dimensional drift now goes through. Primi looking to get all the info for him, and that is going to be the Nightfall. Connecting on the 2. Showstopper out. Hyunmin does manage to make that bank right off the top of the box. Finds Kahlua. Primi at the same time exiting. Gets rid of Mako. Shitboy's now with everything to do. And he's going to be dinked right through the corner. And taken down the nothing. The decay not even really mattering at this point. Fring will drop the pit. Looking for the closeout and will be able to find it. DRX able to hold on by a thread, but still needing 5 rounds consecutively.
The slight investment from them with the pit, but such a successive factor for them in that round, a required one. They weather through the dimensional drift and the nightfall. Hyunmin uses the showstopper. That one apparently works instead of one that explodes at your feet. So just showstopper things.
Yeah, it's just Lotus things.
Yeah, 1 out of 6. It's still a marathon to be running here as DRX, though. You still got to be balancing out and surviving with a lot of members and keeping a bit of this control in your economy too. If you can win this round, you've still got another attempt at a buy from Talon next as well.
Fring is about to be under a ton of pressure here. Prowler spots him. They are ready to just scale, distracting him. And there is the clone to lead the way, to block the bullets. They get away pretty much scot-free. Another great early advantage here as Flashback just triggering the wall. Pops at B, but cannot really stick around. Shitboy's just trying to backpedal.
Oh, that's
going to be collateral damage. It's going to be a good amount of damage out here on device.
Yeah, for sure.
Flashback holding forward, flushed out though. Cognizant of this in such a surprising way is Talon. It's a great read. Mako now once again trying to fight forward, but takes a bit more damage than he pushes out. This paint shell going to be lobbed in. Mako. Oh, Decay down to 1, and Kahlua just a little bit faster to try to save their lives. Estrella needing to do so much, but he cannot make it happen. The defuse is in, and Talon have got it done. 2-1. They sent DRX down to the lower bracket.
They're keeping everything in their own hands here. From yesterday's victory against Nongshim Red Force to today's against DRX, this team that we hear be very vocal about making it to Champions 2025 are one victory away from having that opportunity to getting to the biggest global stage of this year.
And for Frost, that has got to be a damn cathartic feeling. What a victory here for Talon. The pride of Thailand holding their heads high, looking electric, taking down the #1 seed from the opposing group and doing it in fantastic fashion.
No, they're looking great, man, honestly. Just a team that has accelerated time and time again throughout the group stage in this stage of 2 into the playoffs yesterday, today. They want to keep this ball rolling.
They absolutely do. Still not done yet, though. Talon, they need that last step, that final hurdle to jump. And if they can get over that, get into that top 2, then Champs Paris will absolutely be theirs, and potentially even the Pacific Trophy alongside it. We're going to send it down to the stage now with Jen standing by.
And see you in Japan, Talon. Hector, you know I like to stir shit up, right? Anything you want to say?
Oh, that's me that stirs shit up. Oh, that's nice. No, I just had an intimate moment with the Korean fans, right? We love each other, so this is how we show it.
That's it. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
The job's not done.
All right.
We still have to win one more, I believe, in order to qualify for champs, so that's going to be tough. I don't know what's going to happen the next game. I'm quietly hoping T1 wins. However, I'll be completely honest. We always here root for the best for PRX, so we'll see what happens.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Well, the interview was for Crew, so I'm going to have you over here. You okay? All right, I'll make it quick. 프로스 감독님께 오늘 좀 하고 싶은 말이 있냐고 했더니 방금 한국 팬분들과 굉장히 친근하고 가까워지는 그런 경험을 겪었기 때문에 또 한국 팬분들 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 사랑하고 그리고 이제 아직 또 해야 할 일들이 많이 남아 있잖아요. 챔피언스에 가려면 도쿄에서 이제 한 경기 더 승리를 해야 되는데 다음 경기 T1이 솔직히 개인적으로 이겼으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하지만 페이퍼렉스도 응원한다고 얘기를 하면서 쿨하게 이렇게 떠나주셨습니다. 자, 그리고 오늘 승리를 거둔 탈론의 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. GG's and congratulations, Cruz. Now, first of all, you guys are heading over to Tokyo. How proud are you of yourself and also of your team. 먼저 도쿄행 비행기 티켓을 거머쥐게 됐는데요. 너무 팀도 자랑스럽고 스스로도 뿌듯할 것 같습니다. 소감부터 들어볼게요.
Like I said, I'm just really glad that we improved and we put in a lot of hard work. I put in a lot of time with the boys and seeing them play from day one until now, it just makes me feel very proud. And I don't really mind that we're going to Tokyo. Obviously, it's a good thing. I'm happy about it, but it's all about like the work that we put in and it's actually translating. So I'm really glad. And like Hector said, job's not done. We still have champs to go. So it's going to be fun and hopefully we'll show our best performance there.
이 로스터로 정말 첫날부터 굉장히 열심히 했는데 얼마나 빠르게 발전하고 성장했는지 이 경기 결과로 보여드릴 수 있어서 너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 사실 크루즈 선수가 생각하기에 결과도 결과지만 이렇게 좋은 과정을 함께 만들어낼 수 있다는 것에 큰 의미를 두고 있다고 얘기를 하면서 그리고 아직까지 또 챔피언스도 진출을 확정 지어야 하기 때문에 열심히 하겠다고 그렇지만 선수들 모두 너무너무 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 했습니다. 자 그럼 오늘 경기 좀 각오가 남달랐을 것 같은데 경기를 앞두고 팀원들과는 어떤 얘기를 했는지도 물어보고 싶거든요. Elephant in the room. What were the talks before the match? What was the mindset?
I didn't really get good sleep and the boys as well probably because we played yesterday. So I just told them just try to keep the energy up. I was trying really hard to just lighten up the mood. We just focus on the mood and we know how to play the game. Let's just not kill it when we're down. And I think that really hyped up the boys and they pulled through and I'm really proud of everyone.
어제 경기를 치렀기 때문에 크루즈 선수도 그렇고 팀원 모두가 좀 잠을 많이 못 자서 수면 부족 상태였기 때문에 어차피 우리 어떻게 경기를 해야 하는지 그리고 어떻게 하면 이길 수 있는지는 이미 알고 있기 때문에 팀 분위기에 신경을 쓰자라고 얘기를 했고 크루즈 선수도 스스로 이 팀 분위기를 위해서 많은 노력을 경기 내에 해줬다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 분위기가 침체되지 않도록 다 같이 정말 좋은 분위기를 끌어내기 위해서 그런 팀 에너지와 분위기에 집중했던 부분이 또 굉장히 잘 통했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 오늘 경기 끝나고 나서 이제 프로스트 감독도 크루즈 선수에게 축하한다. 드디어 DRX를 상대로 승리를 가져갔다라고 얘기를 해줄 만큼 DRX를 상대로 0대5의 상대 전적을 보여줬던 탈론인데요. 크루즈 선수한테는 특히나 조금 더 의미 있는 승리 같습니다. 어떤 의미인지 그리고 어떤 감정인지 들어보고 싶네요. I saw Frost saying, "Hey, congratulations! Finally, you get to beat DRX." I mean, the head-to-head record in Pacific was 5-0 DRX up. So, what does it mean to you to finally be able to beat DRX?
I'm really glad that we improved, that I proved that I could bring the team where I wanted to in the beginning. It's been a long ride, and we finally beat them once. And they are a really strong team. I respect them a lot, so I'm really proud of the win.
드디어 이렇게 좀 DRX를 처음으로 그리고 이제 막 상대로 승리를 가져가긴 한 거지만 그래도 얼마나 저희가 성장했는지 보여줄 수 있어서 너무너무 행복하고 기쁘다고 얘기를 하고요. DRX라는 강팀을 상대로 승리를 거둘 수 있어서 다행이라고 얘기를 합니다. 많이 더워하고 또 몸이 안 좋으니까 빨리 보내드리도록 할게요. 이렇게 해서 크루즈 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Cruz. I'm gonna let you go now. GG's.
Welcome to Tokyo Talon Esports. That was incredibly well fought from the whole team against DRX. The first time in Pacific history that Talon finally gets to beat DRX.
I mean, this Talon team are the real deal. They came in today looking so strong against Nongshim and now continued that to take down the Goliaths of DRX. In my mind, they were the much stronger team today, even across Bind where they didn't even manage to win. I think this is a very scary team moving forward.
Yeah, I could kind of tell they landed on something special after their win against Boom. I thought that they would top 4. Now they have. I called them to top 4 after their first series, and I honestly, they really haven't slowed down since then. So one series away from going to champs. I think it is very realistic that this team actually makes it there. They are looking in hot form. For DRX, this is a disappointing game. It has to be said, particularly from Marco. This might be one of his worst series in quite a while. He's not even doing the IGL duties, and he really just did not put up the numbers when it was needed today. And that was honestly a pretty big difference maker for me, because Hyunmin and Flashback were both fantastic. Freeing did his role, but Talon were the better team overall. The lowest fraggers on this team only went -1 with Kalura and Cruz. They both put 40 kills together across 3 maps, and Chip Boys was actually their best performer today. It has been one of their weaker performers, so they just have been an incredibly well-rounded team, and you can understand why I felt like they were the better team on all 3 maps today, even though they only won 2-1.
Yeah, it's definitely not, you know, we can't mince words here. Definitely Talon definitely showed their very best. And I just want to take a moment to glaze Cruz as well. Frost has been very vocal that there has been a turning point, and he's really been giving Cruz most of the reins.
Yeah.
And all of that hard work that he was saying in that interview, that's this, right? All of his ideas are finally coming into light, and he's really been putting the boys through the work, and they finally see the results happening on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we take a look at the, you know, the player stats here, I think what's apparent to me is there wasn't any pop-off on DRX. Map 1, it was Hyunmin that got them across the line. Map 2, it was Flashback who kept it close. But on this map, nobody's really going toe-to-toe with their opposite number.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think for Cruz, though, it's great to see this guy get his flowers. He's been around in the TAC FPS scene in Thailand for even before Valorant came out. He's got a lot to deal with. He has to translate, be the kind of mediator between the coaching staff and the team itself. He's deep in the VODs. He's doing the IGLing. He's got an injury to deal with.
Probably a lot more than that behind the scenes
This
as
guy
well.
does everything. And, you know, the fact that he's able to bring a team to this level, to this caliber from Thailand with a full Thai roster is fantastic. Match MVP will go to Thai, though. I mean, since going on to the Duelist, this guy has been phenomenal, and it's been great to see him flourish as a rookie. If he goes international with the rest of Talon and does some serious work over there, that's a Rookie of the Year contender for me.
Oh yeah, very easily. He did his job so well today. Also put up big numbers. I mean, you can't ask any more than this from your duelist, let alone a rookie who's so fresh to the league. And he went toe-to-toe against Hyunmin. We know how great Hyunmin can be. We know how experienced this DRX roster are, but he was entirely unfazed by all of that today and really put on a show.
Yeah, it's massive props as well to Talon for being able to set him up for this kind of success. Really able to build around him, especially as a rookie, as we've been saying, right? Update to the playoffs bracket, as you can see it right here. We can see Talon sitting very, very comfortably. So much more closer to Tokyo. Look at that view that they have over there, over the Lala Arena in Tokyo Bay.
Yeah, I mean, they're already there. They're ready to play.
That is the plane that they're on, right there.
100%. They're flying all the way over there, you know, on the wings of Thailand. Thai Airways probably not actually where they're going to be going with here. Probably some more appropriate airlines, but I dare say that they're going to be happy they made it there, but that's not the main goal. We just heard it there from Cruz. We got it from Frost right from the get-go.
Yeah.
Goal is champs, and I think Talon are going to be able to do it back-to-back, but this time in very different circumstances. Last time they barely scraped it in. This time around, they're going to very convincingly get it together, I think, if they do it.
Yeah, 1 win away now, as close as it gets. Unfortunately, though, for DRX, they are dropping into that lower bracket. Now their road to get a top 4 gets a lot harder. They're going to have to win more games against some really tough opponents down there, so nothing confirmed for DRX yet.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for DRX. We know that they are a squad that can qualify for these big global events. We know that they're a squad that can get this trophy, but it's just a much harder road from them. Can they actually stand up to that? Can they endure that long road?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's got to be rough when you're 5-0 in the overall series matchup. They're playing for pride. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams and the coaching staff in this game. There's nothing more, I guess, sweet for Talon to be able to deny a team that's denied them at every single twist and turn in VCT Pacific thus far a chance to go to the international event and fulfill their whole goals for the year.
Yeah, now they will be playing the winner of Genji versus RRQ.
Oh my god.
That's so difficult. That's such a tough game.
100%. That's going to be a really rough matchup for whoever ends up in it. That's going to be the previous stage grand finalists, honestly, that they're going to have to take down to be able to make it to an international event, or unfortunately suffer the same downfall that they suffered trying to qualify over for Toronto. I mean, it's just going to be incredibly rough.
Only bangers here in Pacific. It's only bangers. We've been saying it the entire time. Every team that we have here in Pacific, they could probably do so well on the global stage. So it's going to be very, very exciting indeed. Congratulations to DRX. Their journey is not done just yet. And congratulations to Talon for Tokyo. We have some special guests, by the way, in the audience. And I believe Jen is standing by with a very special interview.
안녕하세요, 유정현입니다. 오늘은 특별한 손님 맞이하게 됐습니다. 세이지 장인으로 유명한 그림님 만나보도록 할게요. 와! Hey guys, it's Jen with Grim, known for his sage. Now Grim, welcome to Korea. First of all, how's your stay been? Did you do anything fun?
Yeah, it's been fun. A lot of shopping, a lot of eating. Very, very good food here. But it's been very fun, yeah.
오, 쇼핑도 많이 하고 맛있는 것도 많이 먹고 특히 홍대 지역을 좀 자주 돌아다녔다고 얘기를 하면서 굉장히 좋은 기억들을 많이 만들고 추억도 많이 만들고 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이렇게 퍼시픽 리그 직관까지 오게 됐고 약간의 드라마까지 보게 됐었는데 평소에 응원하는 퍼시픽 선수나 팀이 있는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So here you are. Welcome to the Pacific venue. Is there a Pacific player that you really like to watch or you really like to play with maybe in the ranked?
Yeah, Jing. Jing's very fun. Premi, of course. Premi's very nice. Yeah, those are my favorite. Probably, yeah.
Did you get to play against any of them in ranked?
No, they got on later. Jing almost, but I got off right before he got on. Hopefully, though. Hopefully.
찡 선수랑 프리미 선수가 플레이하는 걸 너무너무 보고 싶었고 평소에도 참 좋아하는 선수라서 그래도 여기 한국에 왔으니까 좀 아시아 서버 하면서 이 선수들이랑 같이 상대로 경기를 할 수 있었냐라고 물어봤더니 근데 찡 선수가 로그인 하자마자 이제 그림 선수가 로그아웃을 해야 돼가지고 아쉽게도 상대로 만나거나 팀으로 만나지는 못했다고 하는데요. 그러면 가장 중요한 거 오늘 왜 여기에 왔고 누구를 응원할 건지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Most important question, why are you here? Who are you rooting for?
T1, of course. T1 fighting. T1 fighting, man. Always.
T1 응원하러 왔다고 하는데요. 이렇게 T1에게 긍정적인 에너지를 보내주고 있습니다. 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디도 부탁드리도록 할게요. Message over to the fans. We have a lot of fans, lining up over here.
Yeah.
See you. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Super awesome. The people I've met here are great. Very, very nice people. And yeah, I love it here, man. It's great. It's awesome.
팬분들이 너무 좋아해 주시고 응원도 많이 해주셔서 참 기쁘다고 얘기를 하면서 너무 좋은 시간 보내고 있다고 얘기를 하네요. 이렇게 그림님 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Grim. Enjoy the match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Game changers. We're making history. It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific, the region where you can see two Masters winners go head-to-head. And that brings us to T1 versus PRX. It's Bangkok versus Toronto here. And it's always fun when you get the very best of the best to get to face off against each other. But this is a very important match. This is not just for Tokyo, this is for Paris.
Yeah, absolutely. Whoever wins today, the stakes are very simple. If you win, you are into champions. Both of these two teams are the top two bleeding on championship points. They both secured a Masters title this year, so we'll see. Last time these two teams did play as well, it was bloody close. In the group stage of this very stage. It was 2 OTs.
It does not get, sorry, any more close than this, any more intense than this. Like you say, win and you're in. This game is for everything for these teams. You can see here in the bottom left of your graphic, they had a clean 2-0 win against T1, but it was very, very close. They were fresh off the plane. They ran Haven. It was a bit of a wild veto, but they got the job done.
Oh yeah, multiple overtimes that time, and I think we're gonna get a little bit more this time around because T1, they know that winning this match gets them into Paris. They missed out on Toronto. They definitely don't want to miss out on this one.
Yeah, they did a great job yesterday starting strong, and they absolutely do not want to miss out on Paris. This is a team with so much potential. They've had a little bit of, instability throughout the year, changing that smokes roll, but now DH is in there and he's looking brilliant. This team is moving in the right direction, but it's a big, big hurdle in the shape of PRX today for them.
Yeah, T1 are playing better and better. You're even seeing some throwback games from Meteor lately, have kind of reinvented their style a little bit here and there, coming into this stage, throwing some Chamber in the mix. Buzz get on the Chamber, getting on the Ob quite a lot. Even their bind comp, they're playing a little bit of double Enid. So, T1 sometimes is a team that can be a little bit inflexible, can kind of just jam this double duelist style over and over again, but they are showing some flexibility. They are showing some promise. They've already taken down the current Pacific reigning champions in RRQ, and now they're going to have to take down the current reigning Masters champion back to back.
And when we look at the team data right here, historically, PRX has usually come out on top versus T1, but again, it's been like different rosters every single time in different circumstances.
Yeah, T1, the only head-to-head they actually won was in kickoff, which was a very tight game in and of itself, and it was when PRX were in their worst form ever. They crashed out after a loss to DFM, despite the fact that they played T1 very closely, and T1 went on to get a second place up against DRX in kickoff back then. The stats you really want to highlight here is first kill win percent and operator usage for T1. Those two are undoubtedly linked. It's Izu running in on the duelist, finding these openers, or it's Buzz with the op finding the openers for T1.
And I think for this match, we are looking, of course, at the Sentinels and how they perform here, especially when it comes to Devi. He has been quite a performer for PRX.
He's been so good. I mean, it's crazy to say he's always been good, but he's better than ever, playing so much of this fight, and this agent suits him so, so well.
Yeah, Meteor as well, as I was mentioning, is having some better and better performances, and a lot of them come off exactly this. The Astra on Corrode has actually been a fantastic agent for him, but then this game in particular, up against RRQ, he put on a clinic on the Viper.
He did so well. I mean, this whole series, he did really, really excellent. He's been a joy to watch. I think
this round,
I mean, he's really returning to that old school Meteor form that we saw from him.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see these two players. They're fan favorites all around. Of course, Meteor, he has 2 trophies under his belt, and Devi has just always been a favorite of everybody. Shout out to FNS, by the way, who is Device's biggest fan, of course.
Yeah.
But for this match, of course, there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams. And we know how both of these teams, they react differently to pressure also. Sometimes it can be very good, sometimes not so much. We are looking at the map Veto right now, and we are not seeing Ice. No corrode yet. Come on PRX, please, when?
You're going to get the same initial bans, but this is where the changes up to start. You're going to get T1 actually picking Sunset. They previously picked Haven to try to exploit PRX's map pool, which didn't work out for them. And PRX are going to go for Bind, which T1 have actually been decent on lately.
Yeah, I mean, we saw T1 play Bind yesterday. And it was RRQ. Yeah, against RRQ, and it was really strong. So I'm curious what they've got cooked up here. Starting on Sunset, both of these teams have been very solid in composition choices. T1 with that double duelist they're so known for. PRX with their signature Sage.
Yeah, 100%. They've got a great record on this. In fact, both teams do. PRX are 7-2 overall. They beat some fantastic teams, but they've lost the last 2 Sunsets. Over on the side of T1, though, they're 4-0 on Sunset. They're on a bit of a hot streak, and their attack in particular has been looking great.
I mean, we know Grim's here in the audience, so they got to be running this Sage, right? You gotta show off. Maybe he's teaching them some special walls.
What has he been teaching? Oh, are we gonna see the Sage on Sage or the Sage versus Sage? That's gonna be really exciting, especially since, you know, we said PRX, they have some crazy ideas with the Sage on this map. I'm expecting to see a whole lot more, and maybe on the side of T1 as well. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Yeah, 100%. I'd love to see some little TikTok walls coming in there. He's got some cheeky ones. Remember that one where they push up into B main on defense and boost up through the window?
Yeah, of course. More highlights, more clips, definitely, because it's going to be PRX versus T1 on that stage. Again, this is not just for Tokyo. This is for Paris. Let's send it to the stage.
Let's fly.
The battle of the Masters winners once again, PRX and T1. The script seems to favor PRX this year, and how could it not when everything seems to be going their way? Toronto, that was easy, but this is Pacific. Can they take the throne in the toughest region in the world?
I mean, post-Toronto, they've been looking great. That one hiccup against Zeta Division, but then they did end up closing out their group first place. They got to watch T1 play yesterday. How prepared are you? And this game means everything. Locking in Paris, locking in your spot at Champions.
Definitely a lot of pressure on the line for both of these teams. And for T1, it's been up and down for this roster, but you gotta love the arc that they're on. Once we call them a super team for their veterans, now we call them a super team for their rookies. Is that the key to getting to Tokyo and to taking the throne?
Yeah, absolutely. T1 have really been powering up ever since they sacrificed Zeta Division over at T1 home ground as a bit of an offering. They want to turn this whole arena red just like it is here, but not only this arena, also the whole pathway straight through to Champions to once again try to win an international event.
That zoom in on DH, just closing his eyes and taking it in. You know he's tuned in, you know he's focused, you know that he's really feeling that pressure. A lot rides on his shoulders here, especially since he's been performing out of his mind here on the side of T1.
Yeah, he's been one of the more promising rookies for sure. I am so looking forward to this matchup. Two very respected coaches. I mean, I give Autumn his flowers in particular. Yeah. His reads against RRQ in their very last series were phenomenal.
Very, very good. I felt like their whole game plan against RRQ was very good. So a lot of respect for both these teams here. And I think when we take another look at this Veto, one thing we didn't touch on was map 3 being Ascent.
Yeah.
PRX have hated this map for the longest time.
Yeah,
so I'm very curious if we're going to see that.
We see T1 adopt that European style, playing the Chamber and the Yoru. So Secret going to run on defense. It's a very annoying team comp to attack into. And oh my god, Vic is playing anti-Jinx
I know people are wondering, what on earth, Victoria of all people? But hey, she's leaning into it. There is something weird going on this desk, and she is determined to break that curse. Where do her allegiances lie, truly? I mean, if you know, you know.
I mean, what a great move there. But I mean, even the viewers massively agreeing PRX are the favorites heading into the day. Their form has been so good, and they're playing such fantastic Valorant. The onus is really on T1 here to pull an upset.
I'd agree with that, but by the same token, I really feel like T1 have never looked better after these last couple of games.
Yeah,
they really pushed PRX all the way down to the wire when neither of these teams were in their best form. So now that we're getting this repeat matchup in this stage, I feel like PRX is rested, they're ready for this game, they've been seeded into the upper bracket, and T1 has played themselves into form. I think we're in for another banger here.
That's exactly it. It's challenging the very best of the best in their peak form, right? Early on in the group stage, maybe perhaps you have some teams that are a little exhausted, right? From a very, very long journey or from other tournaments, but now you're getting them at their prime, and that's the way to go. That's how you want to qualify for Paris and for Tokyo.
Yeah, we will be starting on Sunset, and for PRX, no changes from when we last saw them play. But previously, we saw this against Zeta Division, and they did not look good. Zeta Division got the best of them here.
Yeah, they've lost their last two Sunsets with this comp. T1, on the other hand, though, DH has been phenomenal on the Omen on this map, but the standout for me is definitely Izu. Yeah. Lately on this Neon, he has looked really dangerous, particularly when they have to start on this attacking side. T1 have these aggressive, punchy sight hits that can be very difficult to hold.
Oh, it's going to be very, very aggressive indeed. You're seeing the double duelists up against the W Gaming team. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to find out who will be our first Pacific team to qualify for Champions Paris as we step into Sunset, our first map, and toss it on over to Achilles and Komodo.
PRX could not get it done, but now we will have a guaranteed team qualifying for Champions Paris, as well as our nice little homestead over in Tokyo. And as a road show that we're going to be putting on, but this is going to be another big one. Our two Masters winners here in 2025 squaring off against each other to see which team is going to be the first from Pacific to qual for Paris. I think the script writers did pretty good on this one.
Maybe.
Just a little so-so?
Oh no, I'm playing this one down. I'm so excited for this series right now. Honestly, PRX, T1 in a state that they are both rejuvenated. They are ready for this series. It's not like we've had massive shenanigans afoot and they're just scrapping by and getting in towards the server. No, they've been ready here. T1, yes, they had to play yesterday against RRQ. That was also a banger series. I will add there were some very funny things that we saw in the beginning of Sunset that maybe we even get here again, but I am ready for this series and I'm hoping everyone is as well.
I certainly am. We'll see if the teams are as we go into this one. Feels like a very inverted draft coming through. T1 been favoring that bind overall. Looked, pretty good on it versus RRQ just a day ago. But they opt to go to Sunset. PRX opts to go to bind. Both teams having some ideas, some plans to try to deal with the shenaniganry from the opposite side. Double Sheriff start here for PRX.
Yeah, he's going to be shutting the mid door for the PRX squad as well. Seeing what they might be able to figure out over there. Some early damage for the contest over at a main 2. Buzz just has to get out of dodge.
That's one of the things that we were seeing versus RRQ.
Yeah, when they went through the smoke over at A short and past each other. That sent me just a little bit with how that pistol round unfolded. But now we reset things over towards the A side. It's all 5 members from T1. Comes down to the timing and what you want to do here. Forsaken just playing spot over at the link side of things. And that smoke gives you an idea for T1 that they have no idea how close you've gotten to this site.
Yeah, I think that they still have you zoned back. The check in though, Forsaken catching a glimpse of Meteor. Still not necessarily telling the full story, but as they hear the Neon now making noise on the site, well, they will know that they've given up a good amount of space here for free. So plant in, 5v5 for the retake.
There's a Paranoia available for Forsaken, and something with that recon online too.
Boom about to try to lead the way. Izu holding close to Buzz, going to be taken down. Jing is able to find Stack at the same time, and that's a fantastic start here for PRX. Is looking to try to get this ball rolling. Meteor will plant his feet and find one. It's plenty of damage dealt here to the players on PRX, but they just do not have the numbers now to T1. A little bit of spam interrupts the defuse, the swing out, and Forsaken will have it done. Opening pistol goes the way of PRX, and that's something that I don't get to say very often because the metric for them has not been that strong.
I was going to say, PRX, a team that has been abysmal in the pistols this stage, second to the bottom. And they come away with a pretty good retake on that one too. Everybody fighting over in the alley, hitting their shots. The paranoia timing as well from Forsaken, I think, is really good to just force T1 back in towards the elbow. They silently got up in towards the site, but I'm kind of looking at these sort of 5 versus 5 avenues where I want to see T1 get a little bit more proactive. I need to see them not play for the retakes, essentially, not play for those positions where they're equalized, because RRQ, for example, were extremely happy to play the retakes. T1 need to get a little bit more aggressive on attack and hunt for a couple of those kills a little bit earlier on. This round, though, of course, is just going to be the pistols.
And that's going to be Meteor now, displaced on that flank attempt. Good kill for Jing. Finds himself 3 charges away from that first showstopper of the map. He'd crash into the corner, but given Devi's position, could just swivel out from Market and be able to find a punish there very quickly.
Here we go.
It's feeling like it's going to be a meat grinder here. Yep, push forward. Patman going to be good for 1. Devi, oh, just a stinger there at range, but Patman is there to go ahead and fill the void. And with the classic drawn down, Devi will get involved. So, damn clean. Not quite a flawless, but everything important carried forward here. PRX start off 2-0.
Forsaken's just keeping everything in check over at that A side as well, right? When you've got the first kill on towards Meteor from Jing, he's left to just play there by himself. You've got Jing then flexing over towards mid to just make sure nothing's happening there, and the rest of the squad is just looking over at the B site. Very standard moving around the map for PRX to just dot those I's and cross those T's. Now we get into the first rifle round for T1 to see what they're going to be able to find on this attacking side and how active maybe Meteor is going to be able to get on those lurks, how punished he's going to get, or how free it's going to be. When you are playing Buzz too on this Yoru, you want to see some good movement around his position. Speaking of movement, all of this top mid space the T1 have already found.
And deep. Relay bolt coming through. Now very well aware of this as Patman just hugging inside of the poison orbit. Devi able to find one, looks for a second, doesn't get the kill, and Patman will get caught. Now you've got Forsaken deep around the back, displacing Buzz. As it's a 3v3. Push forward here from Izu, but he's going to get jumped from behind. And disregards that spawn, and that's really good pathing here from PRX. Very solid chance to maybe try to find this bonus conversion as Jing just tucks back around the corner, but Snacks will be able to flush him out. Recons early. Forsaken just going to be waiting this one out. Meteor down to 3 HP. Cam is in, and Stacks is there on top. Avoiding catastrophe. Still a good amount of damage dealt here by PRX, but T1 do deny that bonus conversion.
Yeah, interesting play from T1 to just take all of that mid-aggressive space. It catches Patman off guard specifically as well. And in the 3 versus 2 is where I kind of put a little bit more of my focal point. You've got the flank from Forsaken coming on through, but it's Stacks and Meteor here through Boba. The satchel's not really working out. Jing, it's a little bit sent in that situation too. And Stacks is just going to be the protector at that point for the team. So early on the board here, no massive lead for one team at the very beginning. But it does put a little bit more of a premium on PRX in this round to balance the economy and answer back. You've already got the Sheriff of Devi, and you've lost 2 members.
That's okay. A great response shot there from Izu. Shrugs off the shot to the chest and just gets rid of something. Still the showstopper chance for Jing to be the danger man here in this round. As first contact is there against Buzz. Does manage to find that kill, so pulling out the rocket does start becoming a bit more enticing.
All the kills so far as well. The corner peaks, right? Up through top mid, up through elbow, and the reverse. Creeping up, though, towards elbow. Does Jing have an idea? Does his spider senses start to tingle?
Given Devi's pathing at the moment, could just swing back into mid if they assess that it's going to be safe enough. But it's a really good clear at the corner. Izu instantly dispatching Jing, and with that, time is starting to tick. So it seems like Devi not going to be going to try to play in for that rifle. As that should have been a spot. Paranoia going to be set. Yep, full blind coming through. DH gets the kill, and Meteor holds down Street. So 2-2, and T1 answering back quite nicely.
That was really well done from them. Just going a little bit silent, creeping on up. You know, sometimes you see a lot of teams play on the back of the utility to start to re-clear a lot of corners, but T1 always having this idea. And they want to re-clear without drone, without dart, go together in numbers. It's something that when it comes to the Haven map as well, it's something they love to do over at A Lobby, for example. They love to re-clear without utility, just go silent and do it. They've exercised the same sort of positioning here over towards A. It's going to draw in PRX to maybe get ahead of this information a little bit earlier on soon, instead of just letting T1 come to you. Now you've just got the rifles for T1. You can go on a bit of an expedition.
Still creep down the spot there on the Jing. Is able to just go ahead, backpedal away. Patman holding with a pixel angle. Now looking to try to reposition with a relay bolt. Should still connect. And Izu not able to find him, but Meteor certainly does. Keeps him covered, but Divine, quick peek, finds the shot, sends out a slow orb. One on either side. Neural Theft gets the reveal. He's going to try to tuck in the corner, but Meteor just here behind. And with that push, he somehow doesn't find him. Something does still can take it down. Eventually, Meteor will flush him out with that shorty, but for a second, it looked like maybe Divine had slipped the net just enough to be able to turn the tides. Does not. It's a casual shot from Stax. Look down, Forsaken. Jing now with everything to do. And will end up falling. A 3K here from Meteor. 3 rounds for T1.
I was looking at what was available going in towards that round as well for T1. They had 3 members, 1 away from an ult apiece. Or 2, in fact, as well. And they are getting ever so closer. They used the Neural Theft in that round, but they've still got access to some in the next round and some more coming online. Does look a little bit scrappy in a lot of those duels from the T1 side of things, but again, it is Stax to sort of stabilize and Meteor as well. Really well done from them to pick up a lot of the pieces. It was just the any eco though, so this time we'll get a bit more of the investments coming through from the PRX side. Similarly, close to the ultimates as well, with some available. So it is going to be a very important opening duel. You are losing your life on PRX, for example. Where is it going to be lost? Can Devi get up a resurrection? Still have another go at the round.
Back into the buy. Hunter's Fury online for Stax. The res is there. Let's see if those should come into play here as something that's just trying to maintain control of mid.
And we've got two spots from either side of the map, right? You're playing the high-low over at the B site, and you're playing doubled up over at elbow at the moment for PRX in a high-low as well, technically, with Devi on the crouch.
Buzz about to swing into this one, and yep, that's just going to be the instant spray down.
Toxin screen down.
Devi able to take the kill away. Probably would rather have had that go on the Patman as well, given that he would get the pit online, but can't change what's already happened, so we'll just look to try to maintain a vice grip here on this A site. Something for now slotted just into the cubby there at Street. Peek from Devi is going to be clean. Finds the kill into Izu. Stack's gone. Meteor still trying to fight back. Gets them into a 2v3. Continues to try to swing forward. Finds the headshot as well. Showstopper. Jing able to avoid the lion's share of that damage. Keeps himself alive. It's DH. Doesn't go for the push. Does get the shutdown now. The instant reposition. The chase coming through. Forsaken. Trying to find him. But DH. This rookie has been putting up figures for T1, and he continues.
We're talking about Rookie of the Year in last game, right? We got new players on contention for that one, right? Dai, for example, but DH has been a player that I've been so impressed with time and time again. PRX in this round as well. They get the opening frag, that resurrection available, but there's just no opportunity to be able to really use it. As T1 are getting really in towards the site, Meteor's doing some damage again. I thought that DH was spotted by something with the gun barrel just poking through the dark cover, but not able to just triangulate the kill, or rather Jing to be able to triangulate the kill. And the Battle of the Omens at the end of the day, at the end of that one, Forsaken gets outdone by DH. And it's a timeout early on from PRX to have a chit-chat. The pistol in the second round's going their way, but rifle round upon rifle round, it's 4 gun rounds in a row for T1. That is strength.
Yeah. Not even necessarily doing anything too out of the ordinary to be able to get these rounds either. So PRX just looking to steady the nerves a little bit here. Obviously, a ton of pressure on both teams, just given what is at stake. That ticket punch to both Tokyo and Paris.
Which is crazy as well, right? Because just 2 weeks ago, T1 And continuing on them, they were getting melted in a lot of their executes. What was working against DFM and some of the other teams was not working against RRQ, for example, yesterday. They weren't able to really muster up a lot of success, and then they were able to flick the switch a little bit. For example, when Meteor starts to come online from the Rockies 1 to 10 start on Haven, they really start to pick up the pieces. A bit more fast-paced action, though, with this space towards elbow for them.
Good crash there, Jing clearing it, so now they know his position. Get out a little bit wider, but with the Boonbot getting taken down, Jing just has to backpedal. The Paranoia now going across, forsaking up over the top of the box, is able to find Meteor, but quickly does get traded back.
Time to jump.
T1 just seemingly having the upper hand here at every twist and turn. Now come in with a player advantage, as well as the weaponry.
Yeah, just 3 Sheriffs to have a go at it.
Get their way forward, maybe weapon from Forsaken can be recovered, so Devi does manage to scoop up that Vandal. A little bit of counter spam. Also shock dart forward, Izu falling down to 70, but Batman now dead, pushing his way out of that smoke. They're walled in, they're worried about somebody pushing up from this angle, but everybody's saddled right here on the site. And something will not be able to find the shots. It's damn near flawless, as T1 not allowing the timeout to lead to a thrifty. Get a nice, cozy 3-round lead.
Got to be around for PRX coming in the next one. It was the option, of course, of PaperX to start on the defensive side here. Will that come back to bite them? After in the last series, we saw Talon start on attack time and time again, getting some good successive runs. We're seeing T1 right now on this attacking side, getting some great successive runs. Just able to really dictate the pace currently. So now this is going to be a very crucial round for PaperX. There's 9 ultimates in the server, just missing Jing's Showstopper.
That's a good start. Maybe enough to calm the nerves here of Alex.
Just for a few seconds.
You don't want Forsaken to stop if he's going to be doing that, but you know there's plenty of time for the wheels to still come off. Patman getting a bit of damage in there, but Devi with a really nice shot is able to intercept the sliding Neon. It's Hunter's Fury trying to find something, but Devi's just strafing forward onto the site. He's had no information, but Forsaken continuing to excel here in the round. Meteor now with everything to do. Boxed into the corner, and Jing will be able to spam him out. And PaperX stopping this 5-round win streak. Denying T1 from making it 6.
Yeah, very ambitious from Devi to peek in towards the site when you know your opponents have flooded in towards and you don't have a lot of that already scanned assistance on the site too from a recon dart from something, for example. He's Hunter's Furying a couple of angles for you, so I kind of understand the idea just a little bit, but it is still very risky. You need to mitigate these risks a little bit as PaperX because you're already seeing T1 kind of have some really good visual ideas on how they want to pivot around the map, how they want to try and give themselves some better favor. And in the end, that results in a 1 versus 2 for Meteor that he does end up losing.
Paranoia out, the swing onto the corner, and oh, Jing! Felt like he had everything served up to him on a platter, but it's only going to be a tiny bit of damage there on the DH. Forsaken, however, continuing to excel! Locks in for the second shot, and Buzz sprinting across to try to see what he can find, but he cannot play DH into this one, and now he's going to go for a quick little exit, the swing on the corner to his demise. Back-to-back big rounds from Forsaken, guiding PaperX back into this game.
Oh, that duo of Forsaken and Jing has always been so potent. Unfortunately for Jing in the very beginning, he did get spotted out by the recon of Stax. Had that not happened, potentially could have got away with absolute murder. But Devi this time with the team peeks out, and Forsaken very snappy with that reactive aim.
Probably the most apt word you could use.
Which one?
Potent.
Potent?
Because could apply to good things, could apply to bad things.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes they're trolling together, sometimes they're absolutely excelling.
This is very true. Well, PaperX have an opportunity here to double on down, triple on down in fact, and equalize to the 5-5. But it's a bit more of a slower creep up in B main for T1 here. Slot Izu into the corner and still have Buzz off yonder. See if there's any extensions over at A main.
Will be well poised to take the lead if they can close this one out here and tie it. The economy from T1's getting whittled away at from those previous 2 rounds. Hunter's Fury now going to be opened up, and Meteor dead. Jing up over the top there and Market able to find him. There's DH TPing in deep behind enemy lines. You still have Forsaken here. Buzz, quick little double glance, does manage to find him. Something potentially now at risk. DH, the timing goes forward to try to get that util out, and something is able to go ahead and identify him and get that kill. Spray just a hair off. Buzz brings it back to a 3v3, but Rez is available.
And they're already angling to get this flank on to secure the space to be able to get Forsaken back online. That gives you options. That gives you smokes. That gives you a from the shadows that you can just ult into the site to get information.
I think a Figure the Clone just went off there from Buzz to try to get some interest back over there. So you can see the ping coming through, but given the numbers that they have, still feeling confident to just pull the trigger on that Rez and now pretty much confirm that Buzz is not behind them. It's just right in front. He's whipping his shots. Push out of the smoke. Izu gone. Showstopper. Just looking to try to narrow things down. Swings around the back and has the right idea, but they've done enough to go ahead and push Stacks away from this one. So the defuse can come through, and that's going to be a very good economic round here for the side of PRX, holding on to 4 weapons.
They're quite on the nose from them at the end of that, to be completely honest with you. Just angling for that resurrection on towards Forsaken. You give yourself more options with the smokes, with the numbers. I love the position from Jing, not yet utilized here. Catching Meteor when he uses his own cage in the market door. It's generally a tell from him on the timing for a B split. It's really well navigated for the retake together for the little split, leaving Pac-Man by himself, and Forsaken, you can just see him watching the flank. So really nicely done from PRX for the 3 in a row. They'll tie things up. And T1, there's 2 more rounds to be able to contend with in this half. You want to favor yourselves to give yourselves the best options on this attacking side. So they call for the timeout here.
Right now, he's feeling good. I forget what, Bach, right. But they're calling him Tommy.
Really?
Yeah, they said that his nickname is Tommy, which is the manager's name.
Yeah, the manager's name, I was going to say.
I think I know why, but a little bit of an inside joke from them.
Timeout aside, though, 5-5, ready to get back into this series. See what the adjustments may very well look like, as PRX are starting to shoot in the server. See there on the screen, timeout win. It's exactly what I was actually going to talk about. T1 are the team that has converted the most rounds after timeouts, and especially now that they are backed up with rifles as well, not choosing to call it off the eco variety. See if this fast play over towards the A side is going to work out, if they're going to continue against it. Otherwise, I'm reading wrong.
Oh, this Tiles crunch. We staved off, though. It's a good relay, but that's the H just straight forward as Jing holds his own. Comes up with a second. I mean, I've seen him ace from this position, so you always have to respect it. T1 do not. Suddenly, that is Stacks just spammed down through the smoke. PRX. A great set call off the back of T1's timeout.
In the half.
Is that going to have too much of an impact, though, on the little scoring statistics for them or not? Doesn't really matter, because you know what that is? It's the right players at the right position from PRX to absolutely shut down the fast tiles play. Very nicely done yet again from PRX. 4 in a row. They've got a great little tailwind in their sails at the end of this half, and now they're bringing out the big boomsticks. 2 operators around the map. Assuming hot potatoable with the Vandals on the floor or the Phantoms, but options nonetheless.
Something looking for the jiggle punish there. Does manage to slide away.
Oh, might send Izu in here with the overdrive. Get very rapid. Can't overwhelm something who was on the drone.
Wide swing out from Buzz. Does have to make his exit off the drone hit, but there's Dubai striking now as Relay Bolt does connect. DH able to find the one, but something continues to fill this space at top mid. Just Izu and Stacks now. Izu tag down to 36 in the overdrive. About to expire.
You got a lot of things to scope out, though, over towards this A site too. And Forsaken doesn't need to commit to a fight. Still has info available with the Omen ulti too, and Pac-Man with the pit. You've got a lot of different pieces for a potential post-plant here as PRX, so it kind of incentivizes T1 to go looking a little bit. Izu's low HP as well.
Gonna have to hit these shots, but it's Pac-Man.
So quick.
Perfectly poised. Yeah, quick to react. Paranoia about to go over to Stacks, who is absolutely boxed in and screwed. Solid cleanup coming through. The timeout call from T1 not delivering the way that they would like. 7-5. PRX find themselves advantaged at the half.
Yeah, this half had a beginning, middle, and end, really. PRX at the beginning, T1 in the middle, PRX at the end. You call it a PRX sandwich.
Yep.
Now we need to see what the exchange of the halves is going to look like and how off to the races T1 are going to be. Because you know the PRX are going to be playing on the back of that momentum, and now, for the fans that might be joining us in the series midway, PRX go over to the attacking side. You know that's going to be W Gaming.
Yeah, it's going to be W Gaming indeed. But that's widely what we were expecting to see consistently throughout this half from T1, given the double duelists. So now they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Just need to be...
They didn't really encounter that many like Sage Wall setups where it was a thorn in their side to try to break through on this attack.
No. I mean, there were hardly any really massive walls that were coming out, right? One over towards Market, they cut off the A site with it. There was nothing too out of the ordinary. Sometimes you don't really need that in the moment.
A little bit of a split here between those two fans. Obviously, plenty of audience members here to rep both sides. PRX right now got to be feeling pretty good, especially if they're able to find another one of those ever so rare pistol wins.
Yeah, another thing that's unordinary from today. Talon getting the victory over DRX. I think a lot of people will call that not normal. And PRX finding pistols, not normal.
First time they've been able to do it.
That's why.
But hey, green light week sometimes a little bit too strong.
Pistol round though. Double duelist stacking at the top of mid with DH in the Omen. We'll see if PRX want to lean on towards that at all, because they are poised for a bit more of a B stronghold for the very beginning at least.
Quiet for now, but player pushing towards main, but Buzz with a nice shot is able to find Patman, start off the round. Potential lurking Viper is Forsaken, looking like he wants to just go over, swap out the pistol.
I didn't see Patman actually utilize the toxic screen either from the very beginning, so holding that.
He's waiting for information that he'll never receive.
Yeah, well, that's true, but T1, they are getting proactive. Hold the numbers advantage, get an idea of what PRX are looking to do.
Keeping things quiet, the slow wrap through tiles from Izu. Gets caught. Forsaken very quick on the draw.
Should give you an idea that they were hunting though, so you've got to go as PRX now.
Wall off, that's going to be cutting off the access here from Stax as Meteor just strafing his way through. Forsaken wary about this position, but cannot do anything about Buzz. Just managed to find that headshot, so player advantage for the moment, but something trying to play on a little bit of an off timing. But ends up splitting between the right clicks and the M1s as Buzz is now on for an ace. Jump up over the top, trying to tuck in behind this one. And that's going to be Buzz collecting it in the end. An ace to get T1 their first pistol of this series and bring them within touching distance of PRX.
Well, pretty much just all individual duels that he's found as well, as far as PRX's side was confirmed. No trade from the initial one in towards Tiles, and from then on out, right, Forsaken by himself, rotating back over towards the B site. He's got protection with his teammates there for the trades, but he's just hit all of these shots collectively with the Ghost. Looking good for T1 in that pistol round, so back to the ordinary scenario on PRX not getting the pistols, but it gives T1 a definite opportunity here to equalize and shut down a force of PRX. If you can do that here, you will have a pretty good start on this defensive side.
Just the one Ghost. I heard Stax and the rest of the T1 talking about it after their performance yesterday, really feeling like these Spectres are broken. So leaning into two of them as, ooh, well, that jump peak ends up being a little bit more costly than Buzz might have anticipated. He does get some information here for the team, but it's whittled away down to 34 HP. Where a quick little toggle of the camera. Meteor playing forward here into the cage. It's eating damage, goes with the push though. He's able to find one, right back into that smoke. Izu at the same time, able to find something there. And main, Jing comes up with two, Divide, able to find one. Now suddenly it's a 2v2 and the weaponry overall is kind of evened up. He's got Meteor down to 57.
Oh, small reprieve to get the spike.
There.
Meteor, if he can slide up here on this angle with that paranoia in play, this could be massive. And yeah, he's got them both corralled. Not an ace for him. It's going to be a 4K. Still, again, good damage dealt here from the side of PRX. But
they forced.
They did.
That's not the start that you want to see from them. They got another plan. Do they just Groundhog Day it and try it again with another force up? Or do you just, now that things are equalized, take the knee and wait for your proper buy round to come. Buzz one away from the Dimensional Drift, Meteor as well from the Neural Theft. An ace into a 4K, and with the defuse, they are going to have some early ults online. There is a force to come out from PRX. Those can shut you down.
Very nicely done there for Meteor. Good coordination with DH. So not going to be a full force here. We'll just be sheriffs across the board.
Outlaw for Buzz. Rip your new one on PRX's side, Son and Eco. Luckily for yourselves at the moment, it's over towards the A side, but with this B main pressure that T1 finds, does that position you to more heavily lean over towards A from this mid split?
Got nothing on mid though, just the cam at top street from Meteor to kind of spot into the area.
No, he's on it. Toing and froing.
Where do you go from here if you're PRX?
It's going to have to be a bit of an A-lean, right, with where you've positioned Patman and that toxic screen.
Seems like it's going to be. Well, camera cleared out. Forsaken closing the gap a bit. Starts working his way forward. Divine getting the spot there on the DH. Now finds himself a little bit more isolated and will get picked off as Izu finds that one. Meteor looking to try to hold down the side. He does have Buzz there from Ali. Clean up something. It seems like the Sheriff's not going to sing, not in this round here for PRX. T1 in a 5v1. Pretty much guaranteed to be regaining the lead. We'll reload the push around the back. Flawless fashion, T1. Looking great so far from the defense.
A bit more of an unorthodox A-take of style from PRX. They get in, and then they got shut down. Jing kind of ahead of the party. I was kind of waiting to see what Patman was going to be doing on that flank spot, but he never really came into an elbow with timing with the team. So it was kind of a little bit disconnected feeling for PRX. Going to be adjusting now that the guns are going to be in possession. Does this round with the showstopper make you feel like it might be a little faster? Try and get in front of this Sova utility, in front of the smoke over towards B that you just can't do. And look at the stacking at top mid from T1. They are walking down.
Quite a bit of this as well. Patman, though, has now been left on a little bit of an island, but as he swings, he's going to get an immense amount of damage, and then Meteor can go ahead and play off of that. Showstopper in over towards this B site. There's a Neural Theft tells all. Meteor there, back market, yeah, ends up getting taken down. That's a critical one found.
Dimensional Drift for the retake here. Rest of your team has rifles to play with.
Match will go on. A little bit of a spot out. Obviously no Hunter's Fury. They're trying to play off the back of this one. Is the Paranoia going to be going through now the wall, cutting off the access to Boba, quickly going to be cleared out, and Buzz arriving on site. Does still just have this Outlaw. And Ching was able to find another before getting taken down. The push forward, kills being found. Buzz, snappy, quick to be able to come up with that kill. Draws at the Sheriff, finds another, but now is alone, and Forsaken has the timing to bail them out. 8-8. We remain tied.
Definitely does feel like a bailout situation from Forsaken there, doesn't it? Somebody needed to do it for PRX's side because that was a quick retake to come in from T1. Dimensional Drift, Buzz, even when exits it, kind of goes unnoted. Rest of the team getting a lot of damage in. I want to give credit to Devi a little bit. He bought some crucial seconds with the placement of that wall to disconnect the forces of T1 when that Drift was starting to scope out the B side. At the end of the day, just one alive for PRX. They're going to have to manage their economy here. Now we know that T1 have another buy. This is quick.
And it is. Held back, but Forsaken. Speaking of quick, there's a damn quick headshot. Omenless now. Slowing down the advancing forces of PRX. Going to prove to be even more difficult as, Buzz out quite deep. Gets himself around it, but right now he's about to get timing to perhaps.
Maybe.
Advancing forward, Forsaken there. Ooh, the jump peek. And he's trying to push front, but Forsaken plants his feet, crouches down, and that's the operator on the floor. Buzz overheating a hell of a lot there.
Yeah, last round, T1 losing the 5 versus 4. This time you're going to have to come back from a disadvantaged 3v5. Oh, Forsaken.
Oh, my God! It's the 3K. Something rides the wall. He finds Izu. The Meteor has looked forward enough to be able to recover the operator, but oh boy, T1 looking all kinds of out of sorts here in this round.
Is that the TikTok wall that we're talking about? Is that a Grim special one there?
I mean, he is, you know, PRX, they might be collabing with him.
Maybe.
They collabed with Mini.
But wouldn't he then be betraying T1?
Oh, did he say he was cheering for them? I didn't get to hear the
He's a creator
interview.
for them.
Ah. I didn't know that.
There you go.
I was downstairs talking to Frost when they were interviewing him, so I missed all of that information. So my apologies. But yeah, I guess it would be a grand betrayal.
Well.
But hey.
T1 don't run the Sage, so
Let's take down, if you want to take down the T1 Nation, might need a double agent. Perhaps he's the one, is Meteor. Does narrowly manage to escape.
He survives with the Operator, but they know he's survived with the Operator. So that being in play is still going to be in the forefront or back front of PRX's minds, depending on if they can figure out where it is and want to contend with it or not. Ah, lucky for Forsaken to switch modes of the Omen. Not going to be sent to the Shadow Realm, going to exit it himself. Operator, the hero gun for T1 now. See what they're going to be able to do with it, as Buzz is technically on the wrong side of the map, looking for a little bit of the mid play with it.
Oh, well, it's a good amount of damage on the Jing, obviously with a Sage, less of a concern, so the heal will come back through. Drum the check forward. Izu does get spotted, has to reposition.
Yep.
Paranoia now out, and oh, they're going to wall off the front of the site and now play themselves forward into back. And that's Meteor dead.
PRX giving themselves a lot of options.
Creativity on display. And now the only option they really need to lean into is just shoot everybody in the face.
Or the feet.
Doing a good job about it.
Just going to look to survive with the Operator yet again. Stacks and DH potentially go with the explosion. Because if you'll allow something or Jing to get a kill, they both get their ultis, and they've both just got a kill.
Yeah. That is the flanks well and truly hounded down. Buzz has successfully escaped, you would think. And Recon across the way, checking to see if he was playing a similar position to the previous round. Hasn't been spotted yet, but time's starting to whittle away. Couple seconds where he needs to hold on to this one, and once again, Forsaken is going to be looking to take it out of his hands, but he doesn't go far enough. But it's going to be a flawless as PRX hit double digits.
And speaking of time, I was waiting to see if T1 would be calling a timeout, and I do believe just before it, the timer pause, that is going to come into play. So 3 rounds in a row. A little bit of an earlier answer than PRX threw us over in the first half. But have you really seen enough from T1 on this defensive side at the moment to figure out what PRX are doing? So they are changing their approaches between mid, B, and A.
What is that something?
Trying to invoke some voodooism or something to get him here.
Wow. Pressure starting to mount here for T1. Probably feeling pretty breezy after that 3-round streak. Closing out the pistol, denying the force buy, but it's all gotten away from them since then. PRX now just 3 rounds taking Sunset, which, as a reminder, in case you just tuned in, is T1's map pick. I know it feels weird.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, a credit point towards T1 that I've noticed so far for them, they are starting to recognize a little bit of the space that they can take, you know, pushing in towards mid, in towards B main and such, but PRX is still kind of aware of it anyways. They know that the space that they're giving up is going to be a question mark territory. So it kind of comes to my mind that T1 need to find some opening jewels and let things settle a little.
Showstopper, relay bolt to delay Jing, but it's a spot, but cannot quite find that kill. Hunter's Fury has a second little layer coming through. We'll just go ahead and call some disruption, and Izu trying to swing to find a punish on the res, cannot divide. Strike him down. It's like it's going to be 2 for 2 on the timeout calls that just do not go T1's way.
This is perfect. PRX, they have passed go, and they have collected 200.
Not to potentially collect a whole lot more than that, because that would be them taking that first step, being 1 map away from locking up champs. As Buzz, he does manage to find 1. TP's back into Boba, holding this line. Patman, the next one. Shot goes out. Oh, what the hell is that flick? Well,
hello.
He ends up writing something sights, gotta say. It was some pretty good hopping put on display there, but not enough to bail him out. So PRX continue marching onward.
That balloons your stats a little bit on your kills. But that operator, they had salvaged that round upon round upon round, and it has just come out to no avail, no opportunities to be able to get the right line with the operator. And I think that's one of the problems with it, actually. PRX have never been at the right spot for that operator to actually be able to point and shoot.
Avoiding it well.
So very nicely done from them. They do use a heck of a lot of ultimates in that previous round, but they do get the job done. 1 away from 12.
Oh, Buzz under some pressure here, because that's going to be a slide forward, but dueling paranoias, and something is profiting here. Only losing out on 1. He collects 3, and now it's a drone to just go ahead and say, yeah, stack you. Not really gonna get out of here. Just shut down something for a brief little moment, but that's Meteor sprinting his way across as quickly as can be with just a stinger.
Plant goes down. Patman, I kind of wanted him to see the orb and maybe even get the plant to get that pit 1 off, but nevertheless, Meteor close with a stinger.
He's kind of just hope they come pushing into him, which, well, Forsaken does, but Forsaken also gets the shot. So, 12-8, PRX, a massive streak now, get themselves up to map point. T1 need 4 in a row.
They're going to have to throw the kitchen sink, it feels like, to stave off the aggressions and the round accumulations that PRX are starting to come out with. 4 rounds in a row. Kind of starts with getting the first one, though, for T1. Gonna use these ultimates, and now we see a change of wall for Patman as well. I am really liking just the different things PRX are doing on this attacking side. They're keeping you guessing time and time again. Just switching tracks at every turn. Where's that dart going?
It's off the map. It's completely off the map. As is Forsaken.
Now I know what Pansy sees.
I mean, hey, at least he got the bounce to go. Yeah. Oh, DH pushing forward, able to find 2 here. Shutting down the entry. There's Devi. Backpedaling, getting the spot out here. Getting his skill forward.
Oh, no.
And oh, he shuts them down. And that is the site now opened up, Buzz. Does have the dimensional drift available to try to spot him out, but
it's a 1 versus 2 still.
Such a bad position. Though he has gotten himself into the site, and they might not read this at all yet. It's the silent drop down. And Patman finds the timing, swings back around to check it towards Boba and says, hey, how you doing? 13-8, PRX. A little bit shaky at the start, but they absolutely find their footing.
Yeah, I mean,
take down T1 on their map pick.
You gotta remember, it was 5-2 at one point in time. PRX, they called a timeout just before that 5th T1 round comes in, and from then on out, it felt like they've just awakened, and they were propelled time and time again. That attacking side, very W Gaming in a lot of those moments, getting in your face, getting dirty in those duels, and just having a really switched on play on that attacking side. And honestly, in this map, if you remove like that streak that we got from T1, everything else, PRX were just kind of hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah. No, I mean, dominating. It just felt like at a certain point, T1, just everybody stopped hitting their shots. Maybe aside from Buzz with the operator, things just slowly degraded here for the side of T1. So not able to close this out. And again, we're talking about how bold it is to kind of pick this map, given the proficiency from PRX on Sunset. T1 in their own right, though, proficient on Bind. So perhaps this just ends up being a little bit of a trade back and forth between the map picks to lead us into that third and final.
I mean, I kind of understand the idea, but you got to remember that the Zeta game is a very different scenario for PRX. They're still a very strong Sunset team before that, even amongst Masters, 13-11s, they still know how to play this map. And if you're T1, you have to be on your A game, your S-tier game to challenge them on this map, and it just wasn't that.
I'm really hoping that it goes the distance. I would love to see a map 3 between these two, because what does the scent look like between these two teams? I really don't know. It's been a bit of a bizarre one for PRX for some time, so I would love to make it that far. We'll see if T1 is going to be able to muster that up, or if PRX will very quickly get a 2-0 call over to Champs. For now, we'll send it back over to the Analyst to break down Sunset.
We would definitely all love that map 3, especially when it's these two teams. But for now, the sun has set on T1's map pick, and that goes over to PRX, especially since you had such amazing performances again from, Forsaken and the like. Finally, we have Forsaken back in his form because his performances recently have been a little underwhelming, especially for a player of his caliber. But here he is.
I think mostly against Zeta, though. I think overall he's still been totally fine, but 100% when it comes to the qualification game, a veteran, a Toronto MVP like Forsaken is going to have the goods, and that's exactly what you saw on the server. I mean, you can see at the bottom of the screen there, actually, this was a very streaky game. You get 2 rounds won by PRX in the pistol, 5 by T1, 5 by PRX, then 3 and a bonus over on the side of T1, and then all PRX. This was just massive streaks of rounds from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, PRX tried that Stinger Force and T1 shut it down, but then after that, as soon as we got into the gun rounds here, PRX really pulled away from T1. I felt like they didn't have the answers there, and this almost felt like a little bit of a targeted pick because PRX did not look good against Zeta Division, but they flipped the script right back to their normal standard, I think you would say.
I think if you have any expectations or you're vetoing based off that Zeta game, I got a bridge to sell you. Like, honestly, like that game had nothing to do with PRX's form or the level that they could produce. That game had nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, I think we have to remember as well, PRX are actually very good at sort of conserving their energy, especially throughout like long tournament circuits. When it matters, they will come alive just like this. And especially since this has a lot of bearing, this is a qualification into Paris, and this will also take Tokyo as well. So these players definitely, they have that spark when it's a match as important as this. Suddenly it's like, oh, we gotta do it. We gotta go W gaming, and indeed they do deliver.
I mean, this is the best PRX we've ever seen, right? I mean, this is a team that's been so good for years. This year was finally their time to get that international trophy, and they're not gonna want to stop now. They want to go to Paris. They want to bring home another trophy here to Pacific, and now they are just one map away. It doesn't get any closer.
Yeah, they've broken the international event curse, and now it's time to turn just one win into a little bit of a dynasty, a little bit of a run, because especially in the history of Valorant, it's been very hard for teams to consistently actually go through and win events back to back. The meta changes so much. Different teams hit various streaks of form. Different regions can potentially pull ahead of others, and it makes it very hard to be a consistent team and actually build a bit of a legacy back to back. PRX are definitely looking to do that now.
Yeah, but let's go over to the side of T1 because this wasn't entirely bad from them as well. You had a lot of good performances, and you had actually a lot of prep work that showed.
Yeah, I think this attacking round is a perfect example of it. In the Sunset game against RRQ, we did not see T1 go through top mid like this and do this neon split through top mid at all. And I think once again, this shows T1's prep and T1's ability to be able to be more adaptable and show different looks to some of these teams here.
I like that they're trying to mix it up, but then on the counter to that, so we should T1 take a timeout on their attack. PRX respond by going fast down mid. Whatever Autumn has just called, it has to go completely out the window because Jing is right there in your face. Both of these coaching staffs really putting in the work, and it's showing in the server.
Definitely. You have ideas from all over as well. You know, we do have, of course, it is open knowledge that Mini has been, dropping little hints here and there for PRX. And on the side of T1, they did have that long boot camp over in Europe as well. So we're getting a lot of different ideas from everywhere, right? And it's really showing in how these teams evolve. And it's really showing in a lot of the performances as well. We had some great ones from Meteor and Jing in this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think those were the two real standouts for me for both of these teams. Forsaken was right up there with Jing. Over on the side of T1, the second best performer that I can see here is Buzz, despite the fact that some of the rounds on attack, he was just dying for free, but he really started to warm up. He got that ace in the pistol, I believe, and he really started frying, which we saw against RRQ. Second half, actually the same thing against RRQ. Once he got the op going and he started multi-fragging, Buzz was phenomenal.
Yeah, going back over though, I kind of have to glaze Meteor here because he was on my team, by the way. And you see him in top form. I mean, we've been a little critical of him lately, but Meteor here.
I mean, this is the guy with 2 trophies here in Pacific. I mean, he's the most decorated player that we have. And in these big games where it matters, he's the one who's stepping up the most for T1 right now.
Yeah, he had a phenomenal game yesterday against RRQ. This round in particular, he shut down the Stinger Force that PaperX tried to put together. It was a very sick strat, actually. Yeah. They had a Viper wall in from tiles across the whole B site and a Sage wall behind it. But unfortunately, when Jing is on the other side, you're usually not going to be putting a W because this man on the Raze is an absolute menace time and time again.
I mean, it's his home turf. We know how great he is on the Raze. He's been fantastic on this agent forever, and today has been no different, doing everything he can to get his team one step closer to Paris, and doing it in the most comfortable, most classic of Jing ways.
We're just so zoomed up on this player photo as well. You know why? Because Jing comes and gets in your face.
That's actually how close he gets.
He is mid-satchel right now.
This is basically DH's point of view. This.
Hey, bro.
Well, regardless of how close Jing actually gets to any of the players, it is a classic, as you guys mentioned. Seeing Jing on the Raze, it's just, he's been doing this since day one of Valorant, you know? So it's definitely something when Jing is on the Raze. Even though he's been flexing into other agents and we're seeing a lot of the diversity come in, it's just, look, chef's kiss. When
T1, if you're looking for some reprieve, I got bad news for you. You got Bind, Jing Raze. You got Lotus, Jing Raze.
No,
it's not going to stop now.
Oh,
sorry, a set. I thought
so
it was
maybe not Jing Raze, but who knows at this point?
I mean, anywhere you go, right? He's gonna be there, like that close to you. But yes, indeed, we are going over to Bind, and I think for these two teams, both have very interesting histories and connections with this map as well. T1, you know, they have this on and off again relationship with Bind, and PRX, hey, they have been running this, and it's been very, very good for them.
Yeah, so T1, we saw this against RRQ, and it did look good, but that was like pretty much the first time we've seen them play this in a long time. They came out with this Gecko KO comp, and I felt like it had some really good stuff, but for PaperX to instantly pick this into them the next day, that tells me you have some kind of read. PaperX been running this double duelist, and it's been pretty strong for them.
I love PaperX's comp on this map. The way that something plays the Yoru and just plays with the teleporters, have all these little setups where it's impossible to read from them. They have this, again, poppy style with the double duelist of the Yoru and the Raze for PRX. A lot of comfort rolls for these players. Devi on the Viper, usually pretty good as well. Over on the side of T1, it's pretty much the only map you're going to see double initiated from them, which is unique to T1, but it's not unique overall. The Viper with the double initiator has been a comp that's been popular for ages, and T1 are going to know how to dismantle that.
Yeah, I think if we look across the Bind, I want to see something big from DH here. He's been so good on that Omen all year, but this Bind is the only time we see a change. He plays the Brimstone, you know, to fit the map, as you would expect, but not a very big map one from him when he has been the guy for T1. So I get it, it's his rookie year. He has to step up though now.
Yeah, and it's going to be a huge moment for him also, especially since there's been a lot of focus on him being the rookie on the side of T1, and we're seeing the agent comps up on your screen right now.
PaperX starting out on defense of their map pick, which means that T1 have opted to start out on attack. One game away to qualifying over the champions, and you're going to fly there off the back of the something Yoru and the Jing Raze. It's a classic.
Yeah, T1 going to run this back now, reverse sweep this series. Now, this is the only map where they don't really use that double duelist. Izu on the Gecko, but Izu is an enormously flexible player who has been good on many different roles in his career, but I think they all have to step up individually, go toe-to-toe with PaperX to be able to get this map.
You can tell this is going to be so good for PaperX. They can taste it. They are so close to qualifying for Paris. Can T1 stop them in their tracks? We're going to find out as we toss it on over to Achilles and Komodo.
PaperX are a mere 13 round wins away from locking in a spot over at Tokyo and then at Champs Paris, denying T1, making them wait eventually a bit longer, potentially make them wait until next year, depending on how everything plays out. 1-to-1 in pistols so far. PaperX here on the defense. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the ball rolling with this double duelist comp, or if T1 can find some value with their bit more unique setup with this KO.
I mean, they're close. Look at this.
Well, if they are, it's a good amount of damage. Stimbeacon there around the corner, but Jing and Patman able to find one apiece. The swing out, Stacks can only reply with one. He'll take it, but Stacks, never mind, he finds himself a second in Meteor. Does get rid of Forsaken just like that. We're into a 2v2. Ghost collected.
Devi and Something Else split up as well. So you're just going to have to regroup and navigate accordingly. Stacks, of course, on this KO, opting for the full set of utility too. So you've got flashes, you've got fragment. But by the timing and the start of peel away from something over at the B site. PRX not 100% sure where this one is tending towards at the moment. It's going to be a mighty run from Devi to get over to this B side as well. He's at the exit of the teleporter on the other side of the map.
Face forward and something. Yep, spotting out one, so you know that you spotted them both, pretty much. Especially as the 0 point does go through. So teleporter, likely the pathing here for Devi. Trying to create a little bit of split pressure, but something winning this fight over at elbow is absolutely monstrous. Leaves it now down to Stax. Does have full util. Does get a good amount of damage there on the Devi. Opting to play this one out a little bit more quietly. Tucks into the tube, looking for that timing. Refaces back, finds the shot. Both players down to a sliver. Flash going to be turned from, and Stax does not have the read. Devi has him outdone. A second pistol win in the set as PRX open things up here on Bind with a round win.
It's a great classic play as well from PRX on that defensive side too. Just the teleporter trap play. There's the benefit of having a good Yoru. Sometimes you can see some other agents throw some flashes through the TP as well, but the benefit of it being a Yoru is you can go through the TP yourself and gate crash out if you want to. You can even send a clone sometimes. There's so many different renditions that you can get out of it. Stax, of course, though, tries to deliver what he possibly can. But when it comes down to that 2 versus 1, just becomes a little bit difficult and caught looking the wrong way. So PRX again defying the odds of history, getting another pistol round. And with no force up as well for T1, they are going to look to have just the normal bonus round come later.
And you say that, there are two Sheriffs, a Frenzy, as well as Buzz with a Shorty, which is pretty typical. So a little bit of firepower here, but against just how many rifles are in the hands of PRX, this will still prove to be damn difficult.
Yeah. For me as well, if you're picking the KO for an agent on bind, you've got to have some good blades and some good timing to set up your team, as opposed to running, you know, a fade alongside the Gecko, for example.
Bit of an off angle there from Jing. Looking out from that backside cubby. Forsaken ready with this molly to try to slow the tides, but Meteor having gotten into Hookah for free and hitting Belter of a shot does call for the rotations to come through. So now everybody's starting to storm their way forward. Patman clears out one, Buzz up and over the top. They're unable to track them all, so that is going to be Patman eventually overwhelmed. The Bulldog now in the hands of Buzz. But he immediately loses it for, oh, it's something just spamming through Lab. Right through that window. Seen him do it before, he does it again, and that turns this round completely on its head. Displaces all of the setup, all of the longevity for T1 here on the post plant.
Yeah, when you've got a heavy weapon and you start spamming through that, right, you look for the angles, you look for any garden explosion denials, you look for any wall bangs through the tube even. He's got that Guardian, so makes work of it. It could have been a very sloppy round for PRX too. Meteor getting the opener, and Patman only good for, you know, let's call it the 2. Could have been none had he really looked towards the rays of Buzz.
It's something that when you're playing against PRX, especially something you have to be cognizant of that. I still have it burned into my memory of him doing that glass cannon with a Guardian, playing, I believe, Reyna on bind over at Master Shanghai and killing like 3 people basically from that position.
Reyna on bind is just in the ballpark of illegal and shouldn't happen in my mind.
Meteor, ooh, gonna be noted, and that's a great timing on the haunt. There's no one there to try to cover this one. DH just too deep into market.
Yeah, pill for the gun. Unfortunately, Patman's not able to pick up the other one that you've just dropped. Just down onto the Sheriff. He's gonna note Stax in the wings of Fountain. So you'll cement this player advantage as PRX cut off the ability of this toxic screen of Meteor towards the A side as well. I feel like if Stax can get a bit of this control over at B long and pick up the ulti orb, that's going to be a requirement to get into this B site and give some good value to T1. Team's going to meet with him, so he can get the orb. And then look to rip it and go into the site together as a team.
And C's is still going to slow him up unless you are able to find this instant headshot here, but cannot. So C's goes out, Fragment to try to cut him off. Izu locked in for now as Buzz goes bounding over the top of this Molly, but needs to have some impact here on the entry, and he cannot. So getting shut down as Forsaken has himself a 3K, and let's go ahead and make it a 4th. Massacres them. PRX they convert the bonus.
As soon as you know that the jig is up and you've been spotted over at long, there's still 30, 25 seconds to go. Could have been a different angle if you did just pick up the orb, especially into that bonus round. You lose that first pick to a gorgeous little set play out to the top of A short. Then you start to get real worried for T1, just trying to one-dimensionally bully their way into that B site. It's just not going to happen.
You start getting a very good idea of why PRX elected to go for this map. I'm sure that Alex and the whole rest of the team probably licking their lips after they saw the way that this draft played out. And that is a great shot from Jing as Buzz tries to play anti-flash and cannot. Mizu doing his damnedest. Doesn't die to the boom bot. At least spares himself the embarrassment of that one. Zax with a nice shot. Does manage to go ahead and break open things at B a little bit. It's DH. He's off the back of the info Devi at Cubby.
Yeah, but they've got the spike outside the teleporter. It's a wonky round if they've got the spike on their back. But PRX at least do hold on to that. So you got to see a world in which Meteor links up with DH here. And they try to regain that to just get back into the round. I mean, there's a minute to go, man.
Yeah, it's a minute to play with, so he can make his way over here. As Molly not going to go deep enough, but it's a good read.
You do have 3 smokes as DH. You could try to make a smoke train.
Yeah, straight into something.
Yeah, that's not mad.
Gets the smoke down there. Peter just lingering within that one. DH now getting ready to swing the corner, spots him, finds the headshot. Suddenly, we're to a 1v1, but it's one that Forsaken comes out on top of. He is hitting, I'd say different, but he's hitting very consistently today.
He's the better Brim. I mean, we heard it from DH in an interview the other day, right? He got to finally play the Brimstone, something a little bit different, especially with this T1 squad. Seems to be enjoying it. But in a game such as high stakes as this, the winner gets into Paris. The winner gets into the Japan Roadshow.
Nice!
Gotta be delivering everything that you possibly can. Maximizing opportunity. 4-0 for PRX now.
Another round where he's on his feet. Forsaken very much feeling it as, it's a header there on the poison orb. That's to disrupt the placement of it. No command now going to be coming through. Thrash advancing forward through the showers. Something to see tucked inside of the smoke, though. Goes unscouted as Patman now arriving, and never mind. They actually do manage to find the detained, and Meteor is able to hound him down. Patman now on the exit. Swinging around the back, and Meteor wins out that fight. Wingman for the plant. Able to find it before the paint shell does arrive. So just a hair off as Izu nearly spammed out from the back of Dice. Eventually will fall. Forsaken able to find the one. Showstopper now going to be invested as Jing goes up and over the top. But Stacks immediately swinging out from behind the box. Is able to find it. Meteor with a 3K. Go ahead and help steady things for T1 as they get their first round win.
And no clearing of the bench, no clearing of the pocket with the Showstopper instead. A little bit of these micro components that PRX, I mean, overlooking that round because they're losing a couple of their members. Unfortunate for something that he does get caught in the Thrash, and Patman as well. And he prowled, he might have been able to figure out that they were a little bit close up, but he's just got that crosshair, trying to be trained at the ready.
Let's go, guys.
Flip over, T1, they are on the board now.
On the board, you can hear Buzz trying to spur them on here.
Got to keep the energy levels high in a situation like this. You got the pit available for Devi with the Judge. They're going to drop that over towards short. It was something that is kind of an unworkable scenario to bully yourself through if you don't have a fade, for example, sometimes. So we'll see how T1 actually want to navigate this, if they put the wingman in or try to dry contact in together.
Taken from backside. Devi within the pit, and then Jing up on top of the box. This is going to be pretty difficult to try to suss out. Dizzy the corner. Maybe it tells them enough, but it seems like they are suspicious about this. Paint Shell going to be going through, but Jing shrugging off that damage, and he's playing it patiently, now striking from on high.
Strike down A.
2 quick kills, and that is the round over. With Buzz deep behind enemy lines with not much hope of escape. Finds one. But Devi still here within this smoke. Shuts down Meteor. Now they know exactly where the enemy raise is at. He's still going to be good for a second kill. But Devi will run him down. Judge in hand. And there's going to be no consecutive round win found here for T1.
I thought that Buzz was actually spotted getting on through the pit as well, because it looked like to me that Jing was watching for it and just doesn't look at the right angle for the last little moment. But for me, it's the fact that the judge wasn't even seen in the pit just yet. Devi hadn't shot a single bullet from it. And as soon as you hear the pit the judge in a pit rather, generally you don't want to stay too long in it. So a bit unfortunate for T1. They do drop that round, and they're going to have to extend a timeout now as well, because things are not going their way on this attacking side. I mean, they were plagued with a bit of a slow one against RRQ as well before they started to awaken for the very tail end of the half. These are the sort of components where I'm talking about, well, they recognize that a composition like RRQ is getting to the choke points with all their utility and exploding on in. They're recognizing, you know, over on Sunset as well, for example, holding the utility. So you want to bait out your opponent's util nice and early. You got to find these advantages in the 5v4s, in the 5v3s. PRX are not really giving them any opportunity at the moment deeper into the map. They're all playing kind of passive in towards the sites, changing up their approaches little by little. It's really leading into an uncomfortable scenario for T1.
No, incredibly so. And it's all widely off of, a single exposure of this map from T1 just yesterday.
Yeah. And it's adjusted accordingly from PRX really nicely as well, right? Set play in the pistol, maximizing something with these blindsides through the teleporters, clearing out what they can with Patman's utility.
We saw it earlier that T1 does have the best round conversion off the back of timeouts. Already 0-2 here today. Ooh. Meteor himself in a very nice high-value spot. Eventually will get spammed out. It's only going to be good for the one. Meanwhile, here on the A site, something is taken down. Devi looks forward into Lamps. TH is going to look to try to displace him and will be able to do so. Nice headshot just through the corner of the wall. Upgrades the weapon. The plant now in. 2v4.
You'd feel like Jing has to draw attention away from Patman here to get him set in.
Yeah, given that he just has the 30 HP, need to call some kind of distraction. That's a decent little start to one.
Just gonna call it.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and back away. So make it a little bit more costly. Plenty of money to buy going into the next one, but T1 will be able to get a conversion off the back of the timeout this time around.
Of course, as soon as I say during the timeout as well, the PRX are not really giving them anything, not looking to, push deeper or anything like that. They immediately do that outside B Sands and pay the price. So changing things up a little bit from what was working on the expectation that T1 would be adjusting after a timeout. They technically do a little bit. It feels like you give it to them just a hair. T1 though, it is another round on the board. So you've got to start to formulate some more strengths on this attacking side. So dare say, PRX are not going to try and do the same thing again.
Good, let's go.
Very necessary, but can they get another here? Try to run this one back. Still with an opportunity to try to rescue the half, and ult economy-wise, they're in a good position. PRX a little bit slower to try to drum up some of these ones, as something hasn't really been able to find that much impact.
Too suppressed.
Ooh. Quick little ADS in, and Stacks continuing to excel here for the team. Grabbing the orb, and Buzz, swinging out just a little bit wider. Does get baited in, does Jink, but something holds down that B flank angle. Now joins in here on this A side. Showstopper out, and that's something right there in front. Second managing to find the one kill, but Meteor pushes forward at Lamps. It's the punish, and that leaves just Devi alone in a 1v3.
He's pretty much just going to be locked out here by a bit of this utility.
Doesn't really have the money to try to go for this. Does he have the gall? So the answer is no. Will wisely back away. T1, that'll be them getting up to 3. Shortening this gap and also doing a good amount of damage to a lot of players' economy here on PRX.
It's something that they've been able to do in a lot of these rounds. They've been able to keep the economy relatively in check, that now that they can reset it in just getting the 2 rounds in a row, start to build up a little bit more of their own as well. Don't have to exercise the pit or the orbital strike in this post plant, so they'll take that as a bit of an added bonus.
Going on the hunt here, but Devi favored. Meteor having to check too many angles. He'll lose his life. It's only a second charge towards the pit.
I mentioned earlier as well, by the way, Stacks needs to be pretty crucial with a lot of these timings on the 0 points. The fact that he actually removes both of the players over at long here, you can just see it. It leaves Patman in the open and none of that your utility that can come over into the showers to kind of be able to toy with any showers plays. It's actually just a really good standard blade that comes on out. And PRX, I mean, by their positions, they had 2 players over at long, one watching B window, one watching A short, and one watching baths. So they're kind of playing more of a bit of a default in that scenario.
Oh, surprise, surprise!
Yeah, not happy, Jan.
There is a timeout off the back of that one. As Alex.
Just calm down, Pat Bok. We're all good.
Oh, he's not patting Bok.
No.
He is beating the piss out of him.
Nah, they're all right. 2 rounds in a row for T1. I mean, you want to cut it off a little bit early, right? You always wonder, is it too early going into an eco, or are you trying to force up, or is it going to be a plan of action now for maybe we can get the next round, but it's for the rifle round after. Couple of slip-ups at the moment from PRX that T1 are capitalizing on, as opposed to T1 really digging deep, it feels like, though. Look towards the investments on this round for PRX, and it's just going to be those 2 Vandals and a bunch of light shields and pistols. Forsaken wants to get involved, so it's manageable.
Yeah, Orbital to try to play anti-pit, especially given that you have the dimensional drift there. So if that comes into play, decent way to try to isolate and destroy the enemy Viper. Jing is eating the flash. Strafes across, gets himself tucked along the wall, but all of T1 ignoring showers for now. They're looking to just go straight up the center.
And straight into the site too.
By avoiding detection there, and oh boy, until that very moment, counter spam is going to be good. Stack's able to go ahead and trade that one back, so 1 for 1. The Ray's dead. Meteor again, very quick to work his way through Lamb, but something is pushed out onto the front of the site, and he is very quick to absolutely tear them to pieces. How has he gotten that third one?
I don't know.
We'll have to see it back either way, DH. Good luck. Jiggle Peak, did he even get the mini-map identification? Looks like the answer is no. Just managed to find the first, and that's no recourse, no way to try to just dip back into the teleporter. The spike was stranded. As, yeah, I'm going to need a replay on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Devi, he kind of gets a frag onto Buzz with open arms, gives him a good old hug in the smoke. But for me, I thought Meteor had actually found the right timing through his own poison orb, through lamps, to find the round, essentially. But just looks like Meteor was shooting whoever was back triple, and something turns around and shoots him there. So I guess that's acceptable. That's how that one happens.
Well.
And that's how he gets his 2000s kill, too.
Yeah.
Not bad.
2002 now.
Also, the first one was in the orbital strike. There you go.
Yeah, good point. Well, congratulations to something. May the outcome of the series for him be better than that of Mako's.
Oh, no, you've done him dirty.
Right here. Well, Forsaken is out on display. And Jing with a quick peek, able to go ahead and get some revenge for his fallen teammate, though. Nothing without cost here, it would seem, for T1. As there's the reveal, and it's with effort, but Jing still does manage to find himself a second with Stacks being taken down.
You gotta be careful backside. Smokes fade. Don't want to be caught in the open.
Everyone is here in position for this. Ults aplenty here for the side of T1, but the dimensional drift going to be going through something, getting the spot out. Pushing forward, and they just double stack into lamps.
He's stuck.
Down, and yeah, I mean, he is just in no man's land.
One enemy remaining.
As Patman is there around the back, and now it's all on Meteor. We'll try to see if he can do anything, but I think that his options are limited to die. We'll be able to isolate one. Cannot get anything more than that. A 4K for Jing, a 7th round win for PRX. Favorite at the half, guaranteed, but by how much? You have to still wait and see.
See the idea at the end there on display as well for PRX, expecting Meteor to come on alert from the B site, right? It's Meteor, he's generally lurking. If he hadn't revealed himself spraying immediately, maybe he could get some extra damage and maybe be on for a chance at the round. But it is a bit unfortunate for Stacks that the Haunt just doesn't get removed before he gets scanned as well. But for PRX, right numbers at the site, bar losing the first frag, convert very nicely, balance out their economy state again, don't have to go back onto an eco. T1 does, and that is a Sharpie from DH.
That it is, and they're reading this position incredibly well.
Uh-oh. Gonna get thriftied.
Well, certainly trying to make a go of this one. I mean, Meteor only able to recover the operators. We'll see how much value he's going to be able to find out of that one. For now, though, the spike is outside of B. Technically the stacked site, I'll put in quotes. As Jing does get spotted, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and call the rotations to come through. Buzz on a linger to try to see if he can find a punish here on this B site.
Oh, faking the fallback from A is going to bait in Jing. That's gorgeous from T1.
Starting to play forward. Buzz also able to find value there, and there's the operator. Scooped up and put to use. Divine out. A 1v5.
Gonna flawless the thrifty by the looks of it for T1.
Certainly in position to do so. As pass over here on the plant. We'll get that little command ready to go from Stacks going into the last round of the half. DH holding close, is able to find the kill. So yeah, flawless thrifty from T1 to get themselves a 4th round win. Given how things have started, they can make this a 7-5 half, start feeling maybe a bit better about their chances going on to the defense.
Well, worst case scenario, if they did drop this round, it could have been, you know, something of a 9-3 over towards PRX, and then the gates really start to close on this series, and you have to do your lower bracket run. So the fact that they're coming out with just some really brilliant shots and expectations on players in cheeky little corners is very well placed.
Meteor says, you know what, I like this operator. I'm going to keep it, but look at this gamble from PRX. Everybody starting on the B side of the map. Triple face out here at B long. As 0 Point gets a good, solid confirmation.
But what do you look to do now as PRX? What other information do you want to try and get? Because they are always happy enough to just play in the sites and allow T1 to come to them.
Forsaken is just trying to rush forward, but he's been spotted. Stacks able to find the one. Devi peels back a single kill, but Stacks going big, finds himself at second, but will finally be taken down, bleeding out inside of Lamps. The pit now goes up, and they rescue the IGL. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like Buzz is going to be set on that mission. As the Nightfall now comes across. He's going to the rescue, but around the back goes Jing. 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 quick kills. And DH now. Oh, he is so very far away. Showstopper will be waited out. The Boombot will just go ahead and confirm the position. Paint shells to further delay. And Jing to go absolutely nuclear and secure the 8th round win for PRX in the half.
Yeah, really well done from them. Patman with the Nightfall in combination with Jing just ripping all the utility silently to get in the backlines from them. 2 with the shorty on the def low HP opponents, and then the Showstopper as well, while you've got something just meandering around the pit, not going in. Too overzealous. Really well done from PRX there. And I'm looking towards DH. He's going off yonder to play line-up Larry with the Incendiary and then use the Orbital Strike. Can't help but wonder if he was around the team for the fight, would it have been a difference maker? We'll never know. That is a pretty good half, nevertheless, for PRX. Is it enough, though, for T1? I think that's the real important thing. 8-4. Pistols have looked good, but...
It's possible, but yeah, they need the pistol, it feels like. PRX. Solid enough spot, because, you know, again, got that double duels coming out. Expect him to continue to have that oomph, have that W key forward. Really?
I'd say Forsaken's agent pool, because there is a lot more that you have to do on that than getting in like the range or the practice maps and just satchel.
Some artwork there. Not looking too great for him quite just yet, but a pistol here could certainly turn the tides for the T1 faithful out there. Start reinstilling some of that hope.
Yeah, the defensive side for them wasn't too bad, of course, against RRQ. But they did do a lot more heavy lifting on that attacking side, which made things just easier to close, and no comeback really necessary in this scenario. The stakes are higher. They're a lot more well done.
My big question is, can you shut down Jing?
Answer to be determined.
He's been widely a menace, as yep, just able to widely straight past that. Flash to try to buy some space. Meteor continuing to swing off of this one. Meanwhile, a crunch attempt around the back, but it all is falling to pieces. Izu can find one. Even that still leads 21 damage off that little burn. And they're looking to just go ahead and bound forward at him. But just for the headshot onto one. Some damage found, but nothing more.
Smoke's down.
Smoke from DH to try to cut off the Shower's approach. Does still have the molly. But he's just got no idea if all three are in this position here. Waits out the bite. Molly here at their feet. They're going to just push right past that one before the damage can even be found. That is another pistol. 3-1 for PRX. Now up 9-4.
Yeah, turning a new leaf. Getting some pistol rounds in a series. Minimizing the effect of your rifle rounds that you need to come out with. It's you know, something that we saw the other day. I can't exactly remember what the team was. They kept losing the pistols and winning all the other bloody rounds. You just make it clean on your pistols, or maybe it was the flip side. They were winning the pistols and losing everything else. Either way, PRX, they are certainly looking to have a bit of a quicker one today.
Honestly, I'm a little bit concerned about it, though. It feels like one of those harbingers of doom, one of those omens that pops up. PRX winning the pistols. Maybe that's, like, what is it, a sunfish or an oarfish when they come to the surface?
Or the train had a small stop at a wayward station, and now they're just turning into some train that can fly.
Well, maybe it's gotten souped up. Well, DH, he's going to eat damage from a blast pack. Trying to just play this quietly, but they are very suspicious about him being here, and they eventually will have their suspicions confirmed. Sax trying to play around the back, Forsaken. Was holding the angle, and looks like he is gambling back to maybe the... Oh, nope.
He knows something's up. Don't think Stacks can really do too much, though.
They're trying to get into position, though. To go down to the spike, I think is going to prove to be difficult. There's a Meteor now found, and here comes the swing. And so, there you go. Flawless anti-eco. PRX now get themselves up to 10. T1 have an immense amount of work to do, and it has to start here from this anti-bonus.
Oh, yeah. They got to win this one cleanly. They're going to have to get a couple more. They're going to have to weather through the ultimate rounds that PRX are going to throw their way. And you got to remember, Yoru Rays, they can get in your face with the team in tow. It is going to be quite the trek that T1 have to get through here. But it's where it starts in dropping the pistol in the second round. It is this round right now. I see a judge on Jing. You know what he's doing.
Not doing it quite just yet, but it's only a matter of time. Paint Shell to lead the way.
Oh, that's nice.
He tries to tuck back. That does stop him from going for the all-out explosive entry, at least for a little bit longer.
Now it is available again. You want to get back up to short, because you know that T1 are kind of formulating an idea that that's going to be possible when you scan the raise up through short. Into lamps or over truck. I think that's my kind of guess.
I was jiggling on this angle. Forsaken there to try to reinforce that position, but it won't be necessary quite just yet. Forsaken is now going to start working his way forward here alongside as Stacks does get taken down. And Jing being flattened on the entry. It's all just to try to create a little bit of a distraction, but something trying to jump out, dodging, and playing a timing on that wingman. Ends up losing out to Izu. Teleport coming through, but DH is already here.
And he does have an incendiary, but by the timing, is he going to use it?
He's in front of the bite. Ooh, maybe wishing that he had. Already, this is a damn costly round here for T1. Now you've got an opportunity for Divide to potentially clutch this, which would almost certainly be the final nail in the coffin.
Using the wingman to clear up over towards the holes. Izu's not going to have that for this retake.
Meteor on the approach. So try to assess where could he be. Is he garden? Is he elbow? Is he in the tube? Slowly and surely they're clearing out these possibilities. There's the spot. Some damage going through, but the hold to half is there, and Izu does manage to keep Meteor alive. Defuse in from Izu will give him the thrash going into the next round, but that is a must-win for T1. They barely scrape by with it.
Bit of just an early pre-fire onto Meteor when he's on the spike. A little bit more of a wider swing and potentially could have finished him off, but hey, for T1, it is the round that they needed to get on the board. Is it clean? No. But they're going to still be able to buy up into the next round, of course, and have another go at this mountain climb. Just got to be very well coordinated and come out with some good rotation ideas and some good stalling mechanics. They do have a lot of the utility that they can do that. Lots of mollies, flashes.
Just a bulldog here for DH. You're hearing all of this.
Quick control up through B long though.
That it is. They're ahead of this bite. Meteor backing away from the angle. Re-swinging out a little bit wider. It looks like they're going to just try to double stack and win out the fight here on the hookah angle.
There's the thrash.
Not going to be able to get the catch, and he can't actually reverse it around as well, so not really going to be recoverable.
The position of Stacks at the back of this B side. He's getting these flash drives ready, but he's gone!
The Jinx able to find that now. Showstopper right into the corner. Izu take it down. Meteor needing to do so much work, but he's only able to find the one. Tried to get that aim reset, but Batman just a little bit faster. Buzz now pushing forward into the smoke, able to catch a timing on the Jing, but the smoke is now dissipating. There's another one in his face. Pushing out at this angle. Well, it would have been certain death, but it's death either way. PRX, 3 players survive. They get up to 11. They are 2 rounds away from locking up 2 flight tickets.
That is a rough one from Stacks. I mean, I understand the idea, right? You're either peeking through long or setting up your flashes to help your team in the hookah, and you just get polished off. The showstopper gets the better of you. Jing's already hitting over 20 kills in this map. It's the something show, it's the Jing show. When they're online on this map, it's disgusting. But right now, it feels like it's literally the whole of PRX together. It is disgusting to go up against. They're setting themselves up for round number 12 as well with the nil investment from T1, unless they're able to come away with just another thrifty.
You don't have any other greater tools to try to assist that, though. Null Command 2 away, 3 charges for a showstopper.
2 from an orbital.
We'll have to just come down to very clean, crisp shots here. As even just the jiggle peeking for Meteor.
Ahead of it again.
Potential death, and yep, they're already in position. Tries to get the jump. Has managed to get the bite down and backpedal around towards elbow.
Interesting choice for the showstopper pickup instead of potential orbital.
Big crash there at the front. Meteor with a quick check does manage to go ahead and destroy that, but PRX, I mean, in the end, they could just end up sending this straight across through the teleporter. And they would find Buzz and have him pretty much dead to rights, but Stacks with a nice shot, able to find Jing. Izu gets rid of Forsaken, and oh boy, they're doing it again.
Unbelievable.
All down to Batman. It's like, I heard Alex screaming it.
I heard it from here too.
Well, has to get out of the mosh. Onto the corner, no idea where Meteor's gone. He's completely and utterly slipped the net. Thing is, they do kind of need to kill him to be able to recover these weapons. It's gonna swap over one. They got him now down to 12 HP. And he will be able to take one more down with him, but the Thrifty will be found. T1 deny that match point from coming through.
Talked that one into fruition, haven't we? Unless they Thrifty, he says. Well, they've gone and done it. The Sheriff's Tynoon somewhere.
Unbelievable.
It gives them a bit of a lifeline, though. They don't have to contend with map point immediately.
Let's go. No, it gives them one.
How many times I tell you guys?
I was just waiting. I've just been waiting for the replay.
Oh, yeah. That's going to break the money a little bit here.
That's the nicer part, because what I heard from across the arena.
Oh, was what after was cut?
A little bit before that.
Oh.
Well, quick hit here from PRX. Gonna make this half by. Play them in towards that map point. Judge in hand for Jing. Once again, they try to cause some chaos, and he's got himself planted in towards Lamps. And well, maybe a smile on the face of Alex now. Does he just get a straight shot, and that Stack's dead? Buzz, bite there to try to zone him off as will be the mosh here at Forsaken's feet, but he's got plenty of time. Damage not really going to register there.
Massive flank eventually.
This just feels it's nigh impossible unless they can find something from this flank. Buzz does take the first step, getting shot across onto something. Now they're looking to just try to go ahead and overwhelm them with the orbital strike. called in up over the top. Izu with one, Forsaken with another. Jing, that judge put to good use. His Buzz now. Everything to do, nowhere to do it. Just an operator in hand. Strafing forward. It's going to be a thrifty for a thrifty. But this one gets PRX up to match point.
Anything you can do, we can do better, maybe. I mean, T1's was cleaner with the numbers that they survived with, but it's a different scenario when the state of PRX is now on series point, and it's Japan point, it's Paris point, it's the first team from Pacific into champs, given by the fact that DRX had that opportunity last series and lost to Talon. 6 of them to play with as well. It's going to be a huge feat for T1 to come back in towards this.
The last-ditch effort to try to right the ship here. Timeout call from T1 to try to inspire the team, to spur them on, to run back 6 rounds in a row and then close it from overtime. The fans here hoping for it. Given the circumstances, I'm not sure if I see it. Just been a bit out of sorts across the board here from T1. Granted, dealt, a bit of a rougher hand. They did have to play yesterday. They did come into this one with PRX being able to sit back. Same could be said for DRX. They weren't able to make the best of it.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, you always look towards a little bit of this Veto chicken as well, right? Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Throw a spanner in the works. For a team like PRX, I always kind of wonder, you're not playing Ascent, you're not playing Corrode right now. Icebox is and that goes for champs, and Abyss is in. You want to have some strength on a couple of other maps.
Who's next? Well, something now. Throwing on the mask. Mosh there from Izu, tried to delay the rest of the team as the Nightfall goes across. It's only going to be connecting here onto him. As Jing is very suspicious, and Izu is dead. Hits the spot on the Meteor, flushes him out. Not allowing for any of that ratty play. Orbital strike called in just to try to slow up this approach, this plan, but something seemingly not being stopped, not being hindered at all. Those will answer back with one, does have the showstopper online, but you've got 4 targets. You need DH to be able to find something here for you to try to play you in, but he cannot. Showstopper's just going to be lobbed in willy-nilly like, as it's 13-6, 2-0 fashion. PRX, congratulations. You're not just going to Tokyo, you're going to champions.
They are looking to take 2 trophies in a year. Maybe they could even take 3 if they're able to get the victory in the Pacific, but they have guaranteed themselves the champions appearance again. Congratulations, they have been a monstrous team this year.
Looking to hit damn near every continent, every region here this season. They've played in China, they've played in North America, they've played here in Asia, and now they have Europe there as that final objective. This was a clean, convincing victory from the side of PRX. For T1, obviously down, not yet out, much like DRX. This does have them fall down to that lower bracket where they will have to sit back and wait and see who their opponents are going to be, because we will not know until after tomorrow's games.
Yeah, some spicy ones that are coming around the corner tomorrow, but you're going to have to wait for that.
Oh, absolutely, but it's that time. It's getting ready to come up. We are getting ready to send teams home. Some more here from the playoffs, bringing these teams' seasons to a conclusion here in 2025. But for now, we're going to send it down to the stage where Jet stand by for the winner's interview.
Congratulations, PRX. Davai, getting new fishing gears in Tokyo.
Sorry?
Getting new fishing gears in Tokyo?
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, shop till you drop. Yeah. Jing, I'm going to have you over here. You can hold this for me. Join me over here. 네, PRX의 징 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로 일단 일본 가야 되고요. 프랑스도 가야 되는데 와, 일정이 정말 바쁠 것 같습니다. 행복한 고민을 하게 될 것 같은데 먼저 이 도쿄행 그리고 챔피언스 파리행 확정 지은 소감부터 들어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, Jing. Japan, France. You guys are gonna have a busy year, but how does it feel to be able to punch your tickets to 2 different countries?
I think I'm really happy and excited because I don't know, I feel like I haven't been like overseas in quite long. So yeah, I'm really excited that we qualified for champs again.
너무 기분이 좋다고 얘기를 합니다. 사실 이렇게 좀 비행기를 탄 지 좀 오래된 것 같다라고 얘기를 하면서 이제 또 비행기 타고 일본도 가고 그리고 프랑스도 가게 되니까 너무너무 신난다고 얘기를 하는데요. 챔피언스 얘기를 좀 해보자면은 이제 푸나틱, 센티넬 그리고 G2가 챔피언스행 확정을 지었는데 뭐 만나보고 싶은 팀이 있는지 아니면은 챔스에 왔으면 하는 팀이 있는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So far we have G2, Fnatic and Sentinels that qualified to Champions Paris. Is there a team you would like to play against or a team that you hope would qualify for Champions?
I hope that Genji qualifies for champ so that we can get revenge, I guess.
젠지가 챔피언스 8이 꼭 진출해서 또 페이퍼렉스가 복수를 해줬으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하는데요. 또 그리고 일본이나 파리에서 하고 싶은 게 있는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Is there anything you want to do in Paris or Japan? Anything on your to-do list?
Sorry?
Anything you want to do?
List.
Yeah.
Actually not much. I just wanna like eat some other food and just like explore and walk around and just like spend time with my team. Yeah, I think that's the main thing.
그냥 걸어 다니면서 구경도 하고 맛있는 것도 팀원들과 같이 먹고 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 자 그러면 이제 도쿄에 대해서 얘기를 해봐야 될 텐데 탈론, 페이퍼렉스가 도쿄행을 오늘 확정 지었고 나머지 두 팀이 남았는데 누가 올라올 것 같은지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Right, so Talon and PRX in Tokyo. Who else? We have two other teams, right? Who else do you think is going to make it to Tokyo?
I think Genji and maybe Genji and T1, maybe?
젠지 아니면 T1이 일본에 같이 갈 것 같다고 얘기를 해주는데 먼저 이제 다음 상대 탈론이거든요. 어떤 경기 예상하는지 그리고 각오도 들어보고 싶네요. Right, next up for you is Talon. What are your expectations and anything you want to say?
Honestly, no expectations. We're just gonna play our own game and do our best and hopefully we're gonna win them again.
또 딱히 뭐 생각은 없고 그냥 우리가 할 수 있는 최고의 퍼포먼스를 보여주는 게 좋을 것 같고 다시 한번 탈론을 상대로 승리를 가져갈 수 있었으면 좋겠다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 찡 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, 찡.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
PRX, welcome to the grand finals of Pacific in Tokyo. Welcome to Champions Paris as well. The first Pacific team to confirm their slot into the biggest VALORANT event of the year. And we wouldn't have it any other way. As we've been saying, the script has been laid out for them to actually walk this path this entire year. What a comeback from them all the way from kickoff.
It's a very different script to what we've seen before, though. You know, they barely scraped their way into the playoffs in Pacific last time. They haven't won Pacific yet this year as well. So this time, they're cruising straight through the upper bracket. They want to win Pacific, going straight into Champions and have a chance, of course, which they will, to defend their international title.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so big for this team. After such a rocky first half of the year, kickoff, then that 0-3 in stage 1, it's been such a fantastic turnaround for this team. And to top it all off, how fantastic would it be to see them lift that trophy in Paris? That's something all of us here in Pacific, you gotta have a little bit of hope for that.
Exactly. It's definitely the team that, you know, you want to win. I think everybody around the world, every VCT fan has been waiting for this moment for PRX.
And they're a true fan favorite, internationally loved, and I think it's easy to see why. Such big personalities and such fantastic gameplay, absolutely dominating T1 here on Bind.
Yeah, this was unfortunately not close. We had a close game in the group stage, and previously, even before that, we've seen PRX knock T1 out of the lower bracket of that stage 1 playoff. So look, I think unfortunately this matchup has not been going well for T1 for the last 3 occurrences. They're going to have a lot tougher of a road down in towards Champions Paris. The good news for T1 is that they actually have the easier side of the bracket. They only have to beat out the winner of DFM and Nongshim, and then I believe they will only have to play whoever comes through that Genji RRQ side of the lower bracket and beat them to be able to potentially qualify. So I'm not sure how the points will break down there, but they do at least have a small break after playing playing the very best team that we have here in Pacific.
Yeah, you take what you can, right? Especially at this moment where T1 are not exactly in the most favorable scenario. Obviously, we expected a lot more out of this match, especially with how close the previous one was. We were expecting a bit more of a fight from T1. We were expecting that map 3 as well, but PRX are just way too dominant, way too confident here. I actually didn't feel like they even played extraordinarily here. It was just clean.
I mean, you wouldn't have known listening to Alex. You would have thought they were getting absolutely stomped. But, but it's always like that. He holds them to a high standard, shall we say.
No, yeah.
Those are the standards that win international events. You know? That's the thing. You've seen it yourself as a coach that you can win a game, but if you see a mistake that recurs again and again and again, it's going to piss you off.
Yeah, they're not going to take their foot off the pedal here. They're going to want to keep improving all the way forward into Paris. And if they are able to do that, it's no doubt that they are going to be a strong contender.
Yeah, and here comes Jing satcheling his way into the MVP slot once again. And again, we were talking about this. Jing on the Raze is just something else entirely. This is just like Valorant the way it's meant to be, and Raze the way it was meant to be played. So Jing as MVP here with all Raze performances. I mean, what could be better than that?
It's a classic. NT Kub, 10th MVP here in VCT Pacific. All of the copy passes, 320 ACS. He just absolutely booked T1 today.
Yeah, and his 10th MVP too.
Yep.
Oh,
so dominant. Just
10th
so
big MVP.
So
Surprised
dominant.
he only has 10.
Yeah. It feels like
10 doesn't feel like a lot.
It feels like 100 at this point, right? Maybe if you count it all the way back to the beginning of Valorant, probably is within that number. But again, this is going to be very, very exciting the next few days. Of course, we have the lower bracket this time around, and this is where you really will see our teams with their backs against the wall. No more safety nets here.
Yeah, in that lower bracket, no more lifelines. You lose and you go home. So it doesn't get any more intense than that. But then, of course, Talon versus PRX is going to be our upper finals, and that's going to be one banger of a SEA showdown.
Absolutely. Talon having a chance to qualify for Champions Paris by taking down the very best in the league. That's going to be very difficult to do, but we will have to wait a couple of days to see the outcome of that match. Plenty of days for those two teams to prepare. Down in the lower bracket tomorrow, Nongshim, who have had a little bit of a break, take on DFM, who have yet to play here in the playoffs. And unfortunately, RRQ will take on Gen G for the millionth time. This is a rematch of the Stage 1 Grand Final in very different circumstances.
It just always has to happen. In any scenario, whatever stage it might be or whatever event, there will always be an RRQ and Gen G matchup one way or another.
They must be so fed up of playing this matchup. They're like, bracket, please give me someone else.
It's like, please, get this team away from me. But I think we have our build diff rosters right now, and there were a lot of very memorable performances here. But I think most memorable for you, Morgan, was Forsaken's performance, was it not?
Oh, I didn't go with Forsaken. I went with Kahlua instead, and it's hard backfired. I know for sure I haven't won today, unfortunately.
Kahlua did pretty well.
He was good. He was good, but
honestly,
not good enough.
Mika's looking pretty good here.
I don't want to get my hopes up.
I think you've got it on lock.
Sometimes I feel like, oh, I think I did pretty well here, and then for some reason I'm just always last.
It's time for the comeback. I mean, we'll see. The greatest lower bracket run. You are going to be the PRX of build diff.
Yeah, well done.
Oh,
there it is.
That feels so good. That W.
Mika, that wasn't close.
Yeah, you absolutely
by more than 10 points. You've absolutely destroyed us.
That is a lead. That is a massive lead. Yeah, I did it today. That will probably be, and then she'll go back down later on.
Yeah, remember, you're not mathematically out. That's the saying. Repeat that in your mind.
Saying. That's right. This is the comeback. Am I the DFM of this desk, or am I the PRX of this desk? That is the big question. But yes, I have quite a long way to go indeed. Pilsky is still on top at the moment for that Acer Predator Helios 16S AI gaming laptop.
Yeah, I'm hoping, but I know that 8 points for first. I mean, all it takes is a few slip-ups, and then I'm Dunsky.
A couple bad days, and it's all over.
Bad days. That's all it takes in a competition at the end of the day, and there's only so many bad days left for these teams as well.
That's true, especially since, say, as you mentioned, only a few days left, and sometimes you can crumble under pressure, or sometimes pressure can make diamonds.
Yeah, 100%. So look, I'm looking forward to the games tomorrow. Make or break lower bracket matchups. Nongshim and DFM. These are not teams that are necessarily expected to do very much here in the playoffs. They are some of the weaker contenders, but these are still fantastic teams. That tells you a lot about the quality of Pacific. They will have to make miracle runs. DFM in particular want to make some kind of miracle lower bracket run in towards that lower final to play in Tokyo. That would be absolutely electric. And RRQ and Gen G, two teams that are very high on the Champions points, but they haven't guaranteed that spot over in Champions Paris, and one of them will miss out.
Exactly. I think a lot of these teams, they each have that own reason, that own fire and motivation to get over to Tokyo, right? You want DFM with that representation. Nongshim, obviously, their future also lays on the line for this, so they want to get as high up as they can. RRQ, they want to get back the Pacific Throne, and Genji, they also want to get it back.
Also, Nongshim could help Boom out massively with a win there tomorrow. Help out their fellow Ascension team by helping Boom get back
so
to
what's
all intertwined.
What's the play here for Nongshim, actually? Do you make the run all the way to Champs so that you stay in Pacific, or do you lose that game, make sure that Boom can't go to Ascension and have an easier time at that tournament? It's really a win-win, actually, if you think about it.
What is the best way? What is the thinking there? We'll have a lot of time, of course, to discuss Nongshim in the days to come and tomorrow, actually. But yeah, any final thoughts on today, especially with our first team qualifying over to Champions?
All right, looking forward to seeing PRX internationally. There's already a lot of heavy leaders qualified for that tournament.
Yeah, we all love PRX on this desk, so seeing them head across to Paris is fantastic. And I just can't wait to watch more great Valorant for the rest of this week. 3 more days.
Of course, of course. I mean, everybody would say maybe it was expected or anything, but hey, it still feels so good to see them qualify. It's going to feel even better, of course, to see more Valorant action in the upcoming days. So we'll see you guys same time, same place for this playoffs super week until we head on over to Tokyo. Bye.
One away from Showstopper, I should say, as he goes up and over the top and is able to find flashback. And, well, he doesn't have his main weapon, but he also botches the rocket. And this isn't Lotus, son. That's not going to get a kill. Cruz now is caught. 10 minutes. He will be rewarded for it. I don't think he is ready for this at all. No, he is not. Finds Estrella, and with Kahlua joining in, they'll take him down. These pistols continuing to look excellent for Talon as Chit Boys. Yeah, won't be able to find a damn one. Rotate back around. The gentleman now, work cut out for him. Slot his way out. Now he's in-committed. And against Ty, he's just such an absolute beast. Spring's got his knife out. Talon have got it done. 2-1. They sent PRX down to the lower bracket. Player pushing towards main, but Buzz with a nice shot is able to find Patman, start off the round. Forsaken, wary about this position, but cannot do anything about Buzz for the moment, but something trying to play on a little bit of an off timing. Some splitting between. Jump up over the top, trying to tuck in behind this one, and that's going to be Buzz collecting it in the end. An ace to get T1 their first pistol of this series.
Whoa!
Help back. Oh, Forsaken, speaking of quick. Advancing forward, Forsaken there. Oh, the jump peek. And he's trying to punch, but Forsaken plants his feet.
Oh, Forsaken.
Oh, with that! God! Gets the 3K. Something rides the wall. He finds Izu. The Ray's dead. Meteorite can. Very quick to work his way through land, but something is pushed out onto the front of the site. He is very quick to absolutely tear them to pieces. Just managed to find the first, and that's no recourse, no way to try to just dip back into. He's going to the rescue, but around the back goes Ching. 2 pumps to the shorty, 2 quick kills. Paint shells to further delay, and Ching to go absolutely nuclear and secure the 8th round win for PRX in the half. 2-0 fashion, PRX, congratulations. You're not just going to Tokyo, you're going to Champions.